Hi everyone. My name is Asugan. I'm from One Stop Music from Malaysia. So it's a great feeling to meet each one of you today virtually in China's International Music Expo this year. So I take this opportunity to convey my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of IMX for giving me an opportunity today via this session to meet all of you for a sharing session from my side, where today in my session I'll be talking on future of music. So in my presentation today, I'll be sharing with you from my perspective from the Asian market. So how we do see the direction the music industry going ahead. So without further delay, so let me share my presentation and I will continue. All right. Okay. So before I continue my sessions, kindly allow me to quickly share about One Stop Music, OSM from Malaysia. So for your information, OSM, which is One Stop Music in Malaysia, is a consortium for record label and music publishers. We are known as a fourth music player in Malaysia after the three international giant labels. We have been in business for almost 2 decades, since year 2005. We represent almost 400 recording companies. And we are also representing primary leading music publishers for mechanical rights monetization in the territories. So most of our members are from the Malaysian region as well as other parts of Asia Pacific, and we are assisting them for distribution of their musical contents for monetization in global platforms. So we are also a Google certified MCN status company, and we are doing a lot of what to say activities as a non-profit entity to benefit our independent record labels as well as music publisher members in the territory as well as in the region of Asia Pacific. Okay, so with this, I will just delve into our topic for the day of future of music. So in future of music, so I'm going to touch number one, the most important part is on the digital transformation. The music industry, okay, so we can see the music industry typically has undergone transformation due to the digital revolution, which we all are aware. But this digital transformation resulting major significant changes how our musics are produced, distributed, and consumed by the music consumers. So when looking at this perspective, there are several areas that we are going to look at. So streaming platform, online distribution, decline of physical sales, democratization of music production, monetization challenge, impact on music discovery, piracy, as well as artist independence. So let me go one by one. So when say on the streaming platform, so what kind of a transformation we're talking about the streaming platform? So when say streaming platform, I'm referring to the major platforms, something like a Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, okay, and etc. So these such streaming platforms today has become very primary mode of music consumption among the music lovers and music consumers. So instead of purchasing individual albums, so nowadays our what to say listeners, they are paying a subscription fee to access to the libraries of music. So they have a huge library to consume via the streaming platform. So this shift as from ownership to access the revolutionized revenue models and consumer behavior. So streaming has become primary source of revenue for the industry. Okay, so in terms of the online distribution, so the digital distribution platform has made it easier Okay, so have made it easier than ever for our fellow artists to release and distribute their music. So today, what we are seeing around the global, our independent musicians, they can upload their tracks to platforms, okay, DistroKid, TwinCore, CD Baby, or they're using aggregators to distribute their music to multiple streaming platforms and online stores. This democratization of distribution has reduced the challenges or the barriers for the new artists to reach to the global audience without the need of a record label. However, the role of record label is very crucial because this record label, based on their experience, they able to assist these artists to generate better income through efficient marketing, because these record labels, they have the existing network with the industry players, the streaming platforms, and other what to say players around the global, and they know well how they can pitch and get the contents exploited well at the right time at the right place. So sometimes the combination of artists working hand in hand with the record label could give a better result. So in my perspective, I would say those artists thinking that by just working on a distribution platform, by the self releasing the content they can succeed, not necessarily true, because it need hands in hand assistance where marketing expertise which come from the record label could assist to produce a better result, better achievement, better recognition for the artist and the songs released. The next is regarding the declining of physical sales. Well, as everyone agree, so physical sales, whether CD, vinyl, records, even the digital downloads today, as we are facing the significant decline. So nowadays, all of us, including myself and you guys, all ourselves as a consumer, we prefer consume the music through the streaming platforms. So we can use our smartphone and other digital devices like smart wearables, smart speakers to experience the music. So the democratization of music production, advances in the digital advance in the digital audio technology today have made it more affordable. Okay, so I think all we can able to affordable and accessible for musicians to create very quality music from their in-house home studios. Okay, something like a small office, they are having a small home studios to produce a high quality music. All this possible because of today's good quality digital audio technology, and this has reduced our musicians reliance on expensive recording studio and has empowered our artists to take a creative control on their music works. And regarding the monetization challenges, while streaming has grown as a dominant form of a music consumption, but we have to agree. I think all of you who are listening to this session would definitely agree with me that artists often complain that they're facing challenges on low payouts on per stream rate. So this is something that is an ongoing debate about fair compensation for musicians. Well, independent artists and smaller labels are also facing difficulties in earning a sustainable income through streaming alone. So as an alternative revenue stream, so they are trying to make it balanced through live performance and merchandise sales. So in part of this digital transformation, this kind of monetization challenges are still happening, and all of us are looking for a better solution to overcome this revenue, improve the revenue part. Next, on the impact of music discovery, the algorithm and recommendation system that today's streaming platform they're using have transformed the way our listeners discover new music. Yes, because this system today, the what to say, the DSPs, the digital streaming platforms, they're using the data analytics to curate a personalized playlist and suggest the music based on users' listening history. So this is possible to influence the way the artists promote their work, as getting featured on popular playlists, which can definitely significantly boost the song's visibility and popularity. Okay, because the algorithms that are the DSPs gathering through the analytics helps to make all this possible. Piracy and the copyright issues. Okay, so even today we are on the digital age. Okay, so we are no longer seeing the physical piracy taking place. However, in the digital age today, we are still facing the rise of a music piracy on the digital form, so which is constantly being a challenge for the global music industry. So when it comes to the copyright infringement and illegal downloads, this has always impacted our artists, our labels in terms of their music income or revenue. So therefore, this copyright enforcement and anti-piracy measure is become very crucial at the areas of concern, and we have to take actions together in this by working together with the authorities in your own home country, to so that all these websites could be taken down or blocked. Next, we are looking at artist independence. So if you notice the decline of this traditional record labels and the rise of digital platform, this has make many artists to take control of their careers independently when we're looking at the global perspective. However, there are also artists, as I mentioned earlier, if they collaborate hands in hand with the record labels, could produce a better result. But in a majority, we are seeing some of the Western artists trying to function independently, where they can release their music on their own terms. Okay, these are the transformation that we are talking about today. So these are the things that's happening. So this in this kind of their own terms, they believe that it's more substantial to share of their income better, and they can connect directly with their fan base through social media and online communities. So in overall, as a summary, so for digital transformation, so we are seeing this digital revolution, I think, as dramatically as altered the music industry by shifting the focus from physical sales to digital distribution and streaming. And this is also has changed how our musicians, our artists, they create, they distribute, and monetize their music. So, which should lead to the both opportunities and challenges in today's evolving landscape of music business. So, next, the second point that I would like to raise on the streaming services part. So, in the streaming services, like YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon, and so on, okay, they are playing a dominant role in our industry today, so which is influencing our consumers, so and how the music is distributed and monetized. So in terms of the music consumption, so number one, so this has made providing convenience. So today's streaming services offering a very unparalleled convenience to music consumers, and our users can access huge catalogs of music on their smartphones, on their tablets, on their smart wearables, smart speakers, and etc. Okay, so this is make them very easy to access to streaming contents, which is becoming the preferred method for today's music consumption in the global growing audience market. Next, on personalization. So, streaming platforms, as mentioned earlier, use algorithms to curate a personalized playlist, recommendations based on our users' preferences. This has changed the way our people, our consumer, discover new music, as they can also explore more variety of tracks and genres that suits their own music taste. Next, on the access to the global audience. Well, what I'm trying to mean by access to the global audience, because these streaming services today provide a global platform for artists, allowing them to reach to the wide international audience. Okay, and this access particularly becoming very valuable for independent and upcoming artists who may not only have marketing and distribution resources of major record labels, so they can have access on their own to exploit their content better. So next on the key point on the streaming services will be revenue generation. But under the revenue generation, the first thing is we have to see the primary revenue source. So in today's music industry, the streaming services, of course, has become the primary source of revenue, as everyone is aware. But in the recent times, okay, what we are noticing that the income from the streaming has surpassed the physical sales, the downloads, and other traditional formats. This not only has revitalized the industry after the years of declining revenue. And on the subscription model is definitely a preferred model by the digital players. But definitely in terms of consumer, sometimes a consumer prefer the free model, the ad supported. Okay, but before that, we just look at subscription model. Okay, subscription based streaming platform like Spotify, Apple Music, they definitely generate substantial income through the monthly subscription fees. So our subscribers, okay, which is the consumers, they pay a fixed amount of a fee to access to the huge unlimited access to the music, unlimited what to say, wide range of catalogs of music, so that this portion, certain portion of this fee is goes back to the record labels or the artists based on the usage of the contents. And regarding the ad supported model, which is a free model, which I mentioned earlier, is definitely a huge segment of the consumers. They prefer this ad supported model. They don't mind getting annoyed ads, but they want music for free. So how does ad supported models helps to make generate an income for our musicians? So platforms like YouTube, uh, okay, they offer mix of free ad supported content and premium subscription options. So this ad revenue is shared with artists and the record labels, okay, or the content creators based on the views, uh, okay, the views and the ads is when it's watched. Although the payout per stream is generally lower compared to the premium subscription service, but still this is one of our popular model that is happening in today's trend. Royalty payments. Today's artists and recordables, they receive royalty payments based on the number of streams of their when their music generates. But however, these royalties are typically they are how computed, or they say we calculated based on the a complex formula, but based on the factors in the number of streams and the user's subscription type and the region where the music is played. Impact impact on artists and labels. So, firstly, on independence. So, the streaming platforms have empowered our artists, okay? So, including when I say artists, I'm talking about including the independent musicians to release and distribute music, okay? So, on their own if they want to, okay? So, these independence allow the artists to retain a more portion of their revenues and more control of their creative output. So on the challenges part for the smaller things, smaller acts. So while these streaming services benefit established artists, a label with extensive catalog, smaller and upcoming artists may face struggle. Okay, they definitely will face struggle to earn a decent income. Okay, but purely depending on the streaming side. Okay, so because the per stream rate that being paid out usually very small, so this is make high streaming volumes is very important to generate a very decent and meaningful revenue income. Okay, so this is one of the thing that usually impacting our artists. So from the promotion and marketing side, so our labels usually they invest heavily in marketing and the playlist placement on the streaming platform to maximize the visibility of the artist. So this is something that what you say, our independent artists or musician, they can't do their own. So in order for them to attract the audience attention, so this is what I mentioned earlier. Sometimes they have to work hand in hand, the artists and the record labels, so that the contents are better exploited through the marketing knowledge which the labels had, so they can get it a proper placement on the streaming platform, proper exploitation to reach out to the bigger audience market. Next, on the label streaming deals. So the record labels usually they secure a licensing deal with streaming platform, which include equity stakes in some cases sometimes. Okay, so this deal sometimes influence also on how the royalties are distributed between the label artists, and this is also lead to some debates on the fair compensation. So on conclusion, before I go to the next conclusion on the streaming service, maybe I would say that streaming service today have not only as a revolutionized music consumption, but it also has become primary driver for revenue in today's music industry. So because they offer very open access to a global audience, their impact on the artists and the label varies with established acts, and labels are also benefiting from streaming's massive reach. So while the independent artists are still facing challenges in achieving a good sustainable income. So so that's my summary on the streaming service. So next on the data and analytics. So data and analytics have become critically important in today's modern industry. So when our artists, labels, okay, they are informed about the marketing decisions. So what is the upcoming, what to say, what content they should create. So most of these decisions are made through the data and analytics outcome. So when we look at the demographics, so basically data analytics provide detailed information about the age, the gender, the location, other demographics on our artist audience. So this kind of information helps to tailor market efforts to for the content to specific target groups and listening habits. So usually artists and labels, they get access to the insights into the listeners behavior. So for example, on genres, how frequent they stream the tracks and playlists. So this kind of information help in creating a music that resonates with the audience preference. Next on the marketing and promotion part, how it's used, the data and analytics used on marketing and promotion side. So for example, on playlist placement. So streaming platforms use data to create playlists and recommendations, securing placements on popular playlists, okay, and which can help boost the artist visibility. Labels and what to say, labels and artists analyze streaming data to understand um, how the tracks are performing in which playlist, and how they can adapt the marketing strategies as per their needs accordingly. Okay, and then also this data and analytics also helps for us to do a targeted advertising. So this the data sometimes usually help us to enable to make a very precise target for our advertising campaigns. So as a record label, whenever they want to promote new songs to the music consumers, so to engage them with the content, so when this kind of analytics, when we do a targeted advertising, we can save our advertising costs, and then it will also help in increasing the conversion rate. Social media strategy. Okay, so our analytics informations, okay, usually helps our labels, our artists to understand which social media are effective for them to reach out to their fans. Okay, so that they can focus their marketing efforts on the platform where the fans are highly active or most active. Content creation. So if you wonder, hey, how come this data and analytics could relate to the content creation? Yes, it is. It is definitely related, because if you look at it, what the genre and style, because this data can also reveal to us the music genres and styles which is trending at the moment. Okay, so the artists can use this information to adapt their creative direction, and they can produce music which is more likely to relate to the wider audience. And on the collaboration part, this analyzing data on the various most streamed collaboration can help our artists to identify their potential collaborators who share the same or similar fan base. So this can lead to a mutual benefits partnership between the both parties for the collaboration side. So, and also on the release time. So this data also can help artists to determine what is the right time, what is the best time for them to release a new music to get a best or maximum impact results. So these include, they can also consider the day to release on the week, or the time to release, which the audience is more active or more accessing to for their contents. Next, the impact of the data analytics on artists to plan on their tour planning. Okay, so this data also can provide insight information into where the artist is music is more popular, helping them to plan tour dates in locations. Okay, the territory location or territories where they have high demands. So this can minimize their financial risks. And financial risk means it shows that they can sell better tickets lah. Okay, better tickets to their tour or shows where they are more popular or more in demand, because the data shows, the analytics shows these people artists may be popular in X location or X country. So by going to that X country, when they're doing tour or the show, the ticket sale will be better, the fans engagement will be better, the final outcome will be a very a win-win situation for all parties. Okay, and in ticketing pricing side, so these analytics also can assist in setting a appropriate ticket price by analyzing the willingness for fans to pay for concert tickets. This also ensure the ticket cost is aligned with the perceived value of the live performance. And fan engagement, artists also can use the data to identify fans and offer them special benefits like early access to tickets and exclusive merchandise and meet and greet opportunities. Okay, sorry. Um, Let me continue. So, okay. The next thing is our data and analytics from streaming royalties and a revenue optimization perspective. So, how does data could and analytics help us from the streaming royalties income increasing perspective? Okay, because for labels or artists, they can use this kind of data for them to monitor and track their streaming royalties very correctly or accurately, so they can very confident they're getting a proper compensation for their music based on the number of streams and based on the number of user subscriptions. And maximizing revenue. This data also helps in identifying trends in music consumption, revenue sources, so where label and artists can diversify their income streams by focusing on areas with growth potential, such as licensing for commercials, movies, and video games, for example. So, on data and analytics assisting on a forecasting and a risk mitigation for our musicians. So label and artists usually can use the data to forecast the future trend in the based on the music consumption. So this informs on the long term strategic planning or investment, or where the label or the artist is planning to do. So this kind of predictive analytics, this is where the predictive analytics comes in the picture. So on a risk assessment, so the data can help identify potential challenges where you have a risk. Uh, Example, I would say like identifying the declining trends, okay, in a specific genre or specific market. So this will help or allow for us to do a proactive adjustments to our own business strategies. So in summary, what we could see is I could conclude here on the data and analytics are the invaluable tools in the modern music industry, enabling artists and labels to make data-driven decision regarding marketing, their content creation, and also the tour planning. So which can lead for effective audience targeting, improve their music creation, and also get a better tour experience optimized, enhancing their revenue generation, also reducing the risk related to their music approach lah. So my points number 4 for discussion on the future of music will be on the focusing on the indie artists, okay, or the independent artists. So we are seeing growing trend of independent musicians, okay, where they use the digital platform to deploy their music globally. So we are going to see what are the advantages, okay, so and what are the disadvantages, means the challenges lah, the faced by our India artists. So when we're looking at the advantages for the independent artists, okay, basically it's on the creative control. Okay, the independent artists have a full control over their choice of music. They can produce the music they want, experiment a different style. They can release it without the interference of any third party. In terms of ownership, independent musicians, they retain ownership of their music and the intellectual property rights on their own. Okay, so for whether wants to licensing or distribution, they can make their own call. Okay, so and they have a direct access, okay, so to the fans. So the digital platforms, social media allow the independent artists to connect directly without any middleman, so they can connect to their fan base, so they can engage with them for conversation or build their own fan communities to receive the feedbacks accordingly. So on the for the faster release cycle, so our independent artists can release music on their own schedule without following the traditional album release cycle. Okay, so this flexibility allow them to stay relevant, and they can change themselves or adapt to the evolving trend very easily and quickly. Okay, and a high revenue share. So high revenue share means independent artists often receive a more significant portion of the revenue generated from their music. So they avoid fees, advances associated with third-party contracts and etc. Global reach. So the digital distribution platform make it possible, easier for the indie artists to reach a global audience. So without need expensive global marketing campaigns. Okay, lastly, low barrier entry. So this affordability of a home recording equipment and in-house digital audio software has lowered the challenges entry for the musician, because the cost is not much, so they can manage themselves to do the in-house production of their music contents uh, with a lower cost lah. Now let us see what are the challenges or disadvantages of for the independent musicians. So number one, we are going to look in the marketing and promotion. So and as earlier slides, I did mention few times, okay, where even though there is a freedom that independent artists get when they work alone, but when looking at the setback, okay, so independent artists have to handle their own marketing and promotion. okay, which is always a huge challenge, okay, for independent artists. So why it is a challenge for them? Because number one is their knowledge, number two is their network limitation, okay, and therefore they always struggle to do not know how to move forward, how to get a better result from the marketing and promotion. So for due to this, they always face problems. So that is why I say sometimes when they work with labels, they can better exploit the content and also achieve a better revenue income, because sometimes different people have different expertise. Like musicians, usually they expert in producing music, good music. So sometimes label has the skills in terms of the marketing, promotion, and which is needed hand in hand. When we work together, we can get a better result for win-win situation for both parties. Okay, next is limited resources. So independent musician, usually what we see is the lack of financial resources and industry connection available to the signed artists. So they always face struggle on the financial side for recording, production, and marketing side. So which is why we say they always have limited resources. So this where labels also, when they are into the picture, they able to take part roles on and to support on this area to provide resources competing on the established artists. So it means it's like a challenging to compete with established artists who have support of record labels and their market machinery. So independent musicians usually find it difficult to gain visibility and secure playlist placement on streaming platform. And finally, on the when you look at another part of a administrative task, so independent artists usually must handle everything on their own for copyright registration, royalty collection, negotiating for the licensing part, which is taxing in terms of time consuming, time factor, and can get things more complex. So for income stability, so the income for the indie musicians can sometimes is not able to be predicted because streaming payouts can be very small. Okay, so and sometimes income from the live performance may be not so consistent. So this will make them more challenging to maintain their financial stability. Okay, and their lack of industry expertise. So indie artists mostly they are usually lack of industry expertise, which the labels usually they're good at and they're able to provide, such as A&R for the artists and a repertoire, for example, support, professional management, access to their industry networks, okay, which the labels are usually good. Okay, next on the legal and copyright side. So usually indie musicians, they always need to what to say navigate the copyright issue, licensing contract, potential legal suits or challenges. They have to handle all this alone, and this is very complex and a risky process without a proper legal counsel. And this is also will incur some costs. Okay, legal cost is not cheap. It's usually expensive. So it's always tough for indie artists to handle it alone. So when they have record labels, they will able to provide support on these areas. And next, finally, on the time management. So balancing the creative aspect of production, administration, and promotional tasks, it definitely overwhelming. Okay, and it require very good time management and multitasking skills. So as a conclusion, what we are seeing the trend of an independent musician in the using the digital platform to release and distribute music is always there's got advantages, okay, because they have a creative freedom and direct fan engagement. However, we must not forget there are also it comes with challenges because they can't handle their own the marketing resources, because and they also facing challenges in terms of the industry expertise, so they need help from another party. So the best party to work with it will be the labels on this side. So the independent artists always need to strike the balance between the artistic pursuit and the business side, okay, in terms of their music careers, in order to achieve a success in this competitive music world. Okay, monetization challenges in music industry to be a significant constant for all the artists and stakeholders. So these challenges, as we discussed briefly earlier, basically because of low payouts. Okay, low payout from the streaming platform, what the risk of piracy. Okay, and now they got a different new emerging approach of blockchain, NFTs, and etc. Okay, so when we're looking at the low payout of the streaming platform, okay, per stream revenue. So one of the key challenges for the artists is the low per stream payout from streaming platform. Okay, any platform, any leading platform. So these platform pay artists fractions of a cents per stream, which can make it difficult to earn a sustainable income solely from streaming. Okay, so in terms of revenue allocation, the revenue generated from streaming is typically have to be divided among platform, record label, publisher, and the artist. So usually the indie artists may have more control of their share, but the established artists often receive a smaller portion of the revenue due to the contracts with third party and stuff like that. So on piracy side, loss of income. Okay, so piracy, including illegal downloads or file sharing, okay, is always, every time being a significant issue for the music industry, and these ongoing things resulting in loss of income for our artists, for our record labels. Okay, because these music lovers, sometimes they are obtaining this music from illegal site without doing the compensating the payment to the music producers or the labels or the artists accordingly. So on the copyright enforcement, so the challenge for enforcing copyright in a fight with the piracy is a continual process. Okay, it requires an ongoing effort. So the legal actions against a torrent website, or we need a stricter regulations to protect our artist rights. But it's as mentioned earlier, it's ongoing battle. Okay, it's a never-ending story. So on blockchain technology has a potential to improve the revenue generation. It's more transparency for the music industry. We believe it can create more smart contract. It is said automatically. It can also distribute royalties directly to the writers, artists, or the stakeholders accordingly when the content or song is consumed or played. So when we're talking about NFT, it's just a digital token represent the ownership. So musicians usually they start to sell this NFT to sell to the special content or famous popular content, so which are limited edition. Or yes, so you can also sell for the concert ticket or virtual experiences, which are valuable for their fans. So these can provide a new revenue stream. Okay, it is believed it can be a new source of a revenue stream connection with the audience. So third one is on the tokenized ownership. So some of the artists have to explore tokenizing ownership the music, allowing fans to invest their work and share the revenue generated. So this actually potentially bypassing the traditional middle parties lah. Okay, so next one is on the digital collectibles. This means the NFT we can use to create and sell the digital collectibles, which is related to the artist's work, which provide value and exclusivity for the artist hardcore fans lah. So however in terms of the challenges, okay, however in terms of the challenges part, environmental concerns. So NFTs, particularly those minted on the blockchains, performed they have faced criticism for their environmental impact due to energy intensive mining process. It is also said sustainability is quite important for consideration from the process adoption lah. But in terms of our understanding and adoption part, what we can say, the concept of blockchain NFT is quite still, even though it's been some few years, but it's still believed to be relatively new. And our artists and industry professionals must really understand how it works, how it navigate to with these technologies effectively. So this is include ensuring security of the digital asset and maximizing benefit for the solutions lah. Okay, on the regulatory part also is quite not certain lah. Okay, not certain, because the regulatory environment for blockchain or NFT is keep changing, keep evolving. So our artists should stay informed, okay, about the potential legal and tax implication associated with this kind of new technologies lah. So, my conclusion on the monetization challenges. So, what we discussed just now. So, revenue generation always being a challenges for music industry, key challenges. Okay, because of low payouts. Okay, so low payouts from the digital platforms, and then piracy, which is still exists and continues. So, and although there are some new solution, blockchain, NFT, promising. Okay, some additional alternative revenue stream and etc, but it also comes with some complexity and certain uncertainties. So still there is a fear to try out on these approaches. Okay, so the our industry is trying to continue explore new things, innovative things, okay, approaches, so that our artists can generate better income. So emerging on the technology side. So well, technologies are growing very fast. Okay, so now people are talking about what AI and stuff like that, which we'll look into it later. Okay, so for the first thing we are going to see on emerging technologies, we are going to talk about VR. Okay, so the VR, virtual reality technology. So people are talking when see VR relating to music, people are talking about virtual concerts because the VR technology is enabling our artists to host a virtual concert where the fans can immerse themselves in the 3D environment. Okay, and they can experience a live music performances as if they are physically present. Okay, so this kind of a new dimension to the concert experience allows artists to reach the global audience without the need of physical touring. Okay, the next is also on the technology wise, we're seeing about 360-degree videos, so which the VR and the 360-degree videos giving users to explore the music video or the live performances in a new interactive way. So it all depends, they're choosing their viewpoint lah, and they want to experience the performance in different angle. So that is why nowadays a lot of people are also attempting to shoot the 360-degree videos. So because end of the day, people wants to be unique, they want to give a new experiences. So whenever we're trying to be creative, innovative, and trying new approaches, so that will make our fans love it. Okay, they may have different tastes. When you're doing new, we may get better support from the fans, so it's no harm trying out. Okay, next on the improving on the fan engagement. Okay, so there are also AR apps. So AR means augmented reality. So this kind of apps is helping fans to interact with the fans fans to interact with our artist content on the innovative way. Fan can use their smartphone or AR glass to access to the exclusive content. Example, animated poster, lyric translation, etc. So these are also something is coming up and slowly getting popular lah. This is new under the new transformation. Okay, new technologies coming up in the our future direction, where the musics are changing, evolving over the time. So next on the interactive merchandise. So therefore the augmented reality also can be used to enhance the physical merchandise. For example, the AR apps can be bring a concept poster or album artwork to life, creating an interactive experience, which we seeing adding value to the physical product lah. Um, we are music studios, virtual reality music studios. So musicians and producers can use this VR environment, so they can create music in their virtual studios. So these spaces actually offer immersive or collaborative environment lah, for them to compose and produce music and to connect with the artists from different locations. So instrument simulation means this is VR technology which can be used or can simulate musical instruments, allow users to learn, practice, and play virtual instrument with realistic haptics sound. So on number four, on new revenue streams. Okay, so virtual goods and NFT. So like we discussed earlier, so nowadays virtual concert experiences in VR, AR can create a new revenue stream, and the ticket sale, virtual goods. Okay, people are also trying to issue NFT tied to this unique digital content for concert, special concert recording or exclusive collections lah. Uh, so subscription model. So some platform are offering subscription based access to the exclusive AR and VR music content. So this is creating a recurring revenue stream for artists lah, and also for the technology providers. Marketing promotion. So the AR advertising. So the AR can also be used for innovative marketing campaigns. So for example, the brand and the artist can create AR filter and lenses for social media platforms, allowing fans to engage with promotional content in a fun, interactive way. So the AR scavenger hunts. So the artist can create AR scavenger hunts or geolocation based experience to promote the music or events to increase fan engagement and excitement. So number six, the AR and VR as a music education. So this technology are also used in a education environment to provide immersive learning experiences for the students. So that's the student, they can actually explore the virtual music history exhibits. They can practice and with virtual mentors, and they can also engage each other in the interactive music theory lessons lah. Okay, next, the challenges part. Okay, so while the AR VR offers exciting possibility for the music industry, there are some challenges. Okay, accessibility and the cost. Okay, because these technology are usually any technology are usually expensive. So not every fans have access to AR and VR equipment because costly. Yeah, not everyone able to purchase it lah. Okay, next thing is to develop this content, quality content. So creating a very good, very impressive, immersive AR and VR content definitely require expertise and resources. So it's not easy to do it. And on terms of monetization, to develop and the marketing costs of a AR and VR content need to be balanced lah, with what kind of a potential revenue stream. If it is not balanced, it's going to be losses. Okay, so therefore these are the part of the challenges part. So what I'm trying to say here, so AR and VR introducing innovative ways for our artists to engage with the fans with a different interesting experiences. But these technologies also offer opportunities for new revenue stream, for fan interaction. But again, there are some challenges to it. So we have to always try to balance it. So on a music discovery part, okay, so music discovery is continuously evolving, okay, in the digital world, okay. So because as we mentioned, the algorithms, okay, in the digital platforms helps the DSPs to customize, identify the fans' interests and everything, and they can personalize the experience for the consumer. So the streaming algorithm, again, as mentioned, can personalize the recommendation or suggestion. So the leading streaming platforms are using a very sophisticated algorithm to analyze the user's listening habit, their interests. So which they create a personalized playlist and recommendations. Example, they call it Discover Weekly, Release Radar. Okay, under these kind of categories, they introduce listeners to new music, but based on the consumers' interests and preferences, taste. Okay, for the mood and activity playlist, so the algorithm also able to curate playlists based on the user's mood activities, based on their past listening pattern. Okay, so because for example, the platform can offer playlists for working out, okay, or when they're relaxing or when they're cooking, kind of related musical contents. So on the for the editorial playlist side, streaming platform usually have a team where the music editors curate playlists like New Music Friday or Today's Top Music. So this kind of playlist selection is from many different artists, but it is introducing to the listeners the latest release of popular songs. Okay, and user generated playlists. Okay, the user generated playlists are usually the listeners create their own playlist and share with their friends, each other, and they can also discover among different group. Okay, so social media influence, so sharing and virality. So social media platforms today is playing a very important role for the music discovery. So when a user shares song or clips on their profile, it can lead to viral trends. Okay, sometime we see in the short video platform, for example, like TikTok, suddenly a back catalog suddenly getting so popular. The song released 20 years ago. How? Nobody knows. That is the power of social media. So that is why we're saying sharing can turn into a virality. Okay, so influencer impact. So influencer and celebrities on social media have substantial influence in promoting music. Okay, so because they when they endorse a feature or song, it always help to result in a increase of the stream or the downloads. So sometimes nowadays artists also working in hand with influencers as a collaborations for promotion part. So user generated content, okay, and under the crowdsourced discovery. So like platforms like video contents, video platforms nowadays are also enabling musicians to publish the music independently, while the listeners can create their own music content such as cover song or remix. So the user generated content allow for organic discovery and creativity as well. Example on the platform like YouTube, for example. Okay, so on a music review platform, so websites, okay, or communities, okay, something like a metacritics and a radio music, this has become very valuable resources for music interested people, because it offers reviews, ratings, recommendations for album and tracks. Okay, lastly, the music identification app, okay, or sound recording recognition app like Shazam, Soundhound. So these kind of apps is helping the users to identify song by listening to short audio clips. So this technology make it easy for people to discover music from different sources, such as when they listen to commercials, or they're watching a movie, or they listen over the radio. They can use the app immediately identify which song the song's coming from. uh, okay, the challenges part. Okay, even though the music challenges, we are talking a lot of interesting good things, but it also comes with a challenges part, the homogenization of a taste. So while the algorithm offer personalized recommendation, but they also create a filter bubble, because they reinforce existing preference, limiting exposure to diverse music genres. In terms of monetization concern, example, emerging famous artists, they always struggle to gain visibility, to gain better income in the system, where the popular playlists are always dominated by the big labels releases. Okay, and sustainability part, you always see there's a lot of flood of new music, but too many new music is being released and focusing on singles over an album. So this is make it challenging for artists to sustain a long-term career. Okay, so next, education, like all other industries, so we are also not exceptional. So for future of music, so continuous education and skill development is very important. Okay, so our music industry is always on a constant state of flux. Okay, so because the things are keep evolving. When things are keep evolving, trend is evolving, technology is evolving, we also need to keep ourselves updated. So this is a continual learning process. Okay, so in terms of the technology side, the music production tools, okay, new software, new hardware, okay, so they have to always keep change themselves, upgrade themselves. So even the hardware they have to upgrade. Okay, their workstation need to be changed from, say, time to time. Okay, on streaming platforms, the musician and professionals, they have to understand how to use the streaming platform effectively, how to optimize their songs content on this platform, how to use the analytics from the platform to make the data driven decision, like we discussed just now, how the data and analytics to help them. So they must know how to use within the app the features available within that. Okay, and marketing promotion, digital marketing, with the increase of social media, the artists must know how to market themselves effectively. They must know how to create engaging content, how to manage their social media accounts, and how to run their advertising campaigns and stuff like that. Okay, fan engagement, they must always build and maintain a fan base, and must always continue to ongoing interact with the community that they created. Okay, all these are very important things. So business finance, so financial literacy. So our musicians should have a solid understanding of their financial affair, from their budgeting for recording expenses and how to manage royalties, and also income streams. So contract part. So they must know, they have knowledge how to negotiate contract with the labels, publishers, how to promote a crucial and fair composition to protect their artist rights. Okay, and on the copyright, intellectual property, understanding of copyright. So our musicians or labels, they need to be fully aware, okay, on the copyright laws in their home country, and they have to always keep them updated. Okay, because these include the knowledge for licensing, royalties, intellectual property protection, and stuff like that. And on separate note, like for licensing for sing deals, okay, so musician can also explore opportunities in licensing their music for films, commercials, TV dramas, etc., etc. So for live performance, musician must always continually work to, what to say, learn on their live performance skills, stage presence skills, how to manage the engage the crowd skills, okay, and adapt to other related venue or audience related stuff. And on tour planning, they must also have planning skills, logistic planning skills, so that they can minimize the cost and increase their profit. So on the industry relationship for network, so there is always important, networking is super important. So they must always build a proper network within the industry and the professional association bodies within their home country, and also across the territories where their contents are doing well. So they always have to emphasize the importance of networking. So, and they always need to adapt to the trends. So they must know which genre, which trends is doing well. So they must sure the content they're producing is related to the genres or not, the trends or not. So if they're not aware, they must upgrade their skills relating to the genres and trends. And with the growing or emerging technologies, they also must keep themselves updated with new technologies. They know, have knowledge how to use them and stuff like that. Okay, in terms of the cultural awareness, so the sensitivity of cultural. So when you're going for a global market, okay, your music is going, so you must aware about the cultural sensitive, understand their preferences, value of the diverse audiences. So diversity and inclusion. So being in the music industry, so we must always practice very important to reach out to wider audience, at same time contribute a more equitable industry. So yes, this is a topic is something very crucial and today's trend, AI. Okay, artificial intelligence, AI and ML. So ML here there means machine learning. Okay, these two is become related tools in a various aspect of music today, which is impacting in the music creation, production, and recommendation system today. Okay, so maybe we will see how it works. Okay, in today's AI algorithm, okay, such as open AI's GPT-3, or this being used to assist in composition of melodies, lyrics, and even entire the song. So this is a bit shocking and a bit worrying part also in terms of the copyright management, but the legal is a separate issue. But we let's just see in general part. So this algorithm can generate music in a various style, making it easier for artists to experiment new ideas. Okay, so the MIDI generation, okay, the machine learning model can generate MIDI data for various instruments, providing a foundation for musicians to work with, and which they can expand later on. So this is speeding up the production process. Sound design. So AI sound driven sound synthesis tool can create very unique sound, including the effects, so which is helping the producers or musician to create a very creative experiences. So mixing and mastering. So these AI tools are also helping in mixing, mastering processes. So they do automatically the adjustments, the technical mastering process, and this is helps the producers to streamline the post-production phase. So audio restoration. Okay, the machine learning algorithm is used to remove the noise, the clicks, other imperfection from the audio recordings. So improving the quality of all or damaged track. Next is a real-time performance enhancement. So the AI technology can also help to analyze live performance and automatically adjust sound level, the effects, even the lighting to enhance the audience experiences. Recommendation system. So streaming platform leading one today globally, they are using AI and ML to create a personalized playlist to give users a better listening history and better recommendations to their systems. So music discovery. So the machine learning algorithms also analyzing the listening habit of the users, their social media data to introduce users the new artists or new songs for them to experience. Content based recommendations. So machine learning also analyzing audio characteristic of song such as tempo, key, mood to recommend the tracks based on the specific preferences. Last on number three is collaborative filtering. So these recommendation system employ collaborative filtering to suggest music based on listening behavior of similar users. So these actually are trying to create a network effect that broadens the music discovery experience. So content recognition. So AI and machine learning are used in content recognition technologies like Shazam, okay, SoundHound, okay, to identify music by listening to short audio snippets. So these help protect artist copyright and support royalty collection. So in terms of anti-piracy, AI also is being sometimes used to track and identify copyrighted content across various platform and website. So this is helping us to efficient copyright enforcement. Certain country their technology is very good, so they're able to deploy and make use of these kind of tools to help them. So music transcriptions. Nowadays AI being used to convert audio recordings into sheet music. Okay, sheet music means written one, written music notes. Okay, so this is make it easier for musicians to analyze and play songs composed by others. So lyrics and chord recognition. So machine learning also is able to analyze audio and identify lyric chords, song structure, helping to understand in the learning of music. So lastly, on the instrument part, so there are AI powered instrument. Okay, example like Google Magenta projects and Synth. This can generate a novel sound and adapt in real time, enhancing the creative possibilities during the live performances. So AI is becoming something very crucial today. So AI is increasingly integrated into various aspects of music industry today, from music creation to production and recommendation system. So this offers our musicians, our industry professionals, powerful tools to enhance creativity, optimizing production process, music discovery, and etc. So lastly, on future of formats. So this is my last points for today. So future of formats. So what I'm trying to mean here. So music industry must be ready to anticipate and adapt to potential changes in technology, potential changes in user behavior. Okay, these changes maybe includes immersive experiences, development of new technologies, or changing trend or formats. Okay, so example on the VR and AR as part of immersive experiences. So today's music industry should explore opportunity to integrate VR and AR technology to create a better music experience. So these include virtual concert, interactive music video, or AR enhanced merchandise and etc. So and then live streaming and interactive shows. So this today the industry can further develop live streaming capabilities, provide the fans opportunity to virtually attend concert, interact with artists in real time, and stuff something like that. Okay. So new audio technologies. So today, a lot of leading platforms are emphasizing on spatial audio and 3D sound. Okay, with the increase of spatial audio technologies like a Dolby Atmos, Sony 360 reality audios, so artists should engage, explore to create more music with these immersive soundscapes environment. So they must prepare for this kind of adoption of technologies so they can stay relevant in the market. And AI generated music. So musician and producers can incorporate AI generated music elements into their work. So collaborating with AI system to produce more innovative composition and arrangements. Audio hardware. So audio, the industry also need to embrace the what to say, evolving audio hardware innovations such as smart speaker or high quality headphones for devices. So these kind of things, artists should also consider optimizing their music for these such platforms. So evolving formats. NFT digital collectives were as part of evolving formats. So the industry should explore partnership with NFT platforms, implement digital collectible strategies. It is something to be studied and explored further. So blockchain-based music rights. So implementing blockchain for music right management can help ensure fair compensation for artists, streamline the complex process for tracking and distributing royalties. Emerging audio formats. So the industry should monitor emerging audio formats such as binaural audio and advanced compression uh, that are offer enhanced audio quality at a lower bit rates. So staying up to date with this format can help ensure music is optimized for evolving distribution channels. So sustainability. So preparing for future involves considering the environmental impact for new format and technologies, so such as energy consumption for VR and blockchain platforms. Sustainability practices and energy efficient technology should be integrated into music production and distribution. Accessibility. So as we see new formats and technology are emerging, coming up, so the industry must always ensure our music remains accessible to all, with those including those with disabilities. So developing and promoting accessible solution is also crucial, and we must include as part of inclusivity. Okay. So collaboration and education. So cross-industry collaboration is something good to be explored, to collaborate with the various artists across the borders. Okay, what to say, technicians across the countries. Okay, collaboration is part important. Education and trainings, musicians, our industry experts should maybe consider invest in education training to stay up to date, so they know the latest development in technology. They can attend conferences like we are today in China's IMX Expo. Okay, for sharing session. Okay, these kind of platforms provide knowledge sharing, so which is being very useful for us. So that's all from me for today. But as a conclusion, before I end, so I would conclude that as we look into the future of music, it is proven the digital transformation has reshaped the industry in its own ways. Streaming services, I think, has emerged lah. It's become very dominant players for the music consumption because preferred choice for the listeners. Okay, and it's providing more opportunities for the artists. Okay, data and analytics have become indispensable tools for decision making. Okay, because it allows the record labels, artists, first to understand and engaging their audience better. So indie artists also is increasing prominently. So which is good. So they must share their music and their stories to the entire world. But we can't deny there is always a challenge that we need to continue to address. So monetization remains a complex issue. So artists, labels are saying they are not happy with the revenue they're making. So we have to find ways to generate a better income, okay, to how to expand our income better. So at the same time, we also need to look into the emerging technologies, which is providing new experience for the audience to engage music. So music discovery with the algorithms, with the AI technologies, machine learning, okay, is being part of music industry today, taking us to a new direction. So these new directions creating new immersive experiences for the artists as well as for the consumers. So in conclusion, the future of music is a landscape uh, of innovation and changes. So to thrive in this dynamic industry, we all of us, from the music players from the industry, whether we are artists, we are musicians, we are technicians, okay, or music lovers, we together must embrace the technology, adapting the changing formats, okay, and then let us prioritize the fan engagement, okay. So myself here today, um, very happy to meet all of you in this China's International Music Expo. Thanks for joining. Thanks for your patience listening to my session. Hope it gives a few valuable points for your taking back. So thank you for the opportunity, IMX and the organizers team. Uh, have a good day, everyone. Thank you.
So I thank for the organizers of IMX to have me. I come from London. My name is Loredana. I am the Senior Vice President of Digital Licensing and Business Affairs at Downtown Music Group. We are a large services provider based mainly in the US and in Europe, but we have offices worldwide in 26 different countries. So just gonna dive in straight into the topic today, and let me see if this works. No? Other side. We are having, there we go. It's a problem of being left-handed versus right-handed, sorry. So the scope today, and what I would like to talk to you today, it's quite vast, but the main point is that I would like to take with me in an excursus where I would like to explain first, how rights are customarily handled in outside China. From that, I would like to also kind of give an historical and a more modern view on catalog acquisitions and why they are happening outside China at such an incredible rate. And then also explain why did we got to that type of financing structure, taking you through an historical overview of how rights were handled outside China and how do we got to structures that still allow artists to retain control. So I'm gonna just dive in quite straight. Yes, that worked. So how are rights handled outside China? I understand that here works like this, but not necessarily. And my understanding is that here you have more of a unified approach when it comes to rights. So usually a song, all the rights connected to a song might actually belong to just one rights owner. And outside China is really not like that. And what I'm showing you here is probably the biggest simplification that I ever done on a slide of how it works. Just as a basic rule, you have the rights that belong to the master, so the sound, the music that you hear, are usually customarily assigned to a sound record, a record company. You will have the rights that belong to the composition, so the lyrics and the music. They get sold to a publisher. And then usually you have another set of rights that is recording rights. They usually handled by another set of companies that are called performer society rights organization. This is richly the bare bone of how this works. It gets far, far more complicated. On the publishing side, you usually don't even have one publisher owning rights to just one single track. Things might get even more complicated when we're talking about international structures, but the point that I want to make here today is just to show that basically an artist, at least in the Western world, it's always been used to the idea of selling their rights in order to access the music industry. So we are really accustomed to this idea. You don't literally own your music anymore. You just get someone else stepping in, but not providing service to you. They will actually get your rights away from you, and then they will provide services. Usually the way that this works is either you get what is called a full buyout, so they pay you an amount of money up front, and that's it. Your relationship with your music is pretty much ends there. Or you can actually get what is a more traditional type of structure where you get an upfront payment called an advance, and then you will get royalties ongoing for the duration of the agreement. But one way or the other, you still don't own your copyrights anymore for at least, at the beginning it was for life of copyrights. Now we got to more decent deals that I would say go down at around 10, 15 years. And from the mentality that, and this is important to understand the mentality that we have. It means that we see music as a commodity, and so it's something that basically can be traded. And that didn't take long to, at some point, for record company and labels to understand that, I sign this artist and this artist and this artist, and then eventually I get a big catalog, and this catalog has got value. And it's a catalog that I have the rights to sell to someone else and make extra money out of it. And so catalog acquisition started becoming, at the beginning, more common just within the music industry, most likely from the publisher side, where they would just be moving across one publisher to another. But then we got to a point where actually even different type of entity got interested. So we have companies like Hypnosis. I don't know if you heard of them. Hypnosis is a pure music investment fund. They don't manage your catalog, they don't do anything, they don't do marketing, they rely on third-party companies to do what they need to do, but they purely invest on acquiring music catalogs. And I think that they got founded 5 years ago, and to date, they have already spent over 3 billion in catalog acquisitions. Those amounts are absolutely insane. And then we see also a lot of music companies that are private equity investment companies that are starting getting invested in this type of acquisitions. Again, either directly, or they might come to companies like Downtown, not a great example, we don't do this, but they might provide funds for other companies to buy catalogs. And why is that? So I could probably stay here 7 hours to explain the entire topic, and in all honesty, it's not also the core of what I do, but I will give you what I feel are the most important reasons that we have seen over the last few years that are dictating this trend. And the first one is the fact that the music industry is undeniable been living a steady growth. So now, in the Western countries especially, we have been crying out loud since the 80s, since the advent of streamings, that we're not seeing the money that we were making before in the physical era. But the reality is that since streaming arrived, our industry has been steadily growing again. Which means that the money that you're making out of a catalog is actually steady investments to make. You know that something is going to come up, and it's probably going to be better. So this is why there is definitely this renewed interest that goes even beyond the music industry, especially over the last few years that there have been so much crisis in sectors that might feel reliable, and then they suddenly experience a downturn. And that topped up with also the fact that music has proved, especially over the last 3 or 4 years, as something that is still reliable when there are massive economic crises. If you think about the COVID-19 crisis, but even the crisis that we are having right now, especially in Europe, the cost of living crisis, people are still listening to music. So we still rely on music, to make our day better, even if we are living, in terrible situation. And these are probably the reasons why catalog acquisitions have moved to become more and more, and eventually we'll understand how this works. Just bear with me. We're there. Becoming more and more, common. This slide is only a few of the examples that I was able to find. When I started looking at it, I was just inundated by hundreds of examples. And this is just what happened over the last couple of years. You have Katy Perry selling her catalog of just 5 albums for over 250 million. You have Sting selling his catalog for 300 million. David Bowie estimated for over 250 million. Those numbers are astronomical. I mean, if you think nobody would actually think of investing this money outright without actually wanting to buy the entire catalog. And, the question is, what is the benefit then from an artist's point of view, because what I've been mentioning so far is, why are people wanting to invest? But from an artist's point of view, obviously you can see it right here, artists are making an insane amount of money immediately. It's instant cash, they don't need to wait and hope that their catalog is going to be steadily growing for the next 10, 15, 20 years to make money. They just get basically an estimation of the value of the catalog over the next few years, and they get it all paid immediately. It doesn't matter if the artist is not going to be popular anymore. And the way that it works, and this is also reflected by the fact that what's happening in these deals is that incredible multipliers have been applied. What I mean by that? So the way that you evaluate a catalog is that basically you take how much a catalog has been generating over the last year, and then you multiply for the number of years that you think it will keep a steady value. And usually this multiplier is 10%. So value of the catalog multiplied by 10, that's the amount that you actually pay when you're acquiring a catalog. These are not 10% multipliers. These are deals that some of them have actually got up to 30% multiplier. So someone has decided to invest cash money immediately, expecting that they will see the same value being steady for the next 30 years. I mean, of course, artists are actually jumping on it left and right. And then one of the reasons that I found actually interesting, that being a big kind of disproved by the fact that now you have people like Katy Perry and Justin Bieber, so younger one, also jumping on the wagon of selling catalogs. But I think an interesting one is that if you go a bit backwards, you will see that these catalog acquisitions are always tied up to older artists. You have Phil Collins, Sting, David Bowie, because it is an easy way of manage your estate. These people are on the verge of retirement. Managing this level of complex catalog, it's a nightmare, and people probably think it's much easier to divide, cash across milestones and children rather than having them to fight, as it happened with the Prince estate, where I think that they are still actually actively fighting. So now this sounds amazing. I mean, you read this, millions of money being paid, what's the downside? Well, first of all, not everybody's going to get you 100 million. I mean, I wish that I could make a song and someone is going to come to me and offer me this money, but it's really not something that everybody can do. But even for the people that can do, it is a really important decision that they need to make at the core. And this decision, I already spoke about this one. There is a summary of what I just said, but I mean, I'm sure that you were listening, so we don't need to focus on this. I am terrible with slides. But this is on point. And what we're saying here is that what is the downside of selling your catalog? Well, you lose control. You just don't know what's going to happen with your music anymore. I mean, an agreement might actually, prevent that you have some approvals and not approvals, but the reality of it, especially when we're not talking about a one-on-one deal, so a regular label deal, an artist gives their rights, you might have some sort of a discussion with the label, but the moment that the label or a publisher is selling your catalog to someone else, you have absolutely no clue who this other person is. You might actually incur quite a lot of issues. And those issues could be basically starting from the fact that the music, your catalog might end up in the hands of people that you actually don't like. I don't know if Taylor Swift made the news also over here back in 2019, but at some point her catalog got sold to Scooter Braun. She absolutely hates Scooter Braun, and at the time it was quite funny actually, you were following it, because there was an absolute saga going on newspapers, whether there were music industry or no music industry newspaper, because she didn't let go. And in the end what she did, it was to re-record her entire catalog and direct her funds to only listen to the album that she re-recorded, so much she didn't want Scooter Braun to have control over her music. Another, let's make a drastic example, is the fact that your music might be used in ways that you don't like. Think of an advertising that is not in line with the views of an artist. I'm going to give you again another Western example, but if you don't know this artist, go and listen to him because he's fantastic. And basically, Morrissey is the former lead singer of the Smiths. He is probably the most famous vegan out there. And I don't even want to imagine what would happen if his music would end up in a meat advertising. It would probably be war. So, but nowadays it's becoming even more important to retain control, because we have the advent of AI. do we want our music to be using an AI? Do we want AI to be trained on it? What happens, and how do we control what deep fakes are going to be out there that we actually like and we don't? So it's very important to make sure that you can retain control over what you don't like. But another thing that is really important is that you retain control to be able to embrace changes. So one example that I have still related with AI is Grime. Grime is a famous American artist. You might know her because she was, maybe she still is, I'm not in the gossip, but she was a partner with Elon Musk. They have a couple of children, which they name with a formula, if I am correct. That's not the point of the situation, but the point is that she decided to let people use her voice to generate music, as long as people will pay back 50% of whatever money they generated. Now we could spend probably 7 hours discussing and dissecting this decision, but the point that I want to make here is that that was her decision. If she had given away the rights, she wouldn't have had this opportunity to make such a bold decision and embrace a technology that nobody still knows what it is. And so this is why I think it is absolutely vital that we always give into consideration that, yes, is there a value to sell your catalog? There might be, because there might be other factors that come in consideration, but people really need to be aware of what they're also losing. And so what do we do? I understand that over here in China, and please feel free to step up and correct me if I'm wrong, but you are already in a way a step ahead, because what we call the service provider economy in Europe seems to be more how you work over here. It seems to me that I understand that artists retain control over their music and they outsource, services to people that can help them bringing their brand, bringing their music to the next level. And this is something that, it has never been in our minds up to a decade ago outside China. And why is that? And this is why I'm going to bore you with some history. Because basically the way that we worked, and this I told you is going to be going back up to the 50s, but I will be quick. So the way that it worked in terms of development of the music industry, especially in the UK and US, if I can take my main points of reference, in the 50s, you literally had no other option to get into the music industry unless you will get to a major. There were no independent record companies. You will have to go to a major record company, sold them your rights, and that would take care of it. So access was extremely restricted. There was no control. They would do whatever they wanted with your music. Maybe you could claim or be involved in the creative process, but the sale of the catalog was always there. The structure was there. Then time evolved, and we basically, with the slight advancement of certain type of technology, obviously in the physical world, we got to the 70s and 80s, which is personally my favorite time. And this is the moment where a movement that is called do-it-yourself kind of took over. What is do-it-yourself? Basically, that was the moment where people started realizing, I don't need a record label to be out there. I can press a vinyl on my own. I can design the sleeves by myself, I can take them to a shop, and I can have my album out. It was still obviously a much more limited way to accessing the system because you didn't have a Spotify, there was no internet. So you had to go physically to a shop. But it created a sport of creativity that was never seen before. Everybody could become an artist that could be listened by other people, and everybody could become a label that could have helped those artists. So for me, the majority of the albums that I love are actually coming out from the 70s and 80s in the UK, coming out exactly from this movement. So it's happening, it sounds absolutely great, and we would think, okay, we saw the issue, this is fantastic. And yes and no. Because where we landed up, in the 90s, at some point it was just structured mainly like this. So you have on the left side or right side, I don't distinguish left or right, but on the label side, you can actually see what was the original model, which is a label is there, the artist signs with the label is providing all those services, whether it's physical distribution, marketing, UGC management, which probably at the time didn't even exist, so I shouldn't put it in there, royalty processing, and global strategies. It was also, those were the services that the label would be offering to artists in exchange of getting their rights. But then we got to the do-it-yourself movement, and an artist could actually finally step in and do all those things themselves, up to when digital arrived. And why is that? Because when digital arrived, well, this happened. It got a tad more complicated. We didn't have just one outlet to go out. Outlets became multiplied by this exposure that you will get through the internet, and the number of things that you need to do to just have a single track out there became a bit more difficult. You have to have a YouTube channel, you have to have your social media channels, you need to understand how your DSP streaming service is paying you, how do you read the royalty statements, not an easy thing to do. You need to have a global release strategy. We're not releasing anymore on a country-by-country basis, so you really need to know how it works everywhere if you want to be effective in multiple countries. I'm not going to read through all of them, but this is the problem that they were facing. And so this is a problem where, in a way, we had to, identify what's next. And this is where I think I came first across a concept from Steve Albini. He's a super famous producer of, Sonic Youth and another million bands that I absolutely adore. He was giving this interview where basically he was expressing the same concept here. It was like, we moved from the control of the label, but we are now in a situation where doing it yourself doesn't work anymore. We need to outsource. We need to have artists outsource what they need so that they can still do what they need to, what the record label needs to do, but they can do it themselves and they can retain control. The problem there, and this is basically where we got into the concept of, a service provider. But this to me is an advanced service provider. I want to take you actually back to this one, because in a way we can also read this graph as a service provider, as an outsourcing type of situation, because those can be all the services in the red bolts could actually be different companies to which either the label or the artist are outsourcing what they're doing. And you think, okay, that's great, problem solved. Yes and no. And this comes because, from what I was saying, there is a slight difference here, as you can see. Everything is connected. And where do I come from is that, so to give you a bit of background, I got obsessed with the idea of that Steve Albini was mentioning at the time. So far that I actually called my own company Do It Together, because that was the name that he was giving to this movement. And I did my entire final project in music business management that was from DIY to Do It Together. And the idea was then to create a 360 company that could cater to the needs of artists, but not only artists, also labels or any other type of, rights holder, a music player, in a way that was better organized. And I came to this idea because when I started my career working in the legal department of Ministry of Sound, I was working there not long, and at some point I realized that I received a request to draft an agreement for a DJ Mix compilation for a really famous international artist, and from the marketing department. Ministry of Sound was an independent record company which is now owned by Sony, but it was also a super famous nightclub. And I got, after a couple of weeks, a request for another contract for exactly the same DJ who was coming to play in the club. And I was like, sorry, haven't you talked to your colleague over there? I mean, we're engaging the same person. What's going on here? And they didn't. So what came out of this, and we were just a 100 people company, I mean, not a small one, but not even an insanely big one for communication to get lost at that level. But what happens is that we outsource things in different ways, disconnected ways. So we had the promotion of these two projects were run completely independent from another. So we could have totally used the promotion of the club to announce the upcoming DJ Mix album of this artist. We could have actually done the other way around, use the compilation promotion on radio to also announce that the DJ was coming to play at our club. We even had two different videographers creating different videos to promote pretty much the same thing. Ridiculous. I mean, double cost. We could have saved on cost, we could have saved on communication, and we could have come up with a better project. So my idea at the time, and I'm talking about 2008, 2009, it was to come up with something like this. So where you have a rights holder that is still outsourcing services, but they are doing it in a connected way. Doesn't mean that you need to outsource everything. You outsource what you need, But even if you just need two of these things, maybe you only need digital distribution and marketing. But if digital distribution and marketing are talking to each other, you're probably going to come up with something better. I think that was my dream at the time, but I didn't believe in it. So I decided to focus on my legal career, absolutely boring, and I let it there. But then, eventually fate decided that something was there, because after a lot of years, actually, I finally ended up to, first of all, being able to change the slides, which is not helping me anymore. Let me do something here. It decided that, okay, great. Decided to basically take me to Downtown Music Group. So this is the company where I work now. We're missing actually some of the sub-companies that we have here, but those were the most important ones, in my opinion, to show to you today. And more than anything, I would like to take you to the excursus, because it does tie in with what I was saying earlier about catalog acquisition. So Downtown actually originally started just with Downtown Music Publishing, so the little one that you see right next to Curve. And they were just a traditional publisher. They would own copyrights, they would provide publishing service to their clients. They set up a small sub-company called Sound Trust that didn't own copyrights but would provide administration service from the publishing side. And that was it, just standard, And then at some point what they decided to do, it was, guess what? They sold their catalog. They sold their catalog to Concord, one of their main competitors. And if you follow Concord, I think that they just acquired Round here for an undisclosed impossible amount yesterday. They are instead a company that is heavily into catalog acquisition. And instead we went in the opposite direction. And everybody was like, what are they doing? Are they crazy? But they weren't crazy. They had just a very different idea in mind. Because after that, they started with a really aggressive, actually, acquisition process, but not of catalogs, but of companies. They started acquiring the three companies that you see on this side, CD Baby and Sounddrop. Actually, this group of companies includes at least another 6 companies that we haven't mentioned here because they don't do pure distribution. But they are direct-to-artist services. So now we can cover, we can provide publishing services, but we can also help any artist that decides to have their music online. Then they decided to acquire the part of the group was also what is called right now Downtown Artist and Label Services, formerly called Dashco. Dashco was a business-to-business distribution, so their clients are labels like Anjan. Their clients are labels, and they have basically their music go to multiple DSPs. Worldwide, they offer marketing services, they offer trends, analytics, helping on making sense of the data, and they focus on Latin American music. Then they acquired Fuga. Fuga does pretty much the same thing of Downtown, artist and label services, but they do it centered in Europe. They specialize mainly in K-pop, electronica, EBM, but they also have, Arctic Monkeys, quite a lot of really high-level artists as well. And they can cover everything from a smaller distributor to a big label. They also had a neighboring rights division. We created and unified another neighboring rights division. We also have YouTube administration services. So in a way, the slides here shows the cohesion of services that we've been creating. An artist, a label, a publisher, anybody just gets into the system and they can actually decide what services do I need today. Sorry, I forgot to mention that we also bought Curve. They are the last one, so I don't to forget about them. But they are an amazing company that does royalty administration services. So people can come to us, and the way that it goes literally is, okay, I need royalty administration services, but I don't need anything else. Fine, jump in, it's okay. But then other people may come in and they are like, I need label and distribution services, royalty administration services, I need neighboring rights, and I also have a publishing catalog. Can you help me? Well, actually we can. But we don't force them to use all these services. They retain their contract, they retain control over their copyrights. We don't sign them on long-term deals. They obviously, if they receive an advance, is another story. But otherwise, they can, swift in and out. They can completely decide which services they want to use, how they want to use them, and they can also decide where the music goes. So the flexibility goes as granular as to basically being able to say, I want my music sent to 10 cents, I want this part of my catalog be sent to Zen but I don't want my music to be sent to NetEase. Freedom, they decide where they want to go. And the reason why we can actually maintain this level of flexibility is because we're providing really good services. This is actually at the core of what we're doing. Clients stay as long as they're happy. If they're not happy, you go wherever you need to go. And we then obviously try to extend the services that we provide to more specified marketing services, and then partnering with other companies like Rodor, I'm leading up there. It's a video creation service that is helpful for our direct artists that are accessing our service so that they can also create videos very cheap. Everything is fully integrated in the system, get distributed to over 167 DSPs if they want it. So no, I don't want to have a downtown kind of talk today. This to me is already talking a bit too much about it. But where I want to focus backwards is the fact that this really connects with the idea that I have of the importance of not only outsourcing your services to retain control, but to having the opportunity of doing it in a way that is still going to make it manageable for you as an artist or as a label. Because this level of control is going to be absolutely vital once we get towards the future. Now, tomorrow morning there are at least 4 panels on AI, so I won't bother anybody on it today, but the reality is that what's coming next, it's something that really requires flexibility. On AI, first of all, in a nutshell, because we don't know what we're doing. So you really want to know where your music is going and make sure that you're not just gonna say yes to something and then the internet is gonna be flooded, TikTok is gonna be flooded with AI-generated tracks that you don't like. But it's also, for other type of uses, like even the UGC, if we think how much they have evolved over the last few years, before you will actually, be getting very picky if a music will get using an advertising that you don't like. But right now, every day, hundreds of users are using your music to promote whatever they want on Instagram, and we have no control anymore. Do we care? Do we don't care? It's the sensibility about this thing changing, and it is changing how important it is. But you still want to have some sort of a say in this type of discussion, because otherwise, music has just become a commodity that gets traded as a piece of water, and it's not necessarily what it is, because music is a piece of art, first and foremost, and we shouldn't forget that copyright law has been created to allow the artist and the creator to maintain control, so we shouldn't go too far away. And basically, so in conclusion, obviously, it's not about, with my talk, I want to disregard people who go via, acquisition structures. Everybody's got a different model that we work with them in a different way. From my side, it just makes me happy to see that things are aligning, that we're all kind of facing in a way the same models that can allow flexibility and that can, more than anything, allow our artists to then have cross-collaboration to achieve a global success without having to rely just on one party, but also our partners, within China and, Western countries. If we move in ways that are similar, it's going to be more easy to collaborate. So that's it. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much, Morgana. And my colleague will escort you to another meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
那我就先给各位来这个串场，然后呢给大家介绍一下。各位好，我们 IMX 国际音乐季呢，遇到了一点小麻烦之后呢，今天还是如期的在19号的下午跟大家见面。在座的各位呢，我相信都是非常希望能够听到我们今天的嘉宾们的观点分享的。所以呢，我代表 IMX 的组委会呢，向我们的今天的来参会的这些观众们表示欢迎。同时呢，我也希望今天隆重的向各位介绍一下，我们现在这个环境是专门来录制我们今天的IMX 的panel 的。那么首先呢，我想介绍我们的主持人是赵志功律师，非常知名的娱乐法方面的专家。那么第二位呢是我们的燕小咖老师，是非常资深的版权人。第三位呢是来自摩登天空的创始人沈立辉老师。 然后第4位呢是来自我们Downtown Music 的Loredana 女士，然后第5位呢是来自看见音乐的听可先生。那么我们还是给大家一个热烈的掌声。所以我就把接下来的这个主导权呢交给我们的赵志忠律师，然后呢希望接下来的分享呢能够为大家带来这个非常好的收获。接下来请赵律师开始。
好，谢谢主持人。感觉今天好，谢谢。喂，好，谢谢主持人。感觉今天这个现场像一个综艺节目的录制现场，我觉得大家远道而来就是很荣幸。然后今天呢，非常有幸请到了我们行业里面的前辈大佬今天跟大家做一些分享。这边呢有一些问题想先跟几位请教一下，就是这几年音乐市场的变化其实非常的巨大，尤其是 Spotify Apple Music 以及 YouTube 这些数字流媒体的平台出现，它导致了我们这个行业在变革，以及我们的版权收入的情况呢，跟之前传统模式不太一样。那就是想听大家的看法。The model of music copyright revenue has been changing over the past 10 years. So, the dominant influence of digital streaming, short video platform, and live streaming, like Spotify, YouTube, Apple Music, they have changed music industry a lot and impacted music copyright revenue to the artists and labels. So, what do you see? What do you think about it? And can you share your thoughts about it? Yes.我觉得可以这样，就是按照这个顺序，我先叶老师您先分享一下您的想法。好嘞。
这个是短视频的产生，
就是现在的这个版权的收入模式吧，跟以前传统唱片时代不太一样了。
对。
然后现在层出不穷的各种的短视频以及流媒体就这几年这个对市场的变化，你有什么看法？
我们自己的体感我们自己的体感呢，其实是因为我之前是在传统唱片公司做的，我那时候做宣传，其实可以通过电台、平面，然后电视台，就是还有网络也有，就是宣传的渠道其实是比较广的。然后宣传期会集中在一个3个月到6个月的一个期间，你可以通过卖 CD， 然后流媒体音乐平台的收入就可能会比较可观一些。然后这几年我觉得大家的一个宣传的打法其实就会比较局限，就是大家有一种就是说好像我只能在短视频平台，像抖音、快手这样的地方去做宣传，我的歌才有可能会爆。然后因为很多艺人他其实不太有打歌的品牌了，除了像音综什么的，因为我们跟音综的合作也比较多，但音综其实会聚焦在一些资深的艺人、老牌的歌手的这样的一些嘉宾。其实像新锐一点的歌手，我觉得给的舞台会比较少。所以我觉得这个可能是这几年的一个困境吧。来听一下沈老师分享。
短视频是吧？
对。
流媒体短视频。
对，那个流媒体对于我们这样的音乐公司来讲，其实以前我们就是跟他搞个 deal， 就给多少钱，然后这个其实收入还不错，但是非独家以后收入就变得挺多。然后短视频，我们在这方面是很落后的，拿我们自己举例很落后，因为我个人一直没下抖音的 APP。然后呢，其实我们公司好多人没下，但是我们觉得这个也不对，所以实际上呢，就是我们在过去的这些里面也想尝试做短视频营销收效不太好但是因为我们是线下这些演出音乐节这些，所以 相对我们比较擅长一些，所以实际上我们的艺人推广，因为我们都是创作人啊，都是现场音乐型的，所以实际上他们就通过 live house 巡演啊，然后当然包含音乐节啊、演唱会啊、剧场啊这些，其实线下这些是我们最主流的这样的一个，在流媒体平台拿不到什么资源。现在像这些TME 或者网易或者这些平台，对于资源，他们都在推自己的内容，所以实际上对于传统唱片公司还是挺被动的。
他们现在在开自己的经纪公司。
一个是经纪公司，另外我觉得流媒体平台应该是最大的版权方，也是最大的内容公司，所以实际上就是去推广音乐还是挺吃力的，除非比如说这首歌我们是跟他合作啊，然后他才把这些推到榜单的前面，这是很现实的一种情况，所以实际上，对我现在来讲就还挺，怎么说呢，就挑战挺大的。
就您怎么看后面跟他们，比如说合作或者竞争发展？因为他们可能第一步就把这些好的艺人 A2给拿掉了。
A2部分我觉得还是就是主要在版权获取的效率方面，他们比传统的唱片公司要高的太多。所以作为传统唱片公司来讲，它可能比拼的都是数量，比如说像网易云有50万、60万亿这个数字内，每个月都在上升。但对于我们来讲，可能我们就用可能几十组真正有经纪约这种全约的音乐人，所以我们可能会更深入的去运营音乐人，而不是在。因为我们的选择和精力都有限，所以你合作，可能过去25年我们才合作可能200组、300组，就已经很多了。但实际上对于这些艺人，可能我们都能通过更立体的方式去运营，但是平台的获取版权的效率显然更高了。所以实际上我觉得，如果在唱片公司或版权这一个维度来讲，我觉得我们跟平台的竞争是没有优势的。但如果从一个艺人角度看这个事儿，我们可能是有一个立体的，一个也不叫优势，可能就是不一样的一个角度。
好的，谢谢。Yeah,
sorry,
yeah, you can hop in anytime.
Yeah, but do you mind
repeat the
yes,
question
yes.
again? Okay. I mean, the model of the copyright royalties or the model of the copyright revenues is changing a lot in the past 10 years. Like we used to buy vinyls, cassette, and we go to music shop, but everyone used Spotify. Everyone is watching YouTube, and the royalties is different from like 10 years ago. So, what do you see the future of the copyright revenue for artists or for labels?
Right. Do you want to go first? Well, historically, obviously, internationally, there's been diversification between master rights and recording rights. There's a very good historic reason for that. And without turning this into a history lesson on international music worldwide music industry, I think I want to put things into perspective from Kajan's perspective, but also a China perspective. With the enactment of the changes to the copyright law in China, copyright law China in 2021, I think China's music industry has moved much closer to where the rest of the world is in terms of remuneration of rights holders. And with that in mind, I also want to touch on the point that historically in China, the music industry has developed differently than the rest of the world. And because of that, there is no baggage to carry, and businesses in China are much more open to exploring alternative options and alternative methods, for as long as, of course, they are properly licensed for music content and for video content as well. And I think from where we stand, what we've seen is the rest of the world looking at China in the same way that they look at Spotify. Sorry, when I say China, I mean Chinese players like Tencent or NetEase or Douyin or anyone else or many others. And the point I'm trying to make is that people outside China usually look at those players in China and they think that's all of China, when it's not. And I was discussing this yesterday that TME's last report, Q2 report, actually shows that for the first time the online digital revenue overtook the entertainment services, the digital entertainment services, the social entertainment services, which is a huge thing, because still half of the revenue of Tencent is not generated by streaming and digital downloads. I think that's a huge difference in terms of understanding. I think that's where I would be interested, and I'll be looking into, because what those other services, social entertainment services, they require both sets of rights. They require both publisher and master. And I think going forward, those rights holders who are able to offer as a one-stop shop, or at least very quickly in one place, to be able to clear both master and publishing rights, they will be in a better position, because the world is moving towards a more converged exploitation of copyrights.
Yeah, well, I can only offer, the outside China perspective, and in my opinion, I wouldn't say that I still look at Spotify, Apple, or YouTube as my main source of income. By that I mean, of course they are. They make probably 80% of the money that gets generated, but they are not the priority of the strategy. They are there, and they are, an assumed revenue streams that we have got. Now we would start, discussing whether the model that they're using to pay right now is fair or not fair. We should move to output-centric or different models. And that doesn't change the fact that those are kind of established ways for us to make money. We have a penetration that is, I think, on average, I haven't looked at the stats in a while, but I would expect that pretty much everybody's going to be above 35%. So it's quite different from a 50-50 split pie. So what I have been seeing changing over the last 5 to 7 years is the fact that we've been moving from platforms that are, let's call them like music-centric, and by that I mean streaming services, whether they are from Spotify, which is a fully music-dedicated company, to companies that don't have music at their core, like YouTube, Amazon, and Apple. But they really the services that are primary function is to provide music. What I've seen over the last 5 years is there's been a shift so that there are no real, at least in the Western countries, no real interesting streaming services coming up anymore. Everything is shifting to raw video, whether it is a short form platform, whether it is moving into fitness, and they have videos to provide classes, whether it's becoming gaming, whether it will be the metaverse, but the shift is towards the synchronization type of licenses. And that's where I actually agree that the problem that we're getting right now is that we are more and more, at least in my job, I deal with companies that are not music focused. They are companies from other industries that are coming into our industries, and they need to find a way to get music. And the problem is, it is already almost impossible for someone like Spotify, what they do. Day in, day out, it's just what they do. It's music clearances to understand how it works for a while. Imagine when you have a fitness company like Peloton having to come into the industry and understanding what they need to do. And Peloton is big, so they can actually, afford consultants to explain to them what they need to do. In my opinion, they also got wrong advice, but that's another story. Other companies that are smaller and still can generate revenues, right now find themselves without an outlet. And one of the, I think, easier example if we think about the metaverse. Now we're kind of, at least in the Western country, the music industry is about, the metaverse doesn't exist. It came and it went. It's just like, well, actually the metaverse hasn't actually arrived yet. But the main problems that we've got right now is that we have the silent metaverse, most of it, because it is absolutely impossible when you have a structure that is decentralized, so there is no actual one owner with an interest in creating music, to clear that space, because what do? You get a developer of an experience in Roblox to go through the mess that means to create music or publishing and sound recording. So that's where I think that, I mean, where the industry is shifting is definitely going into a synchronization mode, but at the same time it's going to kind of have some serious hurdle of keeping up the status, especially with the advent of AI, because they're going to have tons of music that is going to be easily clear and cheap. All these companies can actually access.
Okay, I really like the word you used, decentralized. Yeah, I think every country has its own local digital platform. Like in Korea, they use Amalo. In Japan, they use a local. I forgot the name. Sorry. And in the US, maybe a lot of people use Spotify or Amazon Music. In Europe, like every other local. I think it's like be decentralized for digital platform or digital distribution for music. So what do you see to collect royalties from different platforms around the world? I think that's a lot of job. Yeah, that's a lot of work to do. Yeah.
Do you mind if I jump in here?
Yeah, you can jump in.
Actually, yeah, that's a very good point you were making, but I would try and word it in my own words. What you were saying, what is it, should put through my perspective is talking about global DSPs and local DSPs. I wouldn't call it decentralized, but local versus global DSPs. And I'm not pitting the two against each other, I'm just trying to explain what Spotify's research and data they've shown, what's it called, where they show how many independent artists they exist and how many of them generate over 10,000 or 100,000, etc. That report, I forgot the name of the moment, but that report from Spotify shows clearly that there's a lot of niche artists and a lot of niche genres. But the current model, and I'm not judging it, I'm just expressing my opinion about it, is not working for certain artists. I come from Eastern Europe, originally from Bulgaria, and there's a lot of Bulgarian artists that are extremely popular here. But Bulgaria is not a territory that is famous for its export of music, unlike, for example, the Netherlands or other countries that are not in US or territories in Europe. And with that in mind, I know artists that are on the top of the charts within Bulgaria and that are not generating the same revenue of Spotify that they are actually generating from YouTube. And in the meanwhile, there are at least one, I haven't lived in Bulgaria for a very long time. I guess there's 2 radio stations that play Bulgarian music only, which means there is demand. There is a sustainable business model, whether it's ads or something else. There is a sustainable business model for a small country of 6 million people to maintain its local music scene, but it's not transferred onto the digital world and the streaming world. What I'm trying to say is, for me, clearly there is enough room for local DSPs across the world, and I believe China is one of the best examples for that. Having Tencent and NetEase, well, I should say Cool and QQ Music and Xiaomi and NetEase across the years that have proven that when you cater to the specific needs of a local audience and you have functionality that is specific for them, that's definitely much better for the end user, which is us as listeners.
If I can challenge you here, isn't that they also do it so well because they lack competition? Because I mean, when we speak about having local streaming services, I would expect that for a local streaming service to be able to make up a presence in Bulgaria rather than Italy, which is exactly the same situation. We will have Italian artists and some imported from the US, but we're not really massively even exporting ourselves. But I would expect that the geopolized Italian streaming service is not going to be able to take over the presence of Spotify in the country. What do you think?
You refer to Chinese being isolated and without competition.
Well, I'm expecting that here the competition is like, it's a very different position compared to other countries where, maybe Spotify was there for many years before, Apple Music, there are kind of differences in terms of having international and presence of an international mega power being there since the beginning. And you kind of develop your internal services and your first option, if I understand it correctly, whether in other countries you have first Spotify and then maybe you have in Turkey, you have Spotify and then you have Fizzy Sprattles.
It's a shame we don't have anyone from Spotify to give us a correct timeline.
Oh, fair enough.
No, my point is, Spotify wasn't everywhere first.
No.
Especially in Southeast Asia, for sure now. When we're talking about China, how many people here in the audience have an iPhone? Raise your hands. How many people have iPhone?
Everybody.
Everybody. How many people use Apple Music in China? A handful. I think that kind of makes it. What I mean is, if it's Apple Music is available in China, and it's been available since when?
Like 10 years ago, I think.
10 years ago.
Yeah, published. Yeah.
I think with that in mind, that competition was here. But if people are familiar with this unique features of QQ Music or NetEase, they would understand the dynamics of all of that. We talked about yesterday. We talked about the digital downloads in China. That's a huge difference compared to the rest of the world. Being able to buy 100 digital copies on a single. And functions like this, I think, cater to the local audience. I'm not familiar with the Italian DSP, but
It went down.
it went down.
That's good.
Sure.
The competition,
Yeah.
so that's where I'm coming from.
Okay. Okay, so let's talk about AI and new technologies. What do you think
I wouldn't want to occupy the whole conversation.
其实我们谈一下 AI 和区块链对于现在音乐的影响。因为现在大家都在说元宇宙AI ChatGPT 对各行各业都产生影响。对于音乐行业，您作为从业者，有没有自己觉得这个会改变一些事情，或者改变我们的行业有些顾虑？之前我是担忧过这个事情
因为我这边可能跟一些写歌的词曲创作人的合作会比较多，他们其实刚开始对于 AI 这些技术的出现，其实是有一些担心的，就很怕被
有 AI 孙燕姿AI 写作
对，然后包括我有一个做电子音乐的制作人的朋友，他就觉得这些技术方面的东西可能通过 AI 慢慢就会替代掉，就是他持的是一个非常悲观的一个看法，对，他说那可能我没有什么可做的，但是大多数音乐人我接触的，就是还是觉得创作这个东西还是人的那部分，对，然后 AI 可以替代掉可能是相对是一些平庸一点的创作，或者是说它会给你的创作去提高效率。那我们可能人就会在一些基础的编曲上，然后你再去做自己创造性的东西。可能以前就是我觉得很多人可能在音乐创作也好，或者说在自己的歌曲制作和演唱这块会有一些加分。我是觉得我自己的也是这么理解的，因为我觉得我们听到的很多的歌，哪怕它有一些演唱的瑕疵，或者说它的创作其实是一些你想象不到的一些组合，它才会是一个特别的作品。对，然后因为 AI 它目前我不知道未来的技术发展，目前它只是用很多大家的创作的已经有的歌，然后或者是编曲的分类文件，然后去进行算法分析。那对它其实还是在跟随，我觉得就像刚才提到的上个问题说到那个平台在做的一些歌曲。那它其实它掌握了数据，那数据是一个结果，就是你通过结果你最近在有些什么歌，我就去做这个歌，其实你做的是跟随的事情。我觉得人类就是不管是做音乐还是做美术相关的，它其实是我们在做创造性的东西。 很创造性的想法，我觉得这个可能至少我们短期内可能还替代不了我们。
你觉得短期内还替代不
了？对，但我不知道它的技术的发展会到一个什么程度。
那如果有一天他能写出一些就刻意的去创作一些瑕疵的作品，他不断的模仿，那如果到那一天我们该怎么办？
我觉得那时候我觉得怎么可能会有打败人类了？我觉得会有一些那个伦理方面的问题是需要去思考的。对。
今天陈老师怎么想？
我对 AI 这个就是
上半年很热这个话题。
对，就是我对人的那个，以前我可能跟你观点差不多，但现在我觉得就是我觉得在人类能力允许的范畴下，去讨论 AI 的这个事情，其实就跟昨天我们朋友交流，他说那个 AI 是没有情感，我说你怎么知道那个东西有情感？所以可能那个迭代，可能以前我们认为可能是以多少年为一个，那即将是什么时候？那可能如果从人类历史的角度来讲，那5年是长还是短？10年是长还是短？那从人类历史的一个长河来讲，可能我们已经面临一个拐点，就是人的能力范畴之内的，其实 AI 在复刻那个造物主对我们的一个所有能力的这样一个复刻，甚至是超越。其实我觉得这也是自然法则允许的一个范畴，就允许 AI 超过人类，就是其实也是一个自然法则允许的一个范畴。你也可以把它看成是一个游戏规则允许的一种客观存在。所以实际上，我觉得在创作这件事情上来讲，这个包括人类情感这方面来讲，其实都是有很强的规律的。其实如果你的材料足够多，然后这些情感表达，然后绘画这些，我都不是很乐观。这个可能留给我们在创作这个事儿的时间，我觉得可能会比较少。但可能现场音乐这一块，可能会长一点。但是呢，我觉得可能未来也不用把它对立起来看，因为可能人类会借助 AI， 然后增强他的能力，延长的创作的时间，也可能一个歌手就永生了，就通过 AI。所以这个你也很难讲，它是到底是人还是你那个界限，我觉得就会越来越多。
因为我看一个文章报道，他说就是我们人类近100年吧，就完成了2000年走的这个科技的路，那这个进步是这样的一个速度，对吧？然后现在可能在达到物理学上一个叫奇点的一件事情叫突破。到那个点的话，就是我们对于创作人来说，你有包括艺人啊，他们会不会有一种无力感，或者说，
我觉得 AI
是生涯是这个吗？
我觉得他可能会就是可能以后要求一个人，他要把 AI 作为一个工具，如何让它变得更好，把它变成一个工具来去提升它的能力，然后延长它的这个创作的时间，然后如何用好 AI 可能变成一个，因为我觉得有2类，一种可能就是 AI 自己完全 AI 的创作，还有一种是人借助 AI 那个，当然还有天才天才就是下载，就本身他就是有很强的这个连接和下载能力的这种天才。我觉得可能 AI 会替代很多平庸的这个创作。大部分平庸的创作，我觉得可能 AI 做得更好。但如果是一旦有才华的人用好 AI，我觉得可能会发生一些很有意思的东西，很有意思的化学反应。
用更好的工具再突破这些。Okay. We are talking about AI, the impact, our changing of the music industry, and the future of the artist. Yeah. So, what do you think about AI?
A lot of things.
Yeah.
Stay here for a while, but
fear about AI.
I don't think it's a matter of fear. And also, I think that we really need to distinguish about what type of AI we're talking about, because obviously AI is a tool, I don't think that anybody's hearing it. We're all just all welcoming it as something that is going to make our life easier. When it comes to generative AI, I think that the main issue is the fact that we don't have a legal background right now established across various countries that can actually give us some certainty of what we can do. And one example, I heard so many people say, oh, this is the new Napster era. And for us, the Napster era was the moment where Napster came along, streaming arrived, and nobody knew what to do because it was, giving music away for free. But there was a clear legal situation. They were infringing our rights. We could decide to sue or embrace. Right now, we have absolutely no clue what is the track generated by AI. Is it public domain? Is it covered by copyright? Is it not? Is it covered by copyright only if it's AI is not being used more than a certain amount? And how do we establish that? Can you use music for training AI? Do you want it built-in, opt-out? Basically everything is extremely confusing. So, in my opinion, again, if I need to do some distinction here as well, so far the type of uses that we've seen is one is about deepfakes. I might be naive. I'm not that concerned about deepfakes because there is a direct identification of what artist voice is being used. So it's going to be, in my opinion, much easier to find monetization path over there once we clarify actually who owns what. So I can see there is something a bit more clearly identifiable. So it's something eventually we will be able to figure it out. Where I'm far more concerned is when we're talking about generic music, the one that I was making earlier. Because when we're talking about music that is generated by AI that cannot be pinpointed to a specific artist, but is a perfect music or background music for a peloton, class, for a movie, so all the sync business as we saw now. So what I was saying earlier was the pie has been expanded outside of streaming services into new services. Where right now we are representing the pie is going to be actually restricted again, because there is an easier, available type of music that's going to be out there, and we need to be able to compete with it. How we're going to be competing? That's a good question, because we still don't know what's the full potential of AI, what is the full. A lot of people say, oh, but the quality is rubbish today. Look what what happened in 12 months. It doesn't, to me, doesn't stand. The quality will arrive. So how we are going to handle that one? Quality of the catalog versus, what, but in terms of quality, in terms of curation of the catalog, better attention, maybe that could be an answer. I don't have the answer. Right now I'm in the list of people that can raise problems, to be honest. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that's kind of philosophy question about AI.
I will let you all think.
Similarly, I also have a lot of things. I don't think we have enough time to talk about AI today, but generally, I've had my first experience with AI a while back, and not large language models. Machine learning is a technology that's existed for a long period of time now. What we see is the product of maybe 30 to 40 years of hard work across multiple industries. And for me, what's interesting is that we all thought maybe 10 or 15 years ago, many people thought AI is going to come first into maybe medicine, or maybe self-driving cars, or manufacturing. And probably it actually did. I remember actually recently, I remember reading that the city of Shenzhen or something asked Ali to fix their traffic. Maybe you guys know better than me which city that was.
Maybe Hangzhou?
Hangzhou, yes, correct. And which had one of the worst traffic situations in China, and AI with Alibaba's AI solution helped bring that to the best situation in China in terms of traffic control. And so clearly AI has been used in other settings, but in terms of mass adoption, what ChatGPT did, and for me that's the leader at the moment, is it entered the creative space, where everyone, even today people speak about AI and they think, no, AI cannot be creative, but ChatGPT now is integrated with DALL-E 3, which means directly you can generate images from just human readable format prompts. And having said that, I think we are at a very, very, very early stage of AI development. By far the most open source available project out there, because there's so many available open source initiatives around large language models at the moment. And within the next 3 to 5 years, I don't know if AI is going to get jobs away from people, but I think people who use AI will take jobs away from those who don't. And whether that's creative jobs, whether that is administrative jobs, or just business, for me, ChatGPT is as good as you are. It's just having a copy of a clone of yourself that has half the knowledge of the world. Because yeah, that's probably that's true.
Do you think like AI as a songwriter will be better than real person, real artist in the future?
I think it's a matter of computing
data,
power.
absorbing the sounds.
If there is enough computing power, I think.
Okay.
I agree, but I would like to say with Nikkei words that I was saying that, you know, an AI cannot feel, and therefore it's never going to be able to create something that is actually meaningful when it comes to lyrics as much as a human who is expressing something that they need. Now, that is coming from my passion for music and the fact that I actually truly feel that it's, you know, an expression of human creativity and therefore human experiences. But now if I have to be actually detaching my passion for it and thinking, and I come up with absolutely decent lyrics, it will. I do think it will.
I just want to add, because I fear my response probably sounded a bit too gloomy for the industry, but actually I'm very optimistic. I think AI is going to disrupt a lot of industries, music industry for certain, and it's just a matter of adaptability. What I mean is, there's going to be creators. They will be just probably different types of creators. I'm guessing now nobody in this room, maybe there is someone in this room that can be dropped in the middle of the jungle and survive. But a lot of our ancestors used to go out and hunt just to forage for food and to be able to survive. We've lost all these abilities because of technology. AI at the moment is a technology. If we embrace that technology, we will lose a lot of existing skills, but we'll gain other skills. And I'm very, very optimistic about the future.
Okay. And this is what really not okay. I was thinking like what if in the billboard the first one is AI ChatGPT and the second one maybe is Taylor Swift, or everybody listen to songs made by AI. So if that happens, what about the music copyright collection? I mean, where the money goes to, right? Because Taylor Swift is a real person, but ChatGPT is a machine or an algorithm created by OpenAI, this company. So where the royalties go to?
That's a good question because we don't have a legal answer that can assist with that. But I've been thinking a lot. I'm trying to follow as many different approaches that legislation are taking, and obviously I'm more familiar with what's happening in the UK, US, and I'm gonna be honest. I can see the approach over there is being that content that is 100% generated by AI will not be protected by copyright, which make it by default basically public domain. Which in my opinion doesn't necessarily solve the issues, because if you have hundreds of thousands of tracks out there that anybody can upload anywhere and actually claim money on it, because they need to be identified to be taken down from the surface, but technically public domain content can still be out there. you are not really solving the issues, and also maybe because I'm Italian, but I cannot imagine people that are going to the copyright office in the US to register a track that they knowing that if they disclose that they use AI to create the entire track, then they will actually disclose it. To me, it's just like, we're human beings. Why would we shoot ourselves in the foot? It's like, yes, there are rules that needs to be followed, but how many people will not follow the rule? And in that case, well, the consequence that I can see is going to be that the only way that then we're going to be left with is to go to court every time to assess whether a song was actually 100% generated by AI or AI was used as a tool. That is an extra complication that right now in our industry we really do not need. So I'm not saying that I am pro with recognizing copyright to AI generated music, but there is a part of me that kind of feels that perhaps the UK has got an exception that actually protects work generated by a machine. It's a lower set of protection than the standard copyright. There is a part of me that still fantasizes that that might actually be a better solution, more than anything because we need simplicity. I mean, the publishing and music industry sides are already so complicated, and I also do not understand how in the universe we're going to do it in practice, because if you think about it, a song gets released by Angela, downtown, labels that we represent, and that's the sound recording side. From the publishing side, so downtown music publishing, we will probably know who wrote the song 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 months after the song has been released. So what was going to happen is that basically we're moving towards creating a system where a song gets released, nobody's got a clue whether it is AI generated or not, and you only find out after 3, 2 months, whatever it's going to be the time for the publishing to catch up. Now what do? You're just going to take it down if it's actually not covered by copyrights, and then it's who's going to get paid, because in that amount of time revenues have been generated. So it's really going to become a very difficult system unless we come up, and I think it will happen, with AI technologies that can identify AI generated content. There are already some companies out there that are trying to develop this type of technology. Now, how reliable it is going to be, how easy it is going to be to get around it, I don't know, but if we don't find ways to identify the source, the legal framework at the moment is moving around in a way that, in my opinion, it's lacking a bit of concrete approach and a knowledge of how things actually work in practice. And so I am scared that we're going to end up with a solution that's going to be more complicated and creating more issues in practice than actually solving them. Again, obviously I don't have an answer, otherwise it will be out there, legislating for everybody, which I can't. But those are the questions that I ask myself quite frequently. And then sometimes I don't sleep because it's an interesting question on many, many angles.
So we are separating to more copyright holders in the future.
I don't know. I think that I don't know what's the answer, but I feel that we need to take in consideration that it needs to be an easy answer, not an answer that open another 15 gray areas of what is what, because that's not going to benefit anybody in the industry.
Okay.
Just a quick point there. I think, speaking from a legal perspective, I think the legislative frameworks in many places around the world have been playing more like a catch-up rather than all across the intellectual property, not just music. With technology and business really pushing the boundaries of what is legal. And I think I also don't know the answer, but I think the answer should be more about not trying to prevent stuff from happening or protecting what is the existing status quo, but looking a bit further and trying to make sure that whatever the changes are, whatever changes are introduced in terms of legislative frameworks, they look into the next maybe 50 years or 100 years rather than the next 5, 10, or 15 years.
Okay, thanks for sharing this.我们讨论一下，就是下一个问题啊，就是刚才一直在讲版权嘛，我们今天中心话题就是版权。我以前是一个特别喜欢收集唱片的人，就是比较老派的，买了很多的黑胶，然后买了很多的磁带啊。但其实这些它是一个 唱片公司一个厂牌它的积累，就很多非常杰出的这种艺术家，他们人已经不在了，但是这些版权还留在这个厂牌这个公司，所以现在英文一直在说 catalog， 这些 catalog 又在说这个词，就是现在这个数字时代跟以前已经不一样了，没有一个实体化的，可能这些著作权这些 catalog 就像一个虚拟的权利，或者就是一些音频文件，那包括现在面临的 AI 和挑战以及应用场景在不断的变化，就是您作为版权从业者，叶老师，就是您怎么看这个音乐资产，我们叫版权数字资产，它的这个发展
我觉得您刚才提到的就是，不管它是一个现在数字的一个音频，还是说之前我们的磁带 CD， 我觉得它是一个载体的的形式。其实，音乐它本身也是本身就是无形资产嘛，所以我觉得它在随着时代的发展，它会有不同的载体出现。我觉得好像没有什么太大的一个。
我举个例子吧，就是比如说像黑胶，咱们可以收藏嘛，在家里，然后去很多酒吧，它就挂在墙上。但是数字资产可能就是01010这样挂出来，就是它的或者收益也好，或者一个实体上的感官也好，就是如果我们作为一个唱片公司，怎么把这个资产在这种新的形式下去推广，或者说让它发扬光大？
我觉得其实每个阶段或者时代的基础的发展，它都会有不同的一些呈现形式。像这几年，我觉得大家会经常会听到的这个布匹，对，立体声、然后这种，那它也是音乐的一种，就是存在的一个空间。那我们可能可以在家里听音乐，这样或者在车载，然后我的体感呢是在这几年，其实实体的唱片也有回归，因为现在大家有时候会去收集，还是会去收集黑胶，
是的，
然后音乐本身有可能有了更多的维度的结合，比方说我去做成一张黑胶唱片，或者是我如果是粉丝数非常高的艺人，他可能会对跟周边的一些结合，我觉得它会有更多的想象空间吧。因为最早的时候，可能大家一个音乐的承载形式可能就是打在乐谱上，就是打在最初出现的是乐谱为什么叫那个开那口其实是这么来的嘛？对，然后呢，后来其实有了实体唱片的这个载体，那个时候其实大家可以，音乐厂大家去卖实体唱片，其实就可以有很多的一个收益。我们现在就是有了数字的这种，我觉得未来可能它跟视频的结合，也可能会有一个新的资产的一个呈现，对吧？那我们现在包括冷视感这一块，我觉得可能现在还没有任何一个新兴的使用方式或者是渠道，我觉得它可能还没有达到一个规范的一个结算。但是我这么多年，我从业可能16、17年了，然后我也见过，就是说我们在线下卡拉 OK 转上线上卡拉 OK 唱吧什么这样的一个平台出现的时候，对大家也会去讨论，他应该去关于版税我们应该怎么去支付。那我们现在又有了视频，那未来什么，比方说元宇宙啊，或者什么的一些新的科技的发展，会不会也有一些新的应用场景？但我觉得版权的权利其实目前的法律也就是这是17种嘛，对，它只是在不同的场景里看怎么去贴合的去结合。
明白。听听沈老师的。
这个其实就看我们生存的这个世界，其实我们现在生活在一个数字化的世界，这个数字化世界是人类创造的一个新的一个世界，所以人是愿意活在那个现实世界，而愿意沉浸在一个人类创造的一个世界。我觉得它是一个挺矛盾或者说挺混合的一个状态。比如说，其实现在像黑胶，其实我们整体黑胶的那个销量是增加的，而我们的英国公司，他们的60%的收入是来自于实体黑胶，不是日本也，所以实际上 这方面那个人可能在现实要一个实实在在的东西。其实原来我买了很多黑胶，发现根本没有拆封。听不懂。
是有时候还会皱了，
对，所以但是其实数字生活给人带来很多便利。那你说，比如说举一个演出，你认为是电子票，是不是更方便？你不需要一个实体感觉去看演出。但我举个案例，就那天我也是跟一个朋友，我突然想起个案例，就是那是哪年？就是那个 Michael Jackson 那个最后一个在伦敦的那个演唱会是好像是20多场，最后不是没演成。然后那时候是实体的票的那个市场，没有电子票。然后很多人买的那个演唱会，按理说这个演唱会不办了，他们会退票。
对
但你想想，如果在现在这个时间，如果是一个电子票，你只需要一个身份确认。但如果它是一个 NFT， 我觉得是有价值。但如果是只是让你做入场的确认，我觉得是没有价值。所以实际上大部分人是没有退那个，因为那个实体票是没有退那个票。那如果在今天是一个纯电子票的一个市场，只是做一个入场凭证，它也没有任何的实体的感受，或者说有一个数字商品的感受，那我相信很多人可能也只能是退票。但是这种情感就挺复杂。
你主要是人那个话题。
你不知道那个人在真的他需要，因为现实是，我总认为现实是更好的虚拟。就我们已经生活在一个看得见摸得着，然后就很有感官的一个世界。然后我们再去创建一个同样那个在沉浸在另外一个世界，但是那个世界可能更炫酷，因为随着这个发展更炫酷。所以如何分配所谓的这层空间跟下层空间的这种时间，是有意思的一个课题。但如果这里面包含了一个音乐行业的话，那以后你是愿意沉浸在一个增强现实的空间里，还是愿意纯虚拟空间里去看一个现场，还是说我就不管抛掉一些，我就看一个这层世界其实这是一个选择问题，而且实际上，如果说从法律层面、从权利层面来讲，我觉得你 keep 那个你创作者有那个权利，或者说一个 label 有个权利，可能你适用于任何场景，所以那个价值，我觉得也是可能延续很多年。但是实际上，就最后它可能是混合成各种各样的，没有一个非常严密的一个非黑即白。
好的。非常谢谢沈老师，最后把我们这个话题直接升华了啊！今天的时间呢，也就到这里了，也非常感谢各位嘉宾的分享以及大家的聆听。因为时间有限，那今天我们这第一场活动到这里，后面大家还可以继续听其他嘉宾的分享。非常谢谢大家，谢谢。
我们下一场这个录制就要开始。那么今天我代表这个主办方呢，来感谢我们这个这一场的嘉宾。这场嘉宾呢，我想呢就不用我来介绍了，因为我们有一个资深的这个主持人在这个地方罗辑老师。那么今天我再跟大家重新介绍一下，因为我们昨天关于我们的场馆有一些这个问题，所以呢我们把今天的第一程呢作为了我们的录制的这个小现场。那么我们开放了一些有限的这个名额给到我们的一些观众。所以呢，我们也首先欢迎我们今天来参加我们这个录制的现场的这些观众。那么我们也看到呢，就是今天的这个 panel 呢，在前面的2个 panel 呢，其实大家都很有收获。那么在这个 panel 呢，也是人数是非常多的，所以我相信呢，大家也看到我们在这个地方有很多这个非常知名的这个行业人士，所以我就不来在这个地方介绍了，交给罗毅老师。
好的，非常感谢大家光临2023 IMX 上海国际音乐季。然后今年呢，特别开心回到了线下。我先来自我介绍一下，我是来自上海人民广播电台动感101的主持人，我是罗毅。可能有的朋友听过我的声音，也有的朋友见过我这个人，但今天终于人生合一了也是一件非常开心的事情。那今天我本人呢，其实也非常开心，因为有老朋友，也有新朋友。那接下来的时间里头呢，真的很想探讨一件事情，我觉得这个事情它特别的实在， 因为大家都知道有一句话叫良禽择木而栖，但我觉得针对我们今天要讨论这件事情呢，不光是良禽择木而栖的一个问题，它是一个鱼和水之间的关系。大家都知道现在有各种各样的这个创作者，因为我本身是做流行音乐节目的主持人，所以尤其在关注的是音乐类的这个创作者。那现在摆在我们面前的有一个非常实实在在的问题，就是在创作者们他在选择平台的时候，可能需要思考，或者说面对各种各样的一些不同领域的我觉得是可能要有顾虑也好，或者说有一些他的考量也好。所以今天我们很想用今天这样的一个时间来进行一番探讨。那和我一起来进行探讨的几位新老朋友呢，请允许我为大家介绍一下哈。那从我这个身边开始好了，首先我们邀请到的是自在声音乐创始人陈炯，好，欢迎。好，接下来是我老朋友音乐产业专家丁博，快手音乐中心负责人于兰，博山娱乐创始人施永晨，欢迎他们好。那今天呢，我们是知无不言，言无不尽，知道的我们肯定说，不知道的我们也不能乱说啊。那个这样，我刚才因为已经讲到关于平台的事情了，那今天我们现场有一位平台朋友于兰，我第一个就 cue 你吧，就是因为刚才我说这么多的音乐的创作人，其实大家都知道，创作人现在这几年大家会有一个说法说，哎，好像这个门槛没有以前那么高嘞。那我就很想知道的第一个问题是，其实对于平台方来说，也会面对浩如烟海的创作人的这样的一个像一个池塘一样的。那如果说，比如说有很多名不见经传的呀，甚至他可能风格流派都有点小众音乐呀，那平台要怎么样去做一个，比如说你们的考量或者筛选会是什么样的一个甄别吗？
感谢主办方，感谢主持人啊，也是非常意外，我是第一个被 Q 到的，因为我们特意把 C 位让给了丁博老师，对，然后也是希望丁博老师来hold全场的。然后那当然就是主持人也既然第一个来 Q 到我，然后让我回答这个问题，也是作为唯一一个平台方。其实刚才您说的这个问题，其实也是我们就是最一开始非常关注的一点，就是我们如何去选择合适的创作人，尤其是快手，它是一个短视频平台，它其实还有一定的特殊性，就是说我们不是流媒体，可能流媒体相对来讲它是需要一些音乐这方面你有能力，无论你是原创也好还是翻唱也好，但是呢短视频平台你肯定相对来讲你在短视频上面还是要有一定的这个就是表现，或者说你在至少你有具备能够一定创作短视频的这个能力。所以其实我们再会去选择创作者的时候，会去关注第一，他是不是有音乐性；第二呢，他是不是懂这个短视频如何去创作。因为像我们也都是一个素人的创作者啊，然后我们平时拍拍周围，拍拍什么也可以去上传，但实际上呢，那真正意义上一个优秀的一个创作者，哪怕他是一个就是新人，他其实也应该是在对于拍摄的时候要有更多的这个创意和想法的。所以当时您问到说，那我们如何去选择一些就是针对有小众的，也有各种各样风格的，然后呢，我们也会去看，首先第一，他在站外的一个表现，可能也确实是我们一个考量点。那第二呢，就是当然我们也会去看他是不是有曾经发布过一些短视频的作品。那基于说他在站外的数据，以及可能在站内的有一些数据，我们综合然后去筛选这个人他是不是真正的有一些一定的潜力。那通过就是我们的一些数据维度，然后去把它引入进来之后，当然也会去观测说他的后期的一个数据的一个表现，比如说他的涨粉能力以及他拍摄出来的这个短视频如何能够因视合一，然后能够做到一个比较有合适的一个结合，然后以及说他在这个短视频拍摄上面他的这个最终的一个播放量的一个表现等等，就是一系列也都会让我们去综合的去看这个人他是不是具备足够的一个潜力，然后呢，希望就是通过他这些层层的维度筛选出来之后，成为一个在短视频平台上的一个多期多元的一个这种创作者。
这么听起来其实还是颇有一丢丢小门槛。
是的。
就是不是说我纯素的就我就也有机会了，不是
不是
也有一定的小门槛。
对，至少作为 这个行业来讲，那你还是要有基本的音乐素养。然后其次呢，那肯定现在短视频又是一个趋势，你不可能说我随便拍一个配1个月，然后这个事情就一定能出圈，那这个就是玄学了。对对对，这个可能不光只是他了，这个在座各位都希望能够通过这个方式出圈，所以他一定还是要去花一定的心思在短视频和配乐上面，如果能做到比较有机的结合，这个肯定是一定的。
谢谢。那接下来我想问问施总，您这边觉得呢？就是因为刚才我一上来就咱们 Q 了咱们品牌方，那您作为这个博山娱乐这创始人，从您的视角，刚才讲到的这些部分。
是这样，因为我呢是跟于兰不一样，因为他在快手的平台呢是一个特别大的一个平台。那我们呢作为一家音乐经纪公司啊，其实我觉得今天这个主题特别好，就是我们创作人跟平台的一些关系。我刚开始跟丁老师也在聊，其实我们音乐行业看似门槛很低，其实是特别难的一个行业，基本上跟其他的一些行业是差不多，也是28分的，只有20%是活得非常好，其实更多的80%是非常非常苦的，所以呢，从我自己的这个公司的一个筛选标准来讲呢，我们可能会更倾向于2个核心的点，一个核心的点就是说，作为创作人他自己的这个音乐的创作的水准。第二个的话呢，就他这个创作人他自己音乐的，就他自己声音的辨识度因为我们自己公司呢是刚好成立了4、5年，刚好碰到了一个疫情，但实际上这个几年呢，我们公司最成功的案例呢，就是把麻原诗人从0开始做到现在的一个规模所以呢，我们觉得就是说在艺人的自己方面，他自己需要具备这个作品的一个深度，跟自己的一个声音的辨识度，这样子的话呢，才能够让这个市场能突出自己的一个特色。那剩下的呢，其实我觉得就是我们这种音乐经纪公司要做的，就是整合所有的一些平台的资源就包括我们快手、抖音、小红书、B3之类的然后的话呢，公司这边呢会有一套相对比较科学的这个打法然后再根据不同的平台一些不同的属性，来帮艺人去做一些垂直领域的一些开发，跟一些跨领域的一些这个扩展这样子的话呢，我觉得可能会对这个创作者来讲会是一个很好的一个机会。当然这种机会我认为也是有一定的概率
玄学加概率。我听明白了，这个2位发言之后呢，就是真的应了我今天一上来讲的一句话，叫良禽择木而栖，你得先是良禽才行，就是又多了一个小门槛。那接下来这样，丁国老师咱们等会儿说，我得先 Q 一下陈炯，为啥？因为刚才已经说到良禽的事儿了，陈炯这边手上有良禽所以就是我觉得从你的视角，因为刚才我们听到平台了，包括有这个音乐经济的这个部分的，那从你这边，因为你是实实在在的手上有这种创作力的音乐人歌手，那你觉得呢？
对，因为我一路都是在做创作型的歌手嘛，那从最早在金麦大风时做胡彦斌到现在做唐汉霄，他们其实比较偏创作类的。那对他们来说，可能创作类歌手来说，现在可能是个好的时代，也可能是一个相对来说难度高一些的时代，因为其实就像刚才于总说的，它是需要一个综合性的素养，才能让你在平台上被看见嘛。那我觉得这个能力，其实我在想，内容创作者有的时候不代表他自己有一个内容传播的能力。我觉得这件事情不一定是划等号的。所以那我觉得平台有的时候它就是个平台，它很像是提供一个像一个竞赛的机制，它很像一个足球联赛或篮球联赛，那你们来参加，那平台不可能又做组织者又做教练又做运动员嘛。那其实运动员跟教练这个角色还是应该创作人自己来做。那我觉得创作人被平台发现之前，其实自己应该去做很多的事情。那我觉得第一个他应该去更多的去发表他的作品。那我觉得你要去累积你的作品嘛，因为你现在很难，你说我第一时间发布了作品之后，第一时间就被听到看到。我觉得这个不太现实，哪怕是队长他的歌可能也是发了2年3年之后他才会爆。那第二个，我觉得你要想办法去线下跟大家去互动被看见，因为我觉得现在很多的音乐人他可能更多像是卧室音乐人，但是他如果不去现场跟大家互动的时候，他 很难去验证自己的音乐的受众他到底喜不喜欢或者能不能互动这件事情。那第三个的话，我觉得还是要抓自己的个性吧。我觉得平台会去看到你的亮点，一定是因为你基于你说你有某一种特质在，它才会被发现。那我觉得其实自己要做到0到1这个事情要做好，那平台就会从1把你变成100。那这是我的感受。对，
了解。为什么我要请丁国老师最后讲？因为丁国老师身份非常的特别，就是我感觉哈，您是要说 Q， 您是在平台待过呢，确实待过。然后呢，这个和音乐人们这个打交道呢也打交道，然后呢，我们也曾经算是同行过，就是真的就是感觉每一个视角可能都有您这个很沉浸式的思考的一些这个部分。那我刚才其实，在听陈总讲的时候，我突然有一个非常很微妙的一种感受，就是我记得我当年刚入行的时候，我记得那时候咱们跟这个唱片公司的朋友们聊天的时候，都特别愿意聊说，哎。新发现了一个什么歌手，他将会签什么唱片公司？那时候都在讲这个，哎，他是选这个什么？那最早是5大，后来4大，后来3大，再到现在是哎，你看我们在讨论的是平台，所以那我觉得丁国老师因为是绝对是经历了整个这样的一个很完整的过程，包括说你看刚才我们已经听到这个不同的视角的大家的各自的一个陈述，您觉得就现在的这个创作人和平台之间他们的这个合作，您有什么看法吗？
对，其实按照罗老师刚才说法，其实说的比较准确啊，因为对于我来讲，就属于一个全面发展、学无特长的一个人。对，这个好多地方经历过。其实我们回过头来谈这个创作人跟平台的这个关系。其实您刚才上来说了一句话，其实挺有意思，就是比如说是一些不管他个人还是他的门类偏小众的音乐人啊，或者怎么样在平台获取更多的关注啊，等等等等。我觉得从音乐人的角度来讲，从一开始你就要明白一件事儿，你是想在平台获得对你小众音乐人或者小众音乐的关注，还是想在平台获得像大众音乐人那样一样的关注量去关注你的小众或者小众音乐，这是两回事儿，对吧？现有的平台我们其实有很多的推荐方法，比如说我们从传统的位置推荐到后来的算法推荐，到这个更多的比如说歌单呀、每日推荐呀、你个人的私人 FM 啊等等等等不同的推荐方式，其实提供了很多推荐的这种可能性。在这个过程中，其实会给小众音乐人已经提供了一些机会，因为你的音乐可能以前触及不到，但是你的音乐有可能会因为你的某些明确的特征被发送到某些对这种音乐类型关注的人面前，让他得到一定的关注。但是你一定要记住，如果你天生做的是一个小众音乐，那这种推荐的范围也不会是一个大众的范围，这个是一个必然的情况。所以就是说，平台什么时候会去关注新的音乐人和小众音乐人？我觉得只有几种情况啊，一种就是你的潜力被证明了，就比如说你最近增长得很快。我们举个例子来，比如像当年我们说陈粒刚出道的时候，我们会发现啊，有一个音乐人1个月之内，他从几百个粉丝的关注度突然冲到10万了。那这个成长的速度是非常快的，这种人啊是容易被关注到的，要不然你的作品关注的很快啊。但现在这个时代，爆款歌曲，已经不少见了。虽然说其实做起来还很难，但是爆款歌曲突然出现了，那你被关注的很快。这种情况就是你的潜力被看到了。还有一种呢，就是你的特质被看到了。就比如说这个，平台会认为某一种风格确实是接下来的一种趋势，那这种音乐人，这个圈子的音乐人都会被普遍关注。比如说，有这么一个时代，突然间说唱音乐在中国得到了空前的繁荣，那说唱圈的音乐人被关注的可能性就会更高。但是还有一种可能性，就是平台本身的主理人个人的喜好啊，比如说我做的时候，我可能喜欢哪种音乐风格，我们可能会着重关注一下，但这个量会比较少啊，这真的比较少啊，这属于撞命的东西。所以在这种情况下，它才会被平台关注。所以其实作为创作者来讲，怎么样利用不同平台的特点和对平台的了解，其实是一个很重要的事情。我们说现在是一个自媒体时代，那自媒体时代的意味着什么？就是意味着每一个人都有可能成为焦点，但是每一个人都有可能成为焦点的前提是什么？是作为一个素人，你也应该会运营自己，对吧？我们有快手这样的平台，我们有抖音这样的平台，我们有各种音乐平台。作为一个素人，怎样运营自己，其实会变成未来职场的一种能力。
然后你的这种关注度会在你擅长的某些领域直接转化成对你有利的流量也好、商业行为也好，或者其他行为也好，这是我们可能对于创作者需要去解决的一个问题，而不是像过去一样，就是说过去的这个问题是通过唱片公司来帮艺人解决的。因为其实作为素人来讲，你获得不到渠道，你获得不了渠道，发行一张唱片是有门槛的。说不好听的，北京或者上海有多少个录音棚，你都不知道，你怎么去录音？那现在其实这些问题随着技术的进步，随着推荐模式的进步，都发生了一些变化。那在新的时代里边，作为一个创作人，怎么去利用各种的方式来给自己提供一个能够被大家认知的方式？这其实是一个个人能力问题。然后之后你再去考虑平台的问题。刚才陈老师说的话其实挺对的。其实对大多数平台来讲，大家一定要记住，平台是商业平台，平台不是公益平台，平台不承担那么强烈的推广音乐的责任，平台承担的是推广有可变现能力或有关注流量、有变成流量能力的音乐的责任，这是它的商业目的，它没有公益目的，或者它只有很少的公益责任，这是属于一种社会责任范畴的东西。这一块大家就是一定要认清。那另外一点呢，我们也会再反过来再说一个问题，就是说现有的平台推荐模式过分的重视大数据。我所说的大数据不仅仅是大数据，更是大数据。也就是说，当你的一首歌播放量不到1亿的时候，你可能很难被大家关注到，是吧？一首歌我们说现在平台去分区歌曲 A 级、B 级、S 级，这首歌播放10亿次了，播放20亿次了，成为爆款了，那其实这个没错，这个我不认为它有错，从某种角度量它是对的。但是还有一个问题就是说，会让很多新生代的音乐人失去机会。也就是说，当你的粉丝量级不够，播放量级不够，但其实你的作品很好，你需要一个成长的空间的时候，这种盲目的追求大数据的方式会挤压这种种子型创作者的生存空间。这也可能是我们在这个行业接下来需要去想的一个问题，或者需要解决的一个问题。我希望会有一个很妥善的方式，就像当年早期我说我们在云音乐去关注独立音乐人的时候，我们是希望把一个群体让他们得到更多的展现的机会。那其实现在我们还面临同样的问题，只不过可能我们的解决方式又要发生一些新的变化。这种变化是什么？其实我们觉得，它不是平台的责任，或者它不仅是平台的责任，也是创作者的责任，也是媒体的责任，也是短视频新兴平台的责任，等等等等。大家会共同去找一个新的解法。这个解法是什么？还不是很明确啊。但是我觉得，如果谁要把这事儿明确了，你可能就是下一个创业的成功者。
那要是这么说，我感觉大家这个问题是有点超越范围，都已经讲到算法这个事儿了。因为确实这个，我们一直也在开玩笑，因为刚才你也提到那个词叫玄学，就是这是个开玩笑的说法，可是不知道为何又觉得有几分道理。就是一个视频突然就爆了，一个某首歌作为 BGM 突然就爆了，某个歌他也不知道怎么他就成了爆款了。就是其实平台的这种激励也好，或者它的算法也好，是真的就是如很多大家觉得简单粗暴的，是这样吗？其实我觉得也可以给我们揭个秘，包括说刚才其实丁老师也 Q 到了大数据算法，问号。
其实是这样啊，就是当然，因为我想在座各位其实也都是这个行业的啊，就是关于说到底这里面有没有什么一些黑盒，然后有没有真的是很玄学还是什么，其实我觉得也不尽然啊。然后我觉得其实首先互联网平台它一定还是要依据自己的这个能力的啊，技术的能力，这一定会的。然后那像刚才提到那一首歌曲，比如说从零，然后到它成为一首那个就是爆款，我们认为啊。它宇宙的尽头一定是玄学，就是它在这个过程当中有很多综合的一些因素的影响，但它能爆到那个点的时候，可能一定不是说人或者说运营能去干预或者是把控的。但如果一个零到这首歌能够变成一个稍微比较能够耳熟能详，或者说是一个到一定阶段的热歌，我觉得这个还是有一定方法论的。它一定是可复制的，就是包括这里面一个是运营如何在合适的时间点去下场去干预这首歌，我们或者说是前置的要怎么能够发现这首歌，然后能够看到比如说结合现在的时事热点如何去玩一些比较火的梗 啊，然后以及这种二创的这种创意性玩法，这一定是必要的啊，这是一定是一个特别重要的一些这个运营的手段。那当然刚才也提到了，那既然是互联网公司，它一定会有一定的算法嘛啊，那其实这个就是我们所谓的叫流量分发曝光啊。那我们肯定首先一个短视频它肯定有人的维度、歌的维度。那通过人的维度，比如说它有地域性啊，这个人他有喜好，以及我们是不是好友啊，这都很重要，因为它肯定是在这个算法当中其中的一环节。那其次就是歌，首先这个歌肯定它有标签啊，对吧？它是什么样的一个类型的、风格的、华语的，还是属于这个欧美的？它是属于说唱的，还是属于一个什么民谣的等等？那以及它打了各种场景下的标签，比如说这首歌是属于室内听的，还是雨天听的？它这些有了一定的标签，然后再加上我们对于整个所有的数据，然后进行它人维度的一个结合，它一定会精确的去分发，或者说一定程度下它能够去匹配适合的这个一定的这个用户群体。所以那肯定是前链路那如何运营去干预，那后链路如何能够让算法的更精准的去推荐，然后以及让更多适合能够听到这首歌的人去听到，以及说用这首歌作为一个拍摄短视频的一个 BGM， 我觉得这些肯定是属于我们要做的事情，以及说我们在这件事情上面能够去干预和能够下场的一些环节。那至于说把它从0咱不能说是推到100，我们从0把它推到50，那剩下51到100的时候，那可能真的就是要靠很多种因素了。因为就像这个大家可能也清楚的一些行业的热歌，它可能有的一些真的爆出圈的那个点啊，这不是我们能够提前预想到的。所以我觉得其实我们所做的，或者说我们的更多的重要性是怎么能够让它从0到50这是我的理解啊。
我懂了，所以接下来我想问一下施总，因为您这边做音乐经济的，刚才于总介绍了非常完整的这一套板子。我不知道是您，比如说您这个公司是我们就是这么来的，还是说好像又学到一些什么新的？
其实我觉得这样，就是说我们是有自己的标准，但实际上呢，我们把音乐作品呢，就一个平台，我认为它是衔接两端的，一端是市场，一端是创作者。就是说你的市场要什么我觉得这个特别重要。作为我们的创作者来讲，就是说你一定要非常清楚市场要什么，然后才能够通过这个平台这个匹配了以后，才能把你放大。所以呢，在市场要什么的过程当中，我觉得这个是特别关键的一个点这就是供需双方的一个衔接。平台只是给你建立一个通道，然后在一个刚才您讲的一个算法的匹配的过程当中，它有选择性的通过商业的方式把你放大。所以呢，可能我觉得在创作者对这市场要什么的理解方面，其实我认为这是一个特别重要的一个课题。
我刚才又突然就是脑海当中有一个场景，就我就觉得平台有点像一个 shopping mall， 像个商场。然后呢，我们的创作者们呢，就像是各个这个品牌，说我要在哪个 shopping mall 入驻去开店，对吧？我是这个抢占它的有利地形的这种什么说这个门面店还是怎么样？我这个包括说，因为我也这个刚从东京回来，然后东京就大家都知道它很有意思，它的实体经济依然还挺坚挺的，而且它是两种路线，一种是我就在 shopping mall 里开，还有一种是我就路边小店，这是完全不一样的两种思路。我觉得跟咱们的创作者现在选平台还有点像，所以接下来我想问问陈炯刚才其实我们说了很多，实际上都是在倾向于视频平台，对吧？包括说于总刚才讲到说二创等等各种各样的，说甚至对创作者提出了很高的对视频上面有一些什么样的要求。那其实我们也知道，除了视频平台，还有纯音乐平台。那作为你旗下的这个创作的这个歌手来说，他其实要选平台的时候，他有两大块儿的，一个是视频类，一个是纯音乐类的。就跟我刚才说的，就是我到底是在 shopping mall 里开店，还是我到路边小店去开一个，还是说我其实都开？我觉得这个可能我比较适合来问问你，就是你们的这个思路。
我觉得选择肯定是当下一个非常重要的，对创作者来说一个最基本的能力吧，因为你可能要选择你该出现的地方，你受众所在的地方去做这个事情。比如说你在抖音上你去发一个很冗长的 vlog， 那一定会被划走因为你的受众不在这里。然后我 我觉得算法这个事情，我还是会想接刚才那个话，我觉得算法这个事情其实它，其实本质上它是个科学，但是因为它算法当中，它在演进的过程中，它会有很多干扰因素，比如说这一阶段的算法，它可能程序又换了，算法的参数换了，或者是说它可能这一阶段玩法又换了，所以它变成一个混沌系统了，所以它就变成玄学了。但是其实我觉得，最终我们会发现，过去的一年，就是热歌的那个热潮过去之后，很多像这世界那么多人啊，或者像云端啊，或者像赵雷的那些歌，就是一些我们在唱片时代觉得它是对的那些内容，它目前还是对的。那我觉得这个金的标准是可以放在那里的。那我觉得就是以内容，就是我觉得我去 follow 很多的平台的玩法，最终一圈我发现我跟不上。当我跟不上的时候，我觉得那我就不动，那我做我自己。那我觉得做好原来我觉得认定的标准是什么，那我觉得把这个思考变成一个哲学思考就好了。对，否则的话，因为我觉得很多的玩法或者那些东西，它可能更适合 MCM 公司或者达人去玩。那我回到我刚才前面说的，我觉得内容的创作者有的时候他不一定有传播的属性。当然，丁总也说了，在这个时代，如果你有传播属性，一定是胜出嘛。但万一你没有这个能力的话，我觉得那你静下来，你不要硬凹着自己去拍，比如变装啊，或者是卡点啊，那你做不好这件事情，那你可以把你的内容做好。那你内容出去之后，可能有那些人去辅助你，帮你去玩这些事情。对。
哇，这个我大概又 get 到了一个新的思路，这个蛮适合跟丁博老师正好探讨一下，因为现在我们是已经完全，我就感觉是切换到非常不一样的视角了。像刚才我提出来是，这么多的玩法，不一样的平台，不一样的领域，咱们怎么办，对吧？创作者怎么办？陈总直接说，我要么就是不动了。然后您觉得这边？
我觉得其实我们去谈算法，去谈大数据这件事，我就会回想到我们上学的时候去解答这个政治题，就是我们会说它怎样，它既相矛盾又相统一，对吧？其实我们大家想去了解算法到底怎么去推荐内容，算法推荐内容是一个很复杂的一个数据模型，甚至说这个数据模型有可能会成就一些伟大的公司，所以大家妄想说在几分钟之内我们把这个问题聊清楚不太可能，是吧？我们说 TikTok、抖音，其实最值钱的是它那套算法，它是通过这套算法打天下，逐渐打开自己的局面的。那包含音乐的算法，我们说音乐的算法，我们简单来说吧，可能有一些比较简单的方式，比如说一首歌，我们给一首歌，假如打10个标签，比如说民谣、抒情、缓慢或者什么年代、歌手等等，打10个标签或者打20个标签，可能更多，甚至有可能打几百个标签都有可能。然后当喜欢这首歌的人，我们会比如把10个标签里其他有7个标签重合的其他音乐再推给你的时候，你喜欢的概率有多大？这是一种算法的方式，对吧？还有一种算法方式是什么？比如说有一首歌有1万个人喜欢听，但是这1万个人里边剩下有8000个人又同时喜欢另一首歌，你没有听到这首歌的时候，我把这首歌推荐给你，你是不是喜欢的几率会更大？这也是一种数据模式，当然可能事实上操作起来会比这个更复杂。回过头来我们再说什么呢？就是说算法是否准确跟它的样板有很大的关系。我会认为这2年大家可能使用算法时会有一点难受，因为如果说我们获取的音乐都是通过比如说我们所谓的热歌这个渠道、爆款歌这个渠道、口水歌这个渠道来听，那大量的人在听这种歌曲的时候，那它其实会成为算法的干扰因素，它的样本就不够优良，它就我们说样本脏了，对吧？就刚才说这个数据脏了，它最后算出来的准确率会降低，这个可能会是我面临的一个问题。然后回过头来我们再说我们的内容创作者怎么样利用这个算法。其实我觉得刚才陈军老师说那句话其实是我个人是特别赞成的，就是说有的时候你盲目的去追求一些变化的时候，其实有可能会丧失了自我，因为内容创作其实更多的是一个艺术创作的范畴。艺术创作是一个磁铁效应，它是由一个先进的群体来带动大众群体前进的。如果反过来说，我们让大众群体去引导整个艺术发展的方向的话，长久来讲它是不会成立的。我们的任何一种文化现象，大家可以从古至今，任何一种文化现象都是先进群体带动大众群体，从而形成一个新的风潮。 当然，在这个过程中可能有大众影响力增加，这个核心影响力下降，这个整个趋势的变化。但是我们放到一个相当长的阶段来看，就像刚才陈老师说的，我们为什么发现这2年我们火的歌，最后你看，放到一个10年的维度，你会发现这些爆款歌曲跟唱片时代的选择标准，有的时候是莫名其妙的会重合。
对，
因为有些文化的这个发展方向是大趋势不可逆，小趋势会有变化。
对，
在这种概念，其实我觉得作为创作者来讲，那其实你们如果是想去赚钱的话，我觉得大家应该更关注短期的玩法的变化，从而实时的调整自己的一些做法。你去赚这个时间差的钱是一个很好的方式。但是如果大家想去做一个产业，在一个产业深耕下去，成为一个有产业基础的公司，或者说是这个作为自己的事业或者艺术来去好的话，遵循自己的方式可能是更重要的一件事。因为其实每个人擅长的方向其实就那么多，不要去想说一个人真的又擅长说唱音乐，又擅长民谣音乐，又擅长电子音乐，又擅长 reggae， 又擅长 soul， 又擅长巴塞诺瓦。你要真有这么一个人，也不是没有，这种人可能历史上几百年出一个，他叫天才。就是我们大多数人还是普通人，我们去做一些普通人的事儿，但是我们把普通人在艺术上的追求做到极致，那你就是这个行业的所谓的艺术家了嘛。
是。您说这天才现在还得会做视频。
可以啊，
我觉得丁老师终于说到一特重点了，挣钱。刚才我们在说选平台啊，是选 shopping mall 还是街边小店，其实我们在说的，我觉得都是一个路径。今天我觉得我们特别要讲，我很想聊聊看，就是关于这个挣钱这个事儿。
我插一句，应该叫挣快钱。
哦，好的，还有一个区分。所以那这样我还得先问云兰，就是因为要讲到一个词叫激励。其实刚才我们说的很多都是，比如说流量啊、算法等等，这是确实是也是实打实的激励。那还有更实打实的问题，就关于创作者们他们的挣钱或挣快钱或者他的营收。其实现在平台一般，我根据我自己的观察啊，比如说广告的分成，对吧？比如说挂车等等之类的，其实还有一些什么样的一些渠道？
其实刚才提到的是更多商业化，但如果是一个创作者来讲，尤其是在快手，那它可能主要是有2方面啊。第一方面呢，就是在纯音乐层面，那它肯定是有自己的作品嘛，所谓的音乐原创的作品也好。那这些音乐原创的作品，它其实只要是给到快手授权，那其实现在快手本身就有一套合理的一个结算的模式，然后可以给到这些创作者他的一个版税，所谓的在快手上的一个版税。那当然就是我们有一套对外公布的一套结算的模式啊。然后这是一方面，还有一方面呢，就是刚才提到的，那毕竟是短视频平台嘛，我们也不是一个流媒体，所以呢，它肯定还是要跟短视频有一个比较良好的一个结合。那如果一个创作者他的内容，然后他也同时拍了很多这种短视频，那其实，在短视频上面，我们就是作为一个这个短视频的创作者，我们还是肯定会有一些所谓的补贴啊，就是所谓它的视频项的一些补贴计划。然后当然这个可能会就计划的具体的形式不同啊，他会拿到的一些就是这种收益不一样。但是至少，如果一个创作者他又会音乐，又会在视频上面有一些这方面的一些能力，然后他其实2方面他都是可以至少在快手上有收益的。那当然刚才提到就是另外就是他一些商业化。那比如说他刚才说的带货啊、直播打赏等等，这些都是他另外商业化的一个层面。那当然就是如果一聊起来啊，他其实如果真的是想能够挣，无论是快钱也好，还是真的是凭能力挣钱也好，他其实这一块他在快手上还是有很多的机会的。
懂了，所以那我想问问石总。于总说的属实吗？挣到了吗？
我从我们自己公司的运营呢，我是把这个东西分成2块。一块呢，刚才陈总讲的特别好，就是说很多的这些艺人啊，这些创作者，因为我们公司本身也是做独立音乐的，他们很多都是以乐队啊一种形式存在，所以呢，他们身上是有非常个性化的一些标签。所以呢，这些标签其实不是能够作为公司很难去用一种所谓非常市场化的赚快钱的方式去影响它。所以呢，我们会尽量的支持 让他们把自己的标签足够放大。在过程当中呢，就是说除了视频以外，其实就是说刚才陈总讲的跟我们考虑是一样的，就我们会结合线上跟线下巡演，然后的话呢，线上的话呢，比如说是多平台多自媒体的一些曝光，然后呢再跟一些比如说综艺或者是一些电影就做一些这种跨界的一些联合，通过这方面的话呢，能够逐步的去转化，去推动他们自己的一个业务的发展这个就是丁总刚才讲的，这其实我们这个真的是一个长线的钱但短线的钱呢就特别简单，就刚才我讲的，就是说我们有专门的一个部门去做这个市场的乐歌，那这乐歌就特别简单，就市场需要什么，然后的话呢，我们会匹配背后有一群这个制作人，就说你有没有能够结合市场这些方向的，因为我们会给一些方向的一些作品，如果有的话，那可能更加切合这个当下的一些机会，可能呢就会赚很多的一些短期的钱，但从长期来讲，从艺术价值上来讲，我觉得可能长期的钱的这个艺术的价值会高于这个短期的钱。
明白了，大家还是内心其实有把尺的。接下来想问问陈炯因为我又涉及到这个部分了，因为我也是做东方风云榜的，它是一个排行榜，然后我们今年正好这个榜今年30年了，可以说也是跟着这个咱们内地原创流行音乐就是走到了现在这样的一个格局。我特别认同刚才几位老师都提到了一个，就是如果把这个去品评一首所谓的爆款歌咱们把时间坐标拉到10年、20年，你再回头去看的话，就是我觉得，因为我做排行榜第一线的，我特别有感触。我就请问一句，就是一起学猫叫喵喵喵喵喵喵喵。当我在唱出这段旋律的时候，你会不会觉得恍若隔世？就是甚至你也不知道，当初为啥家就能火成这个样了？那所以这个问题又要抛到你这边来了。比如说，我还以汉霄为例，汉霄可是很会写旋律的人，我们也经常开玩笑说，他要真想写爆款，还写不出来吗？但是那他要不要写？以及刚才我们在说钱分快钱和长线的钱，那你们这边有什么样的针对这个事情有什么样思考？
我觉得现在平台因为很发达，所以其实所有音乐人上传作品跟创作的门槛变低了那我觉得就是汉霄，如果你说写传统的一些爆款歌曲旋律简单的，我觉得他肯定可以写，但是因为这个技能其实掌握的人越来越多了，那在那个年代可能有一些创作上的一些技法技能，那这些技法技能我觉得现在年轻人也都掌握了。那如果你要在这个群体里去脱颖而出的话，那可能就是你要在艺术上去追求你的独特性吧，就是这件事情我觉得营收的话，其实我们可能会更多讨论说在版权上的营收嘛。那我可能因为唱片行业做比较久嘛，我觉得其实人的价值可能有的时候会比版权更大。那怎么在这个时代把音乐人从就是像一个数字生命一样在平台上发歌这样收版权，那你把它做立体起来，那他真的可以去变成一个艺人，他可以去参加综艺，他可以去开演唱会。那我觉得这个时代其实是期待这样的艺人的。那我会觉得现在目前在线上在走的，那除了偶像型艺人之外，其实创作型艺人其实几乎还是上个时代遗存下来的。那这个时代为什么脱节了这些人？我觉得他可能就是因为没有唱片公司这样一个机制去包装、去打磨或者给他机会嘛。那我觉得这些事情就是可能我们要做经纪公司的去思考，可以去跟大家去探讨的事情。那我觉得如果人能做起来的话，那个价值会更大。
我觉得这又是提出了一个其实是个蛮高的要求，因为刚才其实我已经说到唱片公司这件事儿了。唱片公司现在的概念是啥？在大多数的人的心目当中，就是它仿佛是一个渐渐要消失的这样的一个概念。那可能更多的我们业内的朋友讲到唱片公司版权，手上抓了大把的版权他们现在宛如一个版权代理等等之类，都是开玩笑的说法但接下来我还是想知道说，除了音乐人们、创作人们，他们有一个坚持、一个长线，但现在又有一个新的东西出来了，也不是新的东西，就是说今年这东西它特别火，就是关于 AI， 就是正好要问问丁博老师，咱们就是这个也不能说叫眼光往远处放，我觉得它已经就近在眼前了。 现在你说我们打开，不管是短视频平台，还是流媒体平台，还是各种各样的平台，你想听，我随便举例子，我想听 Drake 唱周杰伦，它是一件非常简单的事儿。就是我不太清楚哈，因为这个是在我的心中也是个巨大困惑。作为一个音乐的 DJ， 我非常的困惑。当然，我们先抛开可能它也许涉及到版权问题哈，我们先抛开这个问题。那这个有可能它也会影响到我们的创作人的一个未来的发展吗？丁博老师，您觉得？
你说 AI 这个事儿啊，其实挺有意思的。我前两天在跟朋友聊天，确实也举过这么一个例子啊，说我看到一帖子说的特别有意思。他说，我们非常欢迎 AI 来切入我们的生活。我们欢迎它什么呢？我们希望人工智能帮我们洗衣做饭，让我们腾出更多的精力和时间去唱歌画画。然后你们这帮开发 AI 的人，让 AI 去唱歌画画，还留给我们洗衣做饭的这些繁重的人。对，其实当然我们回头再说 AI 对音乐的影响，我觉得有2个方面的影响。它其实如果作为辅助工具来讲，它会让我们的创作者，或者让我们的这个内容生产者会有很多的帮助，它会减轻它的负担，或者说，比如说我们以前做一首歌出来，我们想找人唱个 demo， 其实还得找一个会唱 demo 的人，能理解歌曲的人啊。那其实我们用 AI 的声音来唱个 demo， 我觉得这个事儿其实很方便的。同时我们再去寻找一些更合适的歌手啊等等，这是没问题的。但是 AI 这里边呢，我们现在大家好像去研究的方向有2个方面，我个人认为是误区啊。一个刚才罗老师提到的，比如说，我用 AI 模仿一个歌手的声音去唱另外一个歌手的歌或者其他的歌曲，大家会觉得啊，这个模仿的惟妙惟肖，我以后还需要歌手吗？但是你要记住，比如说我让孙燕姿去唱周杰伦的歌，是因为我知道谁是孙燕姿，谁是周杰伦，并不是 AI 模拟出来一个声音，我就会觉得他比其他歌手唱得好，这是一个重要的问题。如果没有孙燕姿珠玉在前，这个模仿的效果像不像并不重要。这是一个问题，所以其实所谓的 AI 生成歌手，其实这个到目前为止，我认为依旧不成立，就是除非你有一个 AI 独特的 AI 的声音，俘获了大多数人的心，是吧？就像《第5元素》里边，他唱那个一下嗨到什么什么什么程度，大家唱的确实很好。他在整个演唱的方面、情感的表达方面，尤其是和听众共情的方面，达到了一个前所未有的高度。那可能是 AI 模仿歌手这件事才能有成功的可能性，或者看到它的方向。那第2个问题就是说 AI 生产歌曲、生产这个旋律和歌词，这个其实很多人研究的一个方向。但是这个我一直在有一个疑惑，大家我说过，就是全年现在中国一年新增华语歌曲150万首，是吧？这个数据我不保证它真实，大家就是当一个参考。还有一个不保证真实数据，我听有人跟我说，全世界一年产生的音乐作品现在是1.2亿，其中有7000万首近乎于零播放。我们处在一个音乐作品生产过剩的时代，然后我们通过一些新的技术手段让这个过剩的时代更过剩，那我们到底想要一个什么结果？这其实也是一个问题。更何况我们认为音乐创作它不仅仅是一个技术型的创作，它更多跟它所处的时代，包含这个创作人表演者本人的人设，包含我们现在在座的聆听人的情绪和他的生活状态相关的。我们说玄学，我们刚才一直在聊是不是玄学，是吧？也可能我创作一首歌，沟通了宇宙中某种能量的这种表现，然后这种能量的表现又通过这种音乐的传递，让其他人感受到了，大家在感情上达到了一种统一，从而觉得音乐是抚慰你的情绪，或者让你记忆生活中一个特别重要片段的这么一种标记。那这个东西才是音乐本身可能对我们成长来讲最有魅力的那一部分，而并不仅仅是说抖后面加个咪咪，后面加个骚，它就叫音乐，它不是这个玩法。所以 AI 到底能不能成功，我是会认可 AI 会在音乐的发展中起到非常重要的作用，尤其是在辅助创作，尤其是在创作人可能需要一些工具的时候啊，比如说我们说 Auto 刚诞生的时候，也会把这个歌手的范围大大的拓宽 ，AI 肯定会起到重要的作用，但可能不是我们现在想象的这个方向。
所以听上去我这个心安了一些些。对，因为实不相反，我的职业这个主持人，我还有另外一个，就是很多这个老百姓喜欢管我们叫播音员儿，这个大家都说现在还需要播音员吗？还需要主持人吗？你看那 AI 学你们学的也很像哈，怎么样啊？曾经我们也恐慌过至少少说半年吧啊，但现在呢，我觉得也没啥好恐慌的，因为思路 或者说对很多事情的及时反应的判断，就像刚才丁博老师说的，他得先是孙燕姿，他才能有孙燕姿模仿周杰伦这件事儿。所以我觉得这个部分也是我心中比较定的一个部分。那接下来的这个问题呢，可能有点傻乎乎，但我还是想问，刚才我们说了这么多，平台给了激励，平台有什么样的一些板子，音乐经纪公司要做什么，包括说我们和这个音乐人之间怎么协作，我们有什么样的方式方法推他们的东西。那我就想问一个问题，假如我就是个素的，我没有 MCN， 我没钱，没有签约，我也没有什么音乐经纪，我什么都没有，就是一个卧室音乐人，我就想在这个闯出我的一片天，请问有可能吗？就这个问题是傻乎乎的问题，但是我真的就特想问。
我想回答一下，因为我给你举另外一个，我就是一个人，但是我想找到一份好工作，有可能吗？对吧？其实是一样的。我会上幼儿园，我会上小学，我会上中学，我会上大学，我会去学习各种技能，我会去争取面试的机会，我最终成为一个可能年薪几百万的这个打工皇帝，年工几千万、几个亿的打工皇帝，有没有可能？其实跟音乐人能不能成为最后的明星这个问题是一样的，没什么区别。看你自己做了什么，而不是看社会给了你什么。当然，这里边我们也得说，有的人天生就在罗马。
是的，这个我来讲一下我的感觉。我觉得这个问题提得特别好。我们经常会碰到这样的人来问这样的问题。其实我觉得就是说，首先做音乐啊，它是需要决心的，它不是一个我想不想的问题。就是说，当你想做的时候，你是不是全力以赴的问题？就是说，你会不会为明天的吃饭去担忧的问题？我碰到很多人，可能就是说，我可能是个小白，然后我想做音乐，但是的话呢，我因为这因为那，我去兼职去怎么样？其实我就首先对自己就是没信心，所以对这一类人，我就觉得就不要去干这事儿。第二类的话呢，就是说，当你真的是把自己这个退到无路可退的时候，就还在做的时候，我觉得这里头会出来两类人。一类人呢，就是他们会通过自己的这个专业，因为过程当中是不断学习的一个过程，通过专业，通过你的勤奋，你会达到一定的境界。这个呢，我认为可能会有成就，但是这个不是最重要的。当然，最重要的，我认为就是说，你是不是真的是做这个事情的料？天赋，我认为永远是比勤奋要重要。当然，如果你勤奋了，你做这个事，我认为也没错，但千万不能说我就想做，但是我又有这有那，把自己想了很多的退路，那我觉得是一定做不成。就不是这个。
明白了，就是是金子总会发光的，但是你得先是块金子，是这个意思哈。那接下来想问问陈九，还是想问，因为对汉霄特别感兴趣，因为就是实不相瞒，我是真的是看着唐汉霄长大的。唐汉霄还是个中学生的时候，就参加了我们的一个校园音乐先锋比赛，那个时候就是纯纯的素素的一个中学的小男孩儿。对，然后那个时候我觉得就很符合刚才施总讲的，他那么小那么素，但是当时所有在场的评委，几个评委老师就是非常惊艳。他自己带着一个这个电子琴，一边弹一边唱，他说这是我自己写的歌。就当时我就发现说，他虽然还是一块璞玉，但他是个玉。然后后来包括说一直走到现在，这一路走过来，就是我觉得就是见证了他的这样的一个成长。所以我觉得他倒是完全可以贴合我刚才的这个傻问题，可是又感觉他好像是在这个问题之外，你觉得呢？就是他是个天才吗？我觉得他是，但他又真的是素素的变成了今天的人。
因为我可能长期合作的两个艺人，一个是胡彦斌，一个唐汉霄嘛，他们其实差不多都是17、18岁就出道了。那你说他们是有天赋，我想肯定是有天赋的，但是他们都是非常非常非常努力的人。那胡老师小时候，他可能17、18岁的时候，他学唱歌，他可能会在 KTV 里唱2天不出来，他可能他就是爱唱歌，唱到2天唱爽了才出来的那种。他其实天生他的嗓子不是说像周深那种嗓子，他其实是一个哑的嗓子，但是他大量的唱，然后去练就他的唱功，包括他的编曲技能，是因为他当时给卡西欧去做那种就 demo， 就是那个合成器的 demo，它可以做到每天因为接单接很多，它可以忙做很多的实务性的工作，去累积了他们这样的经验，包括韩销也是。我觉得其实人可以在这个行业里，就是你不一定说一步变成明星，但是你可能先找到你的生态位吧。因为我想去年网易云做了一个很好的一个遴选，就是向市场推荐了55位新锐的编曲人。那我觉得这就是很好，因为我公司签的所有的音乐人，我不把他先把他变成艺人，我觉得就是说，首先你要有创作能力，就是表达能力；第二个是你要有基础的编曲能力，就是你要为你的表达去赋能的能力。那我觉得你有这2项能力之后，你先不考虑你会不会变成艺人，那你在这个行业里就是有工作了，你可以卖 demo， 你可以去做编曲，你可以做制作人。当你去做这些工作的时候，你就是在实战中，一个是在实战中去感受你的作品、你的制作它的合理性跟它的反馈；第二个你也会有收入嘛，然后第三个你还是在交朋友嘛。对，你也许跟很多的大的艺人做完，你也交了朋友。那有这些积累之后，你去找一个合适的机会，那我觉得你找到了，那你就会出来。对，我觉得可能链路会长一点。对。
但是会走的也会更久，我觉得。
因为我觉得很多创作型的艺人，他可能会到人生的某一个阶段，可能受到了什么巨大挫折啦，或者什么的时候，他可能那个，可能像丁总说天人感应一下，他可能那个作品出来了，他可能在20岁、30岁的时候没有那个感受，对，但那时候他他还是在学习，还是在感悟所有的一切的时候，在磨练他的技能的时候，那我觉得磨练嘛，那你这个时候可以有个工作先养活自己，到那个时候你可以出来，对。我觉得这是我倒是没有这个焦虑，我觉得大家都可以慢慢来，对，
懂了，可以做梦吗？可以，但是做梦之前呢，最好先审视一下自己。我觉得今天我们跟几位好朋友呢，拉拉杂杂聊了很多，真的也是听到了，这是完全不一样的角度。因为包括我在平时每天的这个电台直播当中呢，我也是听不到这些角度的一些。不管是揭秘也好啊，还是给大家的一些这个总结也好，我觉得真的今天我们这个对谈，我感觉还是真的蛮适合各行各业的朋友都来看看，都来听一听，打开一些眼界，打开一些思路，甚至可以说可能消除一些不切实际的幻想，我觉得都是蛮好的。那在我们结束今天的对谈之前，我特别想把结语的重任要请丁博老师给咱们来个重量级的结语吧。
就直接就结啊，没有方向啊。
自由发挥。
那我就说，那我这样，我简单说几句话。第一句话，在音乐这个行业里面，我回过头来，我们不谈产业了，因为我们其实，我希望我们的结尾是感性一点的。在音乐这个产业，在音乐这个行业里面，天分是大于努力的，这是第一点。第二点，有天分的人不一定能躺赢，或者说绝大多数有天分的人无法躺赢。第三点，其实躺赢也是一种天分，可能你不具备。
谢谢丁博老师，谢谢，也非常感谢今天在场的各位朋友啊，听我们在这边聊天，我们聊得非常开心，大家听得还好吗？还好吧，谢谢大家。那我们今天就先暂告一个段落，也很欢迎大家跟我们交流，有什么样的问题也可以向我们提出。反正还是那句话，知无不言，言无不尽，知道的肯定说，不知道的肯定不会瞎说，好吧？谢谢大家，谢谢大家，谢谢几位老师，谢谢。
听丁博老师一席话。
Hello, my name is Paul Brindley, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Music Ally. And firstly, can I thank Kanjun Music, our partners in Music Ally China, for inviting me to make this presentation to you as part of IMX. So today I am going to be talking about what is clearly one of, if not the hottest topics in the music industry today, and that's AI. It's a topic that touches on many aspects of the business, many of which are pretty straightforward in some ways. With AI helping to improve so many business processes and procedures, from back-end office functions to how we discover and consume music and everything in between. But today I'm going to be focusing on what has become arguably one of the most controversial and most talked about aspects, which is around how AI is impacting the creation of music, and in particular using AI trained on copyright content to make new music. And I'll be highlighting 4 of the bigger picture trends and questions that Music Ally has identified around this topic. So, the battle for control, looking mainly at who the main tech players are, then how artists can and will shape this technology, what are the real problems with AI and copyright, and finishing off with some observations around why AI music is still ultimately very much human music, at least in part. So let's start with the battle for control. So who will ultimately shape the future of AI's intersection with music? There are some very big companies jostling for prominence in that role, and we should at least question whether they will definitely have the best interests of human musicians at heart. You can think about it as a battle between, or more optimistically, a collaboration between big music and big tech. On the big tech side, we've seen Google and Meta both unveil new AI music models this year, Google's Music LM and Meta's Music Gen. Stable Diffusion, the company behind popular text-to-image AI Stable Diffusion, followed suit in September with Stable Audio. TikTok's parent company, ByteDance, launched an AI-powered music creation app called Ripple, and Amazon has a new accelerator for generative AI startups, albeit not just music. These are all big, well-resourced companies with powerful lobbying clout, and they will inevitably have views on how creative AI should be regulated. On the big music side, Universal Music Group has been notably active both publicly and behind the scenes. It played a key role in taking deepfake track Heart on My Sleeve down from streaming services, and has been urging DSPs to crack down on AI-generated deepfakes more generally. It registered the domain name for the Human Artistry Campaign, a coalition of music industry bodies lobbying for regulation of creative AI. And this year, UMG has struck 2 of the most prominent deals in AI music so far, a licensing deal with startup Endel, and a partnership to create a music AI incubator with YouTube. UMG's desire to shape the music tech world is hardly a new thing, and it's also been seen this year with its advocacy of a new artist-centric model for streaming payouts. The narrative in AI is that the world's biggest label is stepping in to protect artists and songwriters from the potentially harmful uses of AI, while enabling them to capitalize on the potentially positive uses. This does sound good, but it's also fair to wonder whether a future for AI music co-designed by UMG and YouTube needs more oversight to ensure it fairly serves the full gamut of interests of musicians, music companies, and AI companies. In Hollywood, screenwriters and actors have been striking this year, partially based on fears of how AI could be used to replace them by the producers and publishers of the films and TV shows they are making, the studios and streaming services who commission original content. Transpose that back to the music industry, and is there an argument that artists and songwriters should be worried not just about AI companies misusing their work, but also about our equivalents of the Hollywood studios, the music labels and publishers? Think of the debate around the music streaming economy and how it evolved, certainly in the UK, from being purely focused on streaming services not paying enough to a more nuanced awareness that label deals might be part of the problem. If big labels did not treat artists fairly with one new technology, can they be trusted not to do the same with another, AI? That being said, UMG and YouTube did announce a panel of artists and producers who will be involved in that partnership. And the Human Artistry Campaign includes a number of organizations representing independent artists and songwriters. There is some oversight, and that's a good thing. AI will impact individuals at every level of the music industry, and it's important that their interests are represented, even if bigger corporations have the most sway in the negotiations over how this technology will evolve and be regulated. Now on to the second point, how artists can and will shape this technology. And there are positive things to report on this front, because artists are indeed taking a lead, not just in shaping musical AIs, but also in building them and turning them into business models. This year, we've written about Grimes cloning her voice and making it available for anyone to use in their own music. But she must approve tracks before they're released. She has some rules regarding the lyrical content, for example, and she gets a 50% share of the recording's royalties. TuneCore is on board as a partner, offering industry backing. There are 2 more startups helping artists to license their AI voice prints that were founded by musicians. VoiceSwap was founded by DJ Fresh, and MyVox by Ariana Broderick and John Clancy. These join Holly Plus, the service previously launched by artist Holly Herndon, to enable people to create music using her own voice clone. Musicians as tech founders is a trend that stretches beyond AI, but it's encouraging to see artists taking the AI bull by the horns and figuring out how to make it work for their peers. Herndon has also been vocal, pun not intended, this year in advising artists to hold off on signing AI voice rights deals while the market is still evolving. Not every artist wants to launch a startup, but there is evidence that a growing number are exploring creative AI technologies in their own work. UK charity Youth Music published a survey in July this year, finding that 63% of young artists, defined in this case as 16 to 24-year-olds, were embracing AI to help their creativity. Meanwhile, in August, we reported on a study conducted by TuneCore that found 27% of independent artists have used AI music tools, while 50% were aware and engaged in AI with a positive perception of its benefits and opportunity. That said, 39% were unaware and apathetic towards AI with fears and concerns, and that's as good a summary as you'll see of the divisions in perceptions. We're also seeing AI music startups making the right noises about working with artists, not just to license their work, but to shape their services. Indian startup Beethoven launched a fund for human artists in January. And our third main point, what are the real problems with AI and copyright? The narrative from some quarters of the music industry is that AIs are being trained on copyrighted music without permission or licenses, which is why rights holders are so keen for governments to crack down on this with new legislation. But to what extent is this really the case? In reality, proving it is one of the biggest challenges. Lawsuits are already flying in the generative AI text and image sectors. Authors are suing OpenAI, and Meta and Getty Images is suing Stability AI. But we have yet to see any similar legal action around AI music. In an interview with Music Ally in February this year, the CEO of AI music startup Endel said this was because these firms have purposefully avoided training their models in commercial music because they understood that music rights holders would come after them forcefully. He noted that most musical AIs have been trained on production music or stems recorded by session musicians, and this might be placing a ceiling on the quality of the music that those AIs could produce. The output is only as good as the input. So you might argue that the problem with AI and copyrighted music is less that models are being trained on it without permission, but more that they're being trained on poorer quality, non-copyright music instead. Changing that means devising licensing structures that make sense for both sides, covering not just recording rights, but publishing too. And you can't underestimate the difficulty of this. It's a tricky, sensitive task, especially as artists and songwriters will surely expect to be given the chance to opt out, which may not be practical in all instances. Now, imagine being a label trying to license even a small proportion of your recordings catalog to an AI startup or tech giant, and having to ensure that every single song used for those recordings has been cleared for use by every publisher representing every one of its songwriters. And that's before you even start thrashing out licensing fees, deal lengths, and the question of how to calculate and split royalties from the output of these AIs. In other words, the music industry says that musical AI developers need licenses, quite rightly. Music AI thinks that's fair and reasonable. But we can't underestimate how difficult it is going to be to figure out how these licenses work. The other problem with AI and copyright, and we could do a whole hour on this topic alone, is whether AI music, or indeed any AI art, qualifies for copyright protection. It's already a live issue in the US, where August saw a US District Court judge rule that humans are essential to copyright. He was confirming an earlier decision by the US Copyright Office in a case where an inventor had sought to register an artwork created entirely by his AI model. Copyright has never stretched so far, however, as to protect works generated by new forms of technology operating absent any human guiding hand, ruled the judge. Human authorship is a bedrock requirement of copyright, he said. Soon after, the Copyright Office launched its latest study to canvass people's views on how its rules should evolve. Here's the biggest challenge, though. What is AI music anyway? It's too simple to say that AI music and human music are two entirely separate groups of content. In fact, most music created with this technology will sit somewhere in the middle. Stable audio can be used by musicians to create beats and stems to export and use in their own work. Endel is taking stems made by human musicians and getting its AI to mix them into soundscapes. In both cases, the result is not pure AI-generated music. It's a collaboration between humans and AIs. So the most interesting AI music will be eligible for copyright protection because it will also be human music. And this is enhanced by the fact that the latest breed of musical AIs do not involve simply setting some parameters, pressing a button and having a song pop out. They're using text prompts, typing in what you want the AI to do, and then tweaking your prompt in response to its outputs until you get something suitable or something surprising that you weren't looking for. This discipline of prompt engineering requires human creativity. And so it might be argued that the outputs of this process should also qualify for copyright protection. And believe us, there will be arguments about all of this. And so on to our fourth and final observation, that AI music, for better or worse, is still, at least in part, human music, or involves humans or humans' decisions to some degree. This is a very obvious point in many ways. Musical AIs don't exist in a human-free vacuum. They're built by humans, used by humans, and the business models and applications for these systems are decided by humans. Creative AI isn't bad or good, but humans may do bad or good things with it. And this is one of the big things about humanity. We can do wonderful, creative, collaborative, and selfless things, but we also have a talent for doing terrible, cruel, thoughtless, and plain stupid things. So yes, people will do things with musical AIs that aren't good, organize crimes, or try to use these tools to make thousands of music tracks and then have bots stream them on DSPs to siphon off royalties. People will clone the voices of famous artists like Drake and The Weeknd, most infamously, without permission, and try to make money by releasing the tracks, possibly fooling fans into thinking it's the real artist, although not always. In June, the boss of UK Music coined the phrase music laundering, which he described as a process where you could steal someone's work, feed it into an AI, and then generate clean, new music, just as a money laundering operation might do with stolen money. In 2023, we've reported on the launches of one startup that had launched chatbots mimicking famous artists without it being clear whether they were involved, and another startup that wanted to build a takedown-proof site for unlicensed deepfake music. Unfortunately, predictably for the latter, it was taken down within a week of launching, with its founder, of course, blaming Universal Music Group. A similar startup raised $20 million of funding in June for a business model based entirely on unlicensed deepfakes. We can debate the legalities of this content, but these don't seem like humans making artist-friendly decisions. There will be bad actors in AI music, and it's right that the industry should fight back against them with whatever means it deems suitable. But the risk is that we let the bad actors define this whole technology, when in fact, there'll be so many positive uses for good creative humans. Professional artists tapping generative AI tools to create new sounds to use, and maybe even new genres, is one example. Just like two previously controversial technologies, synthesizers and drum machines, were used by humans to invent electronic music and hip hop. But AI tools could also open up music making to a wider audience, helping people who have musical ideas but no formal training to get started. AI could play a role in music education, not to make music for humans, but to help them make music. And then there's the even wider set of use cases around music, where AIs can help with marketing and audience building, understanding fan data, tagging catalogs of music with ever richer metadata. There are many positive uses for these technologies. So we come back to the point that it's what humans choose to do with them that matters.
我先自我介绍一下，我是今天一大早，基本上接下来我们要聊的这件事情，可能是我不知道会不会是全天最值钱的一个话题，因为我要介绍一下我们接下来要讨论的这个主题是解谜音乐商业未说之话。听到 business， 大家就是可能本来刚才这个听到梁老师的这个音乐啊，已经沉浸在其中了。但接下来我们要讲点实实在在、更实惠的东西。我们要讲到关于音乐和商业的一个结合，然后怎么样才能够让它大家各得想得的东西啊，所以要好好讨论一下。我是来自上海人民广播电台动感101的主持人罗毅，今天我也来担任一下现场的主持。那请先允许我为大家介绍一下今天我们到场的嘉宾。我们首先请到的有创业家首席创意官郑玉红，创意顾问音乐人梁伟峰，华润啤酒国际品牌部的总监张瑞哲，阳朔唐舍度假酒店总经理许丽花。欢迎几位老师的到来。那这样我们先开始了，我坐在这边啊。其实刚才梁老师在讲《一点一滴》这个歌的时候，我在旁边听得非常的感慨。为啥呢？因为我是做流行音乐节目的主持人，然后《一点一滴》这首歌在2014年的时候曾经在我的节目里打过榜。对，所以我就哇，居然这么巧能够听到这首歌的一个很完整，它是怎么出现，怎么慢慢变成现在这个样子。而且其实确实它是一首非常成功的一个广告歌来着。那我今天第一个问题，其实我们来讲，我还是想问问梁老师哈，先来问一下，对，因为我觉得这是一个非常神奇的事情，就是音乐，因为我跟很多的音乐人啊、歌手啊、创作者们都聊过天儿。就是大家在对商业和音乐的这个结合的时候，内心是非常纠结的。有的人会说，我不能太商业，我就是要艺术。有的人就说，那你怎么可能会很真空的抛开 business 这个东西去，纯粹来做，特别是流行音乐这个部分？那我就想问问梁老师，因为其实您的作品有很多，这个大家都熟悉伟峰老师的作品吧？除了刚才的一点一滴，其实真的好多代表作，可能很多朋友都不知道是伟峰老师的作品。
还好。您说您想问的问题，
对，所以就想问问看您，就是在我刚才说的这么纠结的这件事情当中，先从一个音乐人的角度来出发，就是要怎么样去看待这两件事情？
看待音乐是不是该商业化，是吧？
对。
好的，我觉得音乐本来就应该商业化的，因为至少我不可以代表所有音乐人，我是代表我自己，我是流行音乐工作者。那所谓的流行音乐工作者，这个歌曲本身就必须要先流行，流行它就是一种商业化。今天我就算再把一个再冷门的一本小说，再冷门的一个音乐，甚至再冷门的一个演出，我只要给它贴上个票价、地点、演出的那个钱，它就是商业。所以对我来说，商业是没有错的。所以要不然的话，这个音乐也传不下去。
所以这件事情毫不纠结，
毫不纠结。
那接下来，其实我们想问问 Sibyl， 想问问哈，这个因为平时我们在这个面对品牌方，在面对就是我们现在叫客户爸爸，或者是品牌妈妈，就开玩笑的说法哈，我们总是想要去说服品牌去接受我们的一些创作的理念。包括刚才我一直在讲说，有的时候大家是不是甚至会觉得说，艺术创作跟商业这个东西它会不会打架或者之类的？但是其实我不知道从您这边的这个视角来看的话，其实你这个旗下的很多的品牌， 的这个产品线跟音乐有非常多样化的结合，就不光是创作，也有很多形式上的一些突破，可不可以介绍一下？
对，我也简单介绍一下我这边。我现在在上海，我带着我的 team， 我们主要是负责喜力品牌 Heineken in China。那我觉得这个问题蛮好的，是在于其实啤酒公司的本质，我是去卖啤酒的，我的本质不是去推广音乐的。因为我们做了这么多跟音乐相关的事情，但是我的本质是去销售啤酒。但是很重要，我们跟音乐之间的连结在于年轻人的部分。我们有一群，他本身的生活习惯，他的兴趣爱好是在音乐的范畴，那他的一个消费的习惯又是在于啤酒的饮用，所以我们找到了核心的年轻人，不好意思，去看看他们的生活方式是什么，那我们去跟他的生活方式在一起，用一个喜力很具有差异化的结合点去跟他们沟通，这个才是就是说我们要跟音乐接触，且现在喜力跟音乐接触的这么深度的，我觉得一个最底层的一个初衷。那第二个是在于说，其实因为我自己来说，我是喜欢音乐的啊。那我再去用品牌的视角，用所谓客户爸爸的视角去看音乐这件事情，其实我的所谓接纳度啊、包容度啊，对于整个音乐本身的尊重，我觉得是非常高的。因为我觉得只有当一个东西它本身自己的价值感是足够高的时候，它出来的效果绝对是不是1+1，可能是一个平方或者是立方的这种的效果。所以我觉得作为客户主或者作为品牌主，你首先要去尊重你合作的东西，给到他很大的一个空间，不要去对他刚才讲的比手比脚、指手画脚。因为如果你指手画脚，最后的结果一定就会脱离它本身的价值，可能会减到30分，30%会减到50%。那我们第一个是跟音乐本身更多的尊重、更多的包容度，去用它本身的最棒的那个价值、那个闪光点。其次就是回到年轻人，我们做很多的像喜力，我们做音乐的节目，对吧？我们做我们做电音做这个E-pop， 然后我们赞助很多大大小小的音乐节、电音节，我们跟音乐人本身也有合作，包含说我们出很多的这些 ISS、TVC 都会用到音乐，所以我觉得方方面面是我们希望大家跟音乐的触点不只在于一首歌，在于很多拥有音乐体验的场景也能有音乐本身，同时有喜力。还有我们最可爱的这群消费者这群年轻人，所以我觉得把这些东西在作为品牌主，你在 day one 的时候就能想清楚，那你后面的很多动作其实就不会脱离太远，以及你就不会很计较，或者是很钻牛角尖的说你一定要怎样怎样，你一定要变成我要的你的那样，因为你如果是这样的一个初衷的话，你最后做的东西就会变成四不像。它既不是品牌你喜欢的，它也不是音乐人喜欢的，它最重要，它不是消费者和年轻人喜欢的。那这种东西，我觉得就做起来，大家都很辛苦，都很累了，也就没有它所谓的这个大家能在一起把价值创造出最高的这样的一个底层逻辑在了。
我觉得特别好，就是听到的是从喜力的角度来说，我听到是精准，还有包容。所以我觉得这两点对
要开放，
很重要。因为其实我本身是做广播的，我觉得跟您刚才讲到的有一点特别契合，就是关于说我们怎么才能够让我们的目标受众能够 get 到我们想要传递的信息，不管是我们说要卖啤酒，还是说比如说我的广播，我的所有的想要传递的内容如何到达到这个目标受众的心里。我就以广播为例好了，比如说我们说广播的最大的优势是什么？纯听觉的，尤其是现在的移动收听，比如说我在这个驾驶一个场景当中的时候，人的注意力是在驾驶上面的，而这个时候能够解放你的双眼的，其实就是听觉。所以音乐也好，广播也好，它是一个应该说是润物细无声这样的一种方式，直击到你的这个大脑当中。我们开玩笑说，这是最佳洗脑的方式。所以音乐是一毛一样的道理。 所以我非常认同你刚才讲的这个部分。那接下来其实我想问问丽华哈，因为大家都知道，特别是今年文旅是一个很爆炸的这样的一个状态。其实文旅和音乐的结合，我也觉得蛮神奇的，所以想听听看从你这边的视角是怎么样做一些思考。
那我也来简单介绍一下我们的这个项目，然后以及我作为一个非音乐人，为什么在这个场景下今天过来跟大家做一下分享。那首先的话，我是代表我们那个阳朔唐舍酒店，是一个从一个老的一个国营的糖厂，60年代的糖厂，我们把它改造成一个酒店，然后现在运营作为一个度假目的地这样的一个项目。那我们在过去几年，也就是说跟文旅跟音乐的结合所做的一个事情，就是我们一直有一个自己的驻地艺术项目，然后其中有一个部分叫唐 Live， 然后我们就邀请了很多这种当代的一些年轻的这种音乐家，在我们现场去融合当地的这个漓江的这个自然环境，然后去做一些和客人之间的这个互动。所以我们当时应该是没有刻意说文旅和商业的一个结合，我们只是觉得音乐是一个媒介 ，music connects all， 所以觉得它给我们创造了多一个语言去和来自不同地方、来自不同语言文化的客人进行一个互动，所以去改变传统的一种思维，就是度假一定是跟对吧，在房间里有一个好的睡眠质量，在餐厅里用到好的餐饮。等等，可能大家很局限于这一部分，我们想把它的边界拓展开，让更多的人感觉到说我在度假当中所得到的体验，以及我的生活方式的这种延展，可以在各个方式上。那其中我们觉得音乐是一个很重要的媒介，所以这个是我们一直持续下来的一个项目，以及未来也会一直去进行的。然后我们所主打的主要就是说想把音乐从室内带到室外。怎么把自然融入在这个场景里，让更多人把一个在地的这个一个文化，然后以及和一些更全球化的这种东西结合在一起。我不知道在座有没有人听说或者去过唐舍酒店？有是吧？对，我们比较一个很 signature 的一个部分，就是有一个很大的游泳池。就在漓江旁边，然后回首这样遥望的时候，可以看到我们的这个老糖厂，在60年代建起来的这个老糖厂。那我们在那个糖厂的外围有一句话，也是当时一直留下来的，我们没有刻意去做，叫胸怀祖国，放眼世界。那这个是我一直在我运营当中融入进去的一个概念，就是 globalization 和 localization 合在一起，那就是你既要让音乐这个东西，我们不想太过于强调说我一定要什么国潮或怎么样，我们觉得它应该是一个国际化的，因为所有的人，我觉得人类之间，分享那种感情，包括刚才老师您放的那段视频里面，所touch到人心的是一样的东西，那无非就是在不同的地方，它有它本地化的那个部分，那也就是我们所说的在地文化。所以这两者是我们希望结合在一起，然后以及可以邀请更多的音乐人到我们这样的目的地，去把目的地变成一个不仅仅是简单单纯意义上狭隘的度假，而变成一个生活方式的延展，以及说对艺术、对音乐一个更可以去享受的生活。
我听到的是文化这两个字，我其实跟刚才 Silvio 这边讲的是很像的，就是我们在传递的是什么，我们的这个媒介是什么，我们的载体是什么，其实是一种文化，或者说大家可能现在更熟悉的词叫 lifestyle， 就是我们用这样的一个方式去把这个音乐与商业做一个很好的结合，是我觉得是一件很相得益彰的事情，是大家都很得力的一件事情。那接下来我想问 Jonathan 哈，那这就说明一件很重要的事情，就是找到那个切入点是很关键的。比如说怎么样去进行这样的一个策划，找到我们刚才说的，不管是一个 lifestyle 还是文化这样的一个契合点。因为其实你也策划过很多诸如此类的一些项目，也想请您谈谈看。
你的意思是我们怎么样去策划吗？
对，有没有什么比如说干货啊、经验啊之类的？
你说在音乐节领域吗？因为我们是怎么样都是一个体验，我们想做一个音乐节，
我们举办的音乐节，比如现在国潮，对不起啊，还是有在做国潮，AK2也是有很多电音的音乐节。可是，在里面大家体验，我们都会加上更多视觉上的、现场上的，大家怎么样去互动，所以变成一个完整的一个体验，对，完整的一个 experience。然后我们都会给他一点主题性，一点创意。昨天我也跟一个无忧音乐的人，我们也在聊说，怎么样把这个太空带到这个现场来，就是每个东西我们然后也想到怎么样跟云南跟着国潮真的做出一个真的国潮的东西，我们可以带到国外去。所以在创意方面，因为我很相信说音乐是个语言，所以这个语言当然都是一个怎么去展示出来，我们都会有很多不同的方式去出了创意吧。怎么样还是要一个主题，还是要一个创意，才可以把这个体验弄得更完整。
那我就要追问一下了。对，您讲到是创意这个问题了。好，那大家都有脑洞，我们会开很多的脑洞，会有很多头脑风暴。那这个创意，它的这个，因为实际上是这样啊，如果我们只是纯从艺术创作的角度来说，它是天马行空的，它几乎是不受限的，你想怎么酷炫怎么来。但如果说我们其实还是确实是要跟商业结合，比如要策划一个音乐节，不管它是国潮的，还是电子的，还是说唱的，还是摇滚的，还是纯民谣的，还是哪怕类似于像简单生活这种 lifestyle 的，不管它是什么样的，那我们如果是在创意之初那个阶段，就应该已经要结合着客户方的一些诉求去进行思考了嘛？这是我的第一个问题。
是的，就是说OK， 所以我们现在每个音乐节，我们都会给他一个概念，一个主题。从主题方面，那很多品牌方就很明确，这跟我搭不搭，我的销售人群搭不搭，我现在在讲的一件故事搭不搭。那我们从那边开始，因为我们自己也是有一个创意部，因为我是从广告去到音乐的，所以我都会拿这块东西，我们的这个音乐节的主题是什么？您的品牌今年的一个 slogan 是什么？再把两个再结合，再找在一个点，在线下和线上两个不管是就是一个很完整的一个 crossover。现在不单单只是说，你来贴个几个 logo 就可以办完事情了，都是要一个很就是说integration， 这整个的东西看起来是这是我们重点。
是，所以接下来我就要问 Sibyl 了。刚才 Sibyl 猛点头，猛摇头，这个非常认同。就今天既然这个客户方这个爸爸方代表在场，必须得多问问啊。因为刚才其实Jonathan真是讲到一个重点的，就是它实际上不是无差别的创意，它是有针对性的一个创意。那现在我们最大的好奇心，这是我第二个问题就来了。那作为客户方、品牌方，那看到什么了，或者说发现这个创意当中有什么了，你们就愿意 buy it。
这是一个就是很好的一个问题。因为喜力，我还是我觉得一些我们的思考很重要，同时今年的一些案例，我觉得更有些体感哈。首先，我非常赞同 Jonathan 说的体验。喜力我今年办了，就是在我自己 team 办了，今年应该大大小小7到8场。我们刚刚10月23号做完的 EDC， 就是电子音乐的这种国际 IP， 3年过后又回来了，所以我们在苏州做完的 EDC。然后呢，再往前走一走的话，我们做了草莓音乐节，我做了 Heineken Soundscape 自己的电音嘉年华，然后马上10月底我要做 Halloween， 做万圣节，包括前面还做了包括像泼水电音节，什么 SKI 的这种雪山电音节，反正我们做很多。如果问我说我愿意为什么样的电音节去赞助吧，因为我们现在基本上都是以赞助商、总冠赞助的这个身份去跟电音节接触。第一个，首先我会看它的 concept， 刚才张大成也讲到的，因为现在大大小小的活动，我讲的很多，但是很多活动你看它的生命周期很短的。他做到 maybe 1年，有些2年，有些3年就消失了，就再也不见了。 那一组人可能又开始开发别的了，他不可能做到很长久。背后的逻辑是他没有招募到固定的那群粉丝，愿意为每年他办活动所期待、所购买票、会飞到那边去体验的这群人，所以他就这个音乐节就消失了。那我第一个会看它的主题，它的 concept， 它是不是我们讲到我们在意的年轻人喜欢的 concept， 它的地点、它的时间、它的咱们讲卡司阵容，还有它这个整个音乐节它传递的那个性格是什么，那个调性是什么？它是很 chill 的，还是很高 energy 的？它是说是主要是卖艺人阵容的，还是说除了音乐以外，它会有很多的体验？这个体验就会以音乐节主办方的身份或者他们的想法，他有没有在创造和营造这种体验？那这些我觉得是喜力我去选音乐节的第一个很重要的，就是它的这个 concept 在不在，它是不是一个有差异化的。第二个我很在意的就是，因为我们所有的音乐节最终是要交付给大家，我的理想化的是一段很难忘的体验或者难忘的一个记忆，是一个我跟咱们现在讲音乐搭子，我什么东西我都叫找个搭子，我跟我的朋友，我跟我的搭子花了时间，有所期待，当场能度过3个小时或者是2天一个非常棒体验的这么一段回忆。所以说，如果这个音乐节他在跟我去体验会去讲的时候，我就能感受到说，没问题，他这个他能做到。其他就是我们一些再去加一些加分的，比如说我去卖啤酒的时候，我的喜力够不够冰啊？我现场排队的是不是能短一点？大家是不是能更快的拿到他自己手中那杯冰啤酒，跟朋友去一起去享受等等。所以说，有了很好的主题性 concept， 有很好执行的细节，跟他想去营造出一段难忘回忆的、难忘记忆的这么一个初衷。那最后就是整个的我觉得它的商业化的程度，就是我作为赞助商，我希望说大家能把一场音乐节的前宣部分做到更充分。那他主办方他拿出来的这些传播的整个的安排方案，再加上因为我会 add on 一些我们的东西，所以能让一场音乐节从 day one 开票的时候就能有个很充分的宣传周期，很把这个音乐节的 concept 的差异化、它的体验、它的艺人阵容、它的所有讲清楚的。那这样的音乐节都是我们比较偏好跟愿意去投资。并且，因为我在音乐节花的费用只是一小部分费用，我为了音乐节所花的其他的费用，那其实是大头的费用。
懂了，这是一个非常大的有空间的一个领域。那接下来的问题，我想问问 Liva 啊，因为我们知道，其实啤酒还是属于快消品类。好，那说到汤社是属于我个人觉得它是一个更加长线的。那这个时候我要想到一个词啊，这个因为最近应该说，因为我是传统媒体，我们面对的最多的考验叫转化率。所有抛开转化率在谈的问题，他们说都是耍流氓。所以我要问问看你，不管是刚才我们说的，其实线下音乐节也好啊，包括说比如说伟峰老师这边，他是有很多比如说音乐的一些创作也好，它和商业的这个结合，我不知道从你的这个视角来看的话，你会需要很大比重的去考虑说，哎，这个会不会有转化率啊？那我要用什么东西去像一把尺子一样去衡量说我的这个结合，我的这个投入，它的一个效果呢？就是我想听听看你这边的这个视角。
首先就是和他们相比，刚才提到了 sponsorship 等等，我们可能更多的是在挑选和我们风格相似的音乐人这一块。我觉得在我们目前的这个阶段，我们更适合称自己说，我们做的这个整个的音乐的这个部分是做时间的朋友。因为其实从把一个工业化的一个老工厂转换成酒店，我们所花的时间花了10年。那我们把一个传统的酒店，就是酒店项目变成一个音乐的目的地，我相信同样也是需要时间的。 所以如果只立足于当下去看，这个转换率肯定不是说我支撑我们业务的一个主体部分。但是我们愿意去为未来去投资这件事情，因为我们相信说有这样一批消费者追求在自己不仅仅是自己平日常生活的环境下或者度假的情况下，都有这样的精神需求和对音乐的这种需求，所以我们在培养大家这样的一个就理念吧。所以所谓的 concept 也是我们一直在着重的。我们其实落脚点也在电子音乐这一块，因为它所涵盖的这个包容性和多样性比较多，所以即使是比如说我们国潮也好，国际化也好，当地也好，我们可以在这个方式当中融入进去，但把它结合为一个度假产品去真正进行一个很高的转换率，我相信这个是需要一段时间，让大家知道这个目的地我可能是为了音乐而去，那它就可能会从小众变成一个大众。那这是中间经历的，如果要算这个 ROI 的话，我觉得时间成本对我们来说是更高的。对，所以我们更多的是在为未来的 market 进行一个自己 target audience 的一个就是 market education。我觉得是可能现在注入点在这里但我们已经看到这样的一个。
我有一个类比就是说这是一个我觉得无关乎时间快慢的问题，也无关乎一个人消费的一个行为快慢的问题。就是因为刚才你在说是，如果说为了音乐去进行一种消费其实大家最直观的应该就是我为什么要选择某个 club 去蹦迪？
对，
我就喜欢这家 club 它的音乐的风格。
对，
就跟我去进行这个度假消费，其实我觉得那种感受是一样的。
是的。
所以时间长短快慢，它其实我认为在转化率这件事情上面，它可能并不是一个强连接。那这个时候接下来的问题，我想问一下伟龙老师你看，就是刚才我们已经听到了有快的，有慢的，有这个线下的，很实际的大型的这样，比如说像音乐节等等之类的。那其实刚才我们说音乐的结合应该有很多方式，除了线下，还有就是可能我不愿意用传统这个词，我更愿意用很典型这个词，很 typical 的一种结合的方式，就比如说音乐的创作和商业的结合。那我不知道站在这个。因为同样也是广告人，然后又是音乐的创作人，其实您是等于是一个人在 A 和 B 两个角色都有在这个顾虑到。那在这样的一个部分，在这个视角当中，会有转换率这件事儿吗？
转换率有的。事实上，你刚才提了一个蛮有趣的一个点，我相信很多地方都会，很多国家都有这个现象，可是在中国，在大陆这个现象尤其明显，就是一个东西本来好好的，可是突然间大家都想做了，跟着就把它给做烂。露营本来是好好的，突然间所有人都要露营，现在露营就大烂。滑板本来是很酷的，突然间所有人都要滑板，现在滑板就觉得好烂，好 low。同样的，做音乐营销其实本来是蛮酷的，可是现在至少稍微推销了一点了。我还记得大概7、8年前，几乎每一个来找我的品牌都说：“伟峰老师，我们想做个音乐营销。”我说：“为什么？因为 A 也做了 ，B 也做了，我 C 也得做。”他说：“现在大家都喜欢音乐。”我说：“不是现在大家都喜欢音乐，大家一直都喜欢音乐，只是某一个品牌因为一首歌曲火了，从而让那个品牌有所谓的转化率。”于是大家就说，我也想要用这样的方式，要用这个转化率，说我要用这个音乐。而回到您刚才的问题，每次我跟这些品牌方在聊的时候，我就说，这个 A 品牌通过跟某个所谓的音乐哒哒哒滴哒滴哒，然后火了。这个呢，因为我不想帮他打广告，这个只是一个个例。是不是另外一个品牌用音乐它也可以火？不一定的。那种感觉就好像一个歌手唱的这一首感人肺腑的歌拿到金曲奖歌手了，是不是另外一个歌手唱的歌也可以拿到金曲奖？不一定。所以首先你必须要先知道说，不表示说做了音乐你就一定有转换率，这是第一个。跟着第二个我说好，如果你现在想做音乐，我想问说你的对象到底是谁？为什么我说对象是谁？先不问他说你为什么做音乐，因为已经知道了。先说你的对象是谁。 因为你的对象是谁，决定了你这个品牌该做怎么样的音乐。要不然很多时候呢，是这个品牌的 CEO 喜欢怎么样的音乐，这个品牌就有了什么音乐，那是错的。是你的品牌的对象喜欢什么音乐，然后如果你品牌的对象喜欢的是这种音乐，这个时候再拉回来，他喜欢的这一个音乐跟你的品牌调性符合吗？如果是符合，那不符合我就说请不要去做音乐。如果是符合，好，我们才来看。所以我是用这种方式一步一步跟他们讨论。那当然并不是每个品牌方都会听的，有些品牌方就会觉得这光头怎么那么啰嗦，钱放他前面都不要赚，算了，就找另外一家。我说那你找另外一家吧，因为为什么呢？就像你刚才所说的，我是广告人，我也是音乐人。当我做一个音乐营销的案例不成功，那可能是案例。当我做2个、3个、4个都不成功的话，其实我自己的名声会被赔进去。就像大哥就李宗盛每次跟我们说过，他说，身为创作者，你必须要爱惜你自己的羽毛，不要什么东西都去做，到最后你会把所有的羽毛给拔掉，你再也飞不起来了。所以对于这个转化率，我是这样来想的：先清楚你为什么要这样做，转化率有没有后台。
所以我听到一个关键词调性，我觉得调性这个词可能是非常不能够跨过它，不能够去脱离它，在谈论我们今天这个话题的。说到调性，其实又要跟 CPU 来讲讲哈。其实我觉得啤酒跟音乐啊，我不知道，很神奇，就是大家会觉得它有一种天然的，就是很 match 的这样的一种感觉。其实它是一个很微妙的这样的一个结果。我为啥要这样讲呢？就是说，实际上，我曾经跟很多做这个 marketing 的朋友聊过天，他们说，你知道吗？就是我们做市场的也好啊，或者说做这个品宣，特别是品宣这个部分，他说我们有一个非常重要的一个职能，就是我们要教育消费者。所以我就在想说，比如当我们在想到假设啤酒跟音乐的调性是这么的 match 的时候，它是教育出来的结果吗？还是说其实确实就是可以让你觉得某个东西和某个东西它就可以有强连接？我举一个特别天马行空的例子，比如说毛巾。如果我们今天开始，从今天开始，我们说我们要卖一款毛巾，我们要跟大家说这个毛巾啊，它就是和民谣有关。假如啊，这样听上去感觉很风马牛不相及，但是我不知道是不是其实是可以通过教育这件事情，通过一段时间之后，比如说很像唐蛇，10年之后，大家突然说民谣等于毛巾，会不会有这种可能性？
就是虽然啊，就是我身为这个品牌主，但是我本身其实不太爱教育消费者，尤其我们现在的消费者都是 Gen Z， 我不知道现场看起来啊，应该有大半部分都是 Gen Z 的面孔，
应该是，
就是 Gen Z 不可能被教育的，他们的长大的过程伴随着国家的发展，他有自己自成一派的，或者是有自己被影响的一些因素，但是你说你要去教育他，我觉得很辛苦啊。然后我们目前我觉得一个是我刚刚很同意伟峰老师讲到的，就是所谓像调性的事情，跟说啤酒跟音乐为什么那么搭，还是回归到因为我们同时都在做年轻人，我觉得这个是就是年轻人的他的需求，他的洞察来自于我们做这件事情，可能就是站在基础的认知之上去做更好的加分，而不是说他从一个0，我们非要把它搞成100分。那可能也不是我一家品牌能做的，可能需要整个行业很多的 stakeholder 一起去完成的事情。所以啤酒其实天然的跟2类东西就有这个缘分。第一个就是体育，第二个就是音乐。它背后其实我觉得都是年轻人，但是音乐跟体育本身它的调性也不太一样。体育你总得有一个赢家，你的那种这个激情澎湃、荷尔蒙往上冲的这种 teamwork 营造下的，你需要啤酒来帮助大家去庆祝。但是音乐更多的，我觉得有的时候是很私人的，有的时候是一个小群体间的一个情绪的连结。 那喜力我们最近几年在中国一直在做的是电音。为什么在音乐这样的一个大的话题下，我们选择最难做的电音？因为现在做电音其实已经不是几年前了。大家也可以看现在的说唱很火，对吧？从2017年开始做中国有嘻哈开始，说唱火了多少年了？到今年为止，说唱依然表现非常优秀。其次就是摇滚，现在慢慢我觉得从月下开始，很多摇滚人、摇滚团、摇滚本身它的这些精神、这些人背后的故事，其实通过媒体的形式，通过一些节目的形式被放大，也很火。民谣慢慢也很火，但是电音不得不说，它不适合。我们可以这么来讲，就是它对于中国消费者的认知门槛它太高了，因为它没有任何歌词，它很难说直接的去 get 到说我这首音乐作品里面想传达什么。同时，电音在我们过往的教育背景下，都是跟夜店、跟 club、跟蹦迪相关。除此之外，很难再有别的联想。那为什么喜力我们坚持要以电音，我觉得为抓手去找到这群年轻人？背后是因为喜力品牌我们要做的是国际化、先锋和高端，这个是我们想做的。那整个在音乐这个大的版图下，我们发现电音或者叫电子流行音乐，同样是有国际、高端、先锋，还可能 plus 有一些科技感的。因为每一首电音作品，它都不是一个大自然当中的一个原本的声音，它都是需要去合成出来的。所以基于这个两个调性相同，我们去选择结合在一起。但因为我们现在喜力的问题就在于还蛮难的，电音人群我们自己讲这个入水口太窄。但是为什么我们坚持要做？不是说我们想去教育中国的年轻消费者都爱电音，而是说电音的这群种子的人跟我的品牌是想打的，我想传递的，我的一些风格跟我的品牌联想是一致的，好吧？那我们就从电音开始。但是因为你看，我也做草莓音乐节，对吧？所以我的触角或者我的触点还是会变得丰富一些。但是这个背后的核心都是我们要还是在 day one 的时候弄清楚，我到底想跟谁。我到底想让哪一群朋友们、哪一群消费者们首先喜欢上我们？那他们喜欢上我们了，其实我觉得我的目标就已经达成了。那有更多因为他们或者是因为我做的其他事情来的，那可能就是我喜力，我还做 F1，我还做 ATP， 我还做欧冠，我还做很多的东西。那就是那些人是我其他部分、其他我的一些campaign啊。我的一些赛道所去能招募的人，那我也不可能说我做一件事情就能搞定所有人，能教育好所有人，我觉得这个太难了，而且这个其实是很费钱的啊，这个对于我们现在的营销预算来说也是极大考验的。所以就回到说，就是品牌主不要以我为主，而是以我的消费者为主。我觉得最后你通常能获得一个他深度能喜欢你，能产生你说转化率高的、复购率强的，同时它能成为你真正我们自己私域运营的这帮我的忠实粉丝。那我觉得对于喜力来讲，我们能有这样的一帮人在我们的身边喜欢我们，这个我作为 marketing 部门，我觉得我也可以给公司一个很好的一个答复了啊，和一个成绩了。
我要鼓掌。我为什么要鼓掌？因为我听到 C6的这个描述是非常清晰的一个品牌形象，是非常清楚的，很由内而外的，很洞悉所有的我们目标受众的消费者的他所有的 insight 都把握的，就是很准确、很全面。我觉得就是所谓叫知己知彼，就是这4个字，很淋漓尽致的一个体现，特别好。那接下来我想做一点小展望，其实是什么意思？你看刚才有提到说这几种商业和音乐的一个结合，除了有音乐节，除了有音乐的创作，实际上现在的音乐和商业的结合方式更多了。所以接下来想问问看 Jonathan 哈，其实除了线下的大 大型的这种音乐节，不管它是什么风格的音乐节啊。那你觉得以现在我们作为一个时间的坐标点好了，我们往后看一看，你觉得还会有什么可能性？有更多的一种结合的模式吗？
其实结合模式特别多，好像吉利也做了这个综艺节目嘛，对不对？去年我们也出了跟抖音出了一个跟音乐类型的综艺节目，怎么样去采取声音，怎么样去大家几个艺人去做一首歌，所以我们线上还是一个很重要的一点。所以我们不管现在在做音乐节也好啊，小型的 live house 也好啊，我们都会往线上去走，跟不管是 TME 啊，跟其他的这些平台更加的去合作，然后也是会跟抖音在和小红书在其他的平台里面，跟把我们的这些粉丝全部聚集在一起，因为线下你不可能说一直都可以聚集每个人的。
是。
去年其实我们已经也有策划过做一个元宇宙，可是解封之后，我跟他说别抛开了，算了，我们就大家就往线下走了吧。所以我觉得，可是这个元宇宙我也会说肯定是不会再发生的。可是因为现在的趋势还是要以我们的现在可以大家聚集，大家可以面对面的去体验这件事情，作为一个priority。然后后面的话，当然我们还有平台，我们当然还有因为这个还是要一个推广的。假如是很商业的来讲，我们假如我完全只是一个线下的一个活动，那这个推广能力有点差了。然后那这个流量也不是很多嘛。我即使我一场活动1天3万5个人，那2天也是最多7万。可是我假如跟线上和线下一起去结合，我可能的曝光度差不多过1亿都很平常的事情。然后另外一点，我们觉得说，在自媒体里面，在用视频就短快视频的来给音乐给更多人，会加强一个就是intimate 的一个 relationship， 人家每个看的都可以看到很多音乐内容，然后在我们的音乐节或者音乐内容里面，或者我们的音乐综艺节目里面，都可以有其他的线上的内容跟延展线上的内容，所以线上对我们来讲其实是一个很重要的一部分，
一个更广阔的天地。
是的。
难怪今年第2季度最火的歌叫《向云端》。今天因为时间有限，所以我们作为这个音乐和商业的一个结合呢，只能先暂时探讨到这里。但是我特别谢谢各位嘉宾给我们提供了完全不一样的一个视角，而且我觉得我们今天几方在一起是一个完整的。我正好刚好就是作为一个媒体的一个代表，然后伟峰老师是广告人加上音乐的代表，然后 Jonathan 呢，有策划方的这个代表，包括我们有快的、慢的、长的、短的，不同的这个时间坐标的我们的这个客户方的代表，也希望今天我们的这个讨论能够给大家提供一些思考。那今天我们的讨论先暂告一个段落了，谢谢各位老师，谢谢大家，谢谢各位，
谢谢。
Рио, multi-part singing in Horehronje by both men and women is organically linked to the distinctive features of regional music culture, with its tonality, rhythm section, and in particular with its characteristic tendency for improvisation. It is defined by the interpretation technique, maintained by means of transmission from generation to generation. This singing is an example of typical polyphonic singing techniques of folk music expression in Slovakia. The Horehronje region is located in the central part of Slovakia. It is placed around the upper flow of the river Hron. It consists of the northern villages of Šumiac, Telgard and Vernar, and the southern villages of Helpa, Pohorela, Polomka and Závadka. Interpretational nuances and performance of tones in the northern villages of the region differ from those in the southern villages. The villages of the region are distinguished by an astonishing richness of a vivid traditional folk culture. In a broader public context in Slovakia, the multi-part singing of Horehronje is perceived as a distinctively local phenomenon. The forms of folk vocal culture have been significantly influenced by natural conditions. Singing in the hills or meadows during work influenced the very intensive throaty expression resounding far and wide, as well as audible polyphonic consonances. This kind of singing tradition was linked to people's assertiveness and vitality through the elements of the shepherd's way of life that was transferred to the region during the Wallachian colonization from the 15th century. Moreover, the tradition of multi-part singing is related to people's religiosity. The vocal culture of Horehronje has been considerably influenced by spiritual songs, in particular in the eastern part of the region, where most of the inhabitants practice Eastern rites. Even today, the similarity between the sacred songs and the interpretation of the profane songs is obvious. The bearers of this element are first of all the inhabitants of the villages concerned. In this region, there also exist a lot of associations related to folk culture. The traditional repertoire has been part of the programs of folklore ensembles all around Slovakia. The songs from this region are sung during social and family gatherings everywhere in the country. Apart from its aesthetic and artistic value, the multi-part singing of Horehronje expresses people's local and regional identity.
Vážený pán minister, ctení hostia, stoja tu pred vami autentickí reprezentanti horehronského viachlasného spevu z obci Ohorela, Jelgar, Bernard, ja som zo Šumiace. Ale k nám patria aj také obce ako Veľba, Závadka, Polovka, Vácu, Bejnu, Kašparovo. To sú všetky obce, ktoré keď sa ráno zobudíte, mám krásny pohľad na Kráľovú horu. Na Kráľovú horu, spod ktorej vyviera naša rieka Hron. Viete, všetci, čo sme sa tam narodili a žijeme v nej ľahkých podmienkach. Je to horská krajina. A u nás sa traduje, že človek sa rodí s piesňou, aj zomiera s piesňou.
Keď som začal s mojou ženou chodiť, tak jej oco bol gajdoš z Jelnu, Jan Ferneza. Tak už on mi tak zo srandy povedal, že Ferko, keď chceš moju dceru mať, musíš vedieť na gajdierať.
Gajdy nie sú európskym nástrojom, aj keď v Európe ani nie 2 krajiny, kde by neboli. Tá pravlás gajdy je kultúrny areál smerom od Stredného východu až po Indiu, Mezopotámia, Babylónia, Perzia a tak ďalej.
Sú známe fakty z histórie, že napríklad cisár Nero hral na nejaký nástroj, ktorého názov môžeme prekladať ako nástroj príbuzný gajdám. 1819. To je najstarší popis gajdošskej hudby na Slovensku s tým, že sú tam uvedené dokonca notové zápisy hry gajdošov z Ranšpurku, čo je mesto na území dnešného Rakúska, kde vtedy žila slovenská menšina. Gajdošstvo a kultúra s ním súvisiaca sa strácala už v 19. storočí veľmi intenzívne. Napríklad v monografii Karola Medvedského Detva z roku 1905 sa uvádza: gajdy už vychádzajú z potreby. Sotva 3-4 hrávajú ešte na gajdoch. Melódie na gajdoch hraté sú zvlášť ťahavé, monotónnym, ale rýchlym sekundom sprevádzané. Naproti tomu v kvete je fujara.
V mojej rodine to bolo tak, že teda otec hrával na gajdy, hrával starý otec, hrával prastarý otec, ktorého som už nepoznal. Tá tradícia ide približne do nejakého roku 1860 v takej priamej línii. A cez starú mamu, to som sa dozvedel neskôr, ide ešte o jednu generáciu ďalej, v tej nepriamej, čiže 5 generácií, o ktorých viem. Tak teraz čelíme tomu, čo sa hovorí nejaká gajdorská obroda, alebo revival, alebo ja neviem, renesancia, či ako to mám nazvať. A to je dobre, tak tomu sa ja teším. A to sa asi ani nedá porovnať s tým, čo bolo povedzme pred 100 rokmi, lebo pred 100 rokmi ľudia z toho žili.
Toto sú gorálske dvojhlasie gajdy, jedno zo starších typov gajd, ktoré sa skladajú vlastne z melodickej pišťaly, mechu a majú vlastne iba jeden húk. V podstate majú 2 hlasy, niektoré už na Slovensku sú trojhlasé, sú vlastne také obyčajnejšie.
Sú tam zastúpené 3 nástroje, prima, kontra a ešte aj basa.
A popri hraní si môžeme aj zaspievať alebo vypiť.
Všetky gajdy majú spätnú klapku. Čiže fúknete, uzatvorí klapku, zatlačíte a vzduch ide do gajdice a tam rozozvučí. Áno. Platky a vzniká zvuk. Tá pointa toho je veľmi jednoduchá, lebo tou dušou sú piskory. No a tie drevené piskory, tie boli veľmi citlivé na vlhkosť, na teplo, na svetlo, na čokoľvek. Povedal by som to tak, že to ladenie spočívalo jednak ako to zásadné v tom, ako nastaviť tie piskory tu, čo bola naozaj veľké umenie. A druhá časť bola doľaďovanie, už keď to človek dal do gajdice, toto je gajdica, na ktorej sa hrá melódia. No a to doľaďovanie spočíva dodnes v tom, že nad tými hmatovými otvormi, ktoré sú tu, nad väčšinou z nich je nalepený vosk. A keď potrebujem skrátka doľadiť, tak to robím tak, že buď tie hmatové otvory, tie veľkosť teda tých otvorov zmenšujem tým voskom, alebo ich potom týmto háčikom, ktorý tu je na reťazke, tak skrátka ich potom zväčšujem, čiže robím vlastne to doľaďovanie. A to isté sa potom týka tu, čo je mimoriadne dôležitá vec. Tu na tejto ozvučnici skrátka sú tiež doľaďovacie otvory a tie tiež sa uzatvárajú alebo otvárajú podľa toho, ako to gajdoš potrebuje.
Gajdy sú nástroj, ktorý je veľmi ťažké dobre naladiť. Keď boli trojhlasé gajdy, prípadne štvorhlasé, tak tam tých píšťal je viac a ťažšie sa zláďujú 2 také nástroje dokopy. Naopak, keď išlo dvojhlasé gajdy, tak ku tým sa veľmi dobre mohli priladiť husle.
Toto je ladenie H. Gajdošov, ktorých som ja poznal, tak oni netušili, že to je povedzme také ladenie alebo také, ale zaujímavé je zase to, že ten nejaký estetický ideál v sebe mali, pretože veľmi sa to neodlišovalo.
Gajdy naozaj dokázali splniť funkciu celého orchestra a tým dokázali vlastne naplno zabaviť ľudí a udržať ich v tanci. To sa nedalo zabezpečiť pomocou malej pastierskej píšťalvočky a už vôbec nie sa na také veci nepoužívala napríklad fujara.
Išiel Gajdoš do dediny a hneď začal dziny, dziny, hej, dziny, dziny, dziny daj, hej, že tam má byť veľký bal. A ty Gajdoš, ty bachratý, máš na krpciach za oplaty, hej, fujeráš je chlap hodný, hej, do roboty šikovný. Fujeráš ten ovcu odral, Gajdoš ten si košku zobral, hej, jemu koška na dudy, hej, a mne lojčok pod zuby. Oj, po zabučke, poza jedli, devala si meso jedli. Korruca! Korruca, nezavodí. Jure! Poj ty, koza, kozina, daj nám syra gazdina. Keď nám syra nedodáš, sa vychlapov vychová. Porazívať gajdami.
To treba fúgať, no.
Poznali sme veľa bačov a balachov, čo hrávali.
Čo hrávali. A to len modajky boli čurice.
Hej.
Dáky Jána, keď sa, alebo dáka...
A už na Mitra.
A na Mitra, ale potom už zase, to nikto nie.
To bolo pod lavicou hodenú.
Áno.
A boli gajdoši takí, čo chodili hrávať aj po jarmokoch, alebo takto na svadbách sa hral. Na jedných gajdách vyhral celú svadbu, taký o Zembugu tomu. A...
Voľa, kedy sa konali takto svadby pri gajdách. A tie svadby trvali niekoľko dní. Gajdoš hral, potom si trošku zdriemol posediačky na stole a za chvíľu ho mládenci znova zobudili a musel hrať ďalej.
To bola veľmi, by som povedal, veľmi významná časť ich zárobku. Však tí chlapi, keď išli, tak v čase fašiangov odohral 10, povedzme, zábav a to naozaj tak tá rodina mala postarané možno na pol roka vopred. Takže to bola troška iná situácia, čiže tam to nerobili len z pasie. To bolo aj preto, že jednoducho oni boli takí poloprofesionálni muzikanti. A keď sa mu tie gajdy pokazili, alebo keby to nebol býva vedel naladiť, fašiangovú zábavu, na ktorého tí mládenci zjednávali mesiac vopred, aby prišiel, veď to nebola vôbec sranda. Viete, koľko príhod je o tom, že keď prichádzali hrať na tie zábavy a svadby, čo všetko sa mohlo stať a čo sa stalo, keď mu napríklad tí gajdy neladili. Všetci mládenci z dediny nažavení, že bude zábava a on nevedel tie gajdy, ako sa u nás hovorilo, naladiť, porichtovať.
Huj, popíjaj, huj, nekradni, nezbíjaj.
Každý gajdoš bol do istej miery samotárom. Napríklad neradi hrávali pred druhými gajdošmi a obviňovali potom tých druhých, že im ukradli cifry, že toto je moja melódia a nie tvoja a podobne.
Huj, čertana, popíjaš, keď si nenazbíjaš.
O niektorých sa hovorilo napríklad, že tvárili sa, že idem ti pomôcť, ukáž ten piskor, aký ho máš. Fúkol doňho a pritom doňho zahryzol, aby ho pokazil zámerne tomu druhému gajdošovi. Čiže vraj si robievali takéto zlomyselnosti.
Huj, zjari chlapci, zjari sa vážke zbíjali.
V starších dobách do prvej tretiny 20. storočia existovali gajdoši, o ktorých okolitý svet myslel, že majú spojenie s mágiou. Napríklad krava nedojí, tak nejakým spôsobom si mysleli ľudia, že tento človek dokáže im pomôcť.
Huj a potom na jeseň, huj za nepopíjali.
Treba si priznať, že okrem veľmi vážených gajdošov, ktorých nosili ich poslucháči na rukách, tak existovali aj gajdoši, ktorí boli alkoholici a patrili naozaj k tým najchudobnejším a boli opovrhovaní ako pri iných hudobníkoch.
Každý gajdoš mal nejakú tú cifru, ktorú často a rád hrával, povedzme, aby zdobil tie melódie, lebo však pointa hry na gajdách je nehrať jednoduchú melódiu, ale nejako ju zdobiť. A keby som to mal zahrať, tak to sa veľmi nedá, povedzme, že zahrať len tú cifru, ale toto. A tak ďalej. Čiže toto je napríklad to, čo je také charakteristické, povedzme, pre Garajovcov.
Tak vo Veľkej Lehote sa hrávalo na trojhlasné gajdy. V minulosti u nás vo Veľkej Lehote bolo veľa dobrých a vynikajúcich gajdošov, ale každý si nevedel urobiť gajdy. Tých gajdošov bolo menej, ktorí dokázali si komplet urobiť gajdy. Ja som patril práve do toho rodu, že v našom rode aj môj otec, aj starý otec vedeli nielen dobre hrať na gajdy, ale aj gajdy si urobiť a vyrábať gajdy. No tak na tomto závere, to je fotka z roku 1943, je môj starý otec, ktorý bol narodený v roku 1868, bol výborný, vynikajúci gajdoš. Po jeho stranách sú dvaja jeho synovia, tu je syn Ján, a to bol môj strýko, a tu je Dominik, syn, teda môj otec. Obidvoch týchto synov, aj Jána, aj Dominika, starý otec naučil gajdovať. A tu, v tomto detailu, keď pozrieme, to je môj brat Bernard Garaj, ktorý býval v Zlatých Moravciach ako chlapec.
Gajdy boli na Slovensku na 90% nástrojom k tancu, čiže ten gajdoš musel skrátka urobiť všetko preto, aby ho ten tanečník počul, najmä aby počul rytmus, ktorý je skrátka v tej hre. Mohlo sa ľahko stať, že skrátka o polnoci, v noci nad ránom už nebol schopný ani vymyslieť nejakú novú pieseň, tak čakal, či niekto nezakričí nejakú, nerozkáže si. A keď nie, tak často práve na tých miestach, aby vyplnil, aby pokiaľ niekto si spomenie, alebo aby jeho napadlo niečo, tak často hrávali práve tie cifry. A tie cifry oni preto aj, ako by som povedal, dosť vyvinuli a každý ukázal takú obratnosť v nich.
Kysuckí gorali sme prišli na Kysuce v tom 16. 17. 17. storočia. A donesli sme si so sebou tieto duchačové alebo duchadlové gajdy. Výhoda duchadlových gajd je tá, že môžem celú melódiu vlastne vyspievať, ako v úvodzovkách hovoríme, durchom. U tých gajd s rúrkou, tak je tam obmedzené metrom. Ja môžem zaspievať, keď je dobrý mech, tak motív, alebo krátku, dajme tomu 8 taktovú melódiu, alebo niektoré už staršie gajdy už mi dovolia zaspievať len frázu.
U gajdoša to máš, a ešte u mňa zvlášť, no. Čo chytíš do ruky, tak to sa môžem tu len ja toho dotýkať.
Tých 6-7 remesiel treba vedieť, lebo treba zarezať kozu,
odraďu, vyrobiť kožu, vysústružiť, s plechom robiť, vylievať sínon, takže to sa nazbiera.
A v neposlednom rade musí byť aj dobrý muzikant, hudobník, aby počul a tak ďalej, aby vlastne vedel to potom aj oživiť a dať to do hrania. Skutočne to je nástroj dosť zložitý na to, aby sa človek len tak chytil a jeden gajdy vyrábať.
To začína to s tým, že sa urobí skorej hranou, podľa toho, že podľa dĺžky, čo nám treba.
Takto vyzerá navrtaná gajdica, 2 diery proti sebe.
Napríklad toto sú časti gajd, ktoré sú staré viac ako 100 rokov. Ani jedna časť nebola taká, ktorá by nebola bývala zdobená. A tí gajdy ponúkali pomerne veľký priestor na to zdobenie. Keď gajdoš zomrel, tak už gajdoši iní čakali skrátka, že si ten nástroj po ňom zoberú, ale aspoň čas. Takže nebolo nevyhnutnosťou, že by si ten nástroj celý jeden výrobca urobil, ale bolo veľa takých prípadov.
Odhadujem tak medzi 300 až 400 nástrojov, že som už vyrobil. Možno aj viac. Stane sa aj to, že ten nástroj úplne zradí.
Udržať tie gajdy, aby ladili v tomto prírodnom piskore, to bolo zázrak. A tak som začal špekulovať, rozmýšľať o nejakom materiáli, ktorý by bol tomuto úskaliu prírodzených piskorov, ako si, že by sme prekonali tieto ťažkosti. Čo by to mohlo byť? Tak plasty sa už ukázali ako máňu. Napríklad, toto sú už moje prvé piskory z takýchto perečiek, ktorými sa píše, tak si vyskúšam.
Tu mám tak pre porovnanie, toto je prírodný trstinový piskor. Ten plátok je podložený vlasom. Ten plátok vlastne sa zatvára, tak ono tam drží priškripnutý. A toto je do tej istej ten piskor s uhlíkovým plátkom. No a keď ich je viacej v tej jednej gajdici, tak už potom medzi sebou sa musia dopasovať a to je asi taká tá najzložitejšia úloha.
Snažím sa aj rozmýšľať na to, že čo sa dnes páči ľuďom a radím také veci.
Noví gajdoši, mladí ľudia, ktorí sa učia hrať na gajdy, snažia spoznať tú starú kultúru, ale hľadajú aj nové cesty, ako ju ďalej rozvíjať, prípadne využívať v nových štýloch hudobných.
Na Slovensku najviac, čo vieme, že boli, tak to sú gajdy 5-hlasné. Tak samozrejme, že Ja sa ho budem snažiť prekonať a už tu mám nachystanú takúto 5 gajdicu revolverovú. To znamená, že keď sa pridá ešte huk k tomu, tak to budú gajdy 6-hlasné. Spodná časť vlastne toho melodického hlasu je zdvojená. To znamená, že budeš môcť hrať ako keby v dvojhlase. Plus ešte do toho klasický kontra. Ďalší hlas je oktáva, tak ako povedzme na trojgajdici býva. A ten 5. hlas to je ako keby len ďalší burdón. Ten bude o oktávu nižšie naladený od základného tónu. A to je vlastne pekné na ľudových nástrojoch, že vlastne ich vývoj nikdy nie je ukončený. Nie je to nejako kanonizované, že takto to musí byť, ale každý si to prispôsobí, ako sa mu hodí, alebo čo vymyslí.
Treba si uvedomiť, že jediné, čo môže pomôcť kultúre, je informovanosť a výchova mladej generácie.
Keď som mal tak 12 rokov, 11, tak otco ma ráno zobudil, že sa poď učiť na gajdy. Tak som išiel na prvú hodinu, to bol cez nejaký projekt. Cez tú prvú hodinu ma to ako si zaujalo a odtedy hram na gajdy.
Tom časom asi v puberte som zistil, že gajdy sú najlepší hudobný nástroj na svete.
Niekto to možno nazve, že je to vrešťavý hlas alebo urieskaný, ale mne to proste hladí mojej duši a mám rád ten hlas a tú plnosť.